We're muted, boys. First day streaming. Sorry, you guys got a big boys. And then I realized I was still muted. I looked at the audio because, dude, you have to understand. Me starting these streams, like the PTR streams, are the scariest fucking thing that I've ever had to do. Like, the thought of potentially going to my live screen and just like the literal non-0% chance that it can happen where something would pop up. Nah, that's fucking horrifying to me, boys. Absolutely fucking horrifying. So like, the suspense is everything. It's so fucking scary. Yo, Leon, another day, another Leon first in chat. What's new? Yo, Pock, coming with a raid, brother. I appreciate you starting off the stream hot. Looks like I got the perfect timing today. What do you get up to, my dude? I saw you were planning something super secret. Super secret. I've got a good day, dude. Casino, Gary Mustang, how you boys doing? Busty Effusive. What's everybody up to? Boys, have we already hopped into the PTR today? Now, PTR notes. RIP, the super fast casty belt. Your guys' fun is no more. Get fucked, bozos. Other than that, it seems like they're gonna get probably a big set of bug fixes in the next couple days. So really excited for that. Yo, I'm looking back at my VOD from, what was it, like a few days ago? My hair looked disheveled. Like, I looked disheveled. I don't know why. I think it was like really hot that day, but I just like, dude, I looked sweaty. I was like looking back at the VOD that's playing, and like, I look like I'm going through it. I don't know why, but even my face is just like, brother, I am tired. Like, look, I'm beat. Well, good news is we're up tremendous now, boys. We're back. We're feeling good. I got my coffee. Casino, I'm glad you're here, dude. I'm glad you're here. C-Dos, buongiorno, my boy. Z, how you doing today? Sick as fuck. Head feels like it's getting crushed. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is it the same stuff from before? Sweaty? I know! I don't know what I was doing directly before this stream, because this was still a 9-hour stream. I feel like this may have been the day that it was like 80 in the stream room, because like I'm not built for that, right? Oh, you're sweaty? Oh, wait, hold on, look. This is me the other day. This is the VOD that we're watching. We had a really big heat wave come through NA. And like, I put this VOD up, and then I went back and I looked at my other monitor and I was like, brother, look at me. Holy shit. I was like, I look disheveled. So I'm glad that it's cooled off. It's a little cooler weather right now. Well, so now I have a hoodie on. Okay, like now, like in this current state of affairs, I'm good. It's 71 Fahrenheit in the stream room, which I'm sure that's probably, I don't know, like a cool crisp, like 22 or 23 or some shit Celsius. I don't really know how Celsius works. I think it's just multiplied by 3 or some bullshit, but if I could sit naked, I would. I mean, why can't you? It's your house. I feel like just because society deems something doesn't mean that you cannot. Kirito. I don't know what that means, but ni hao. I think. Did I get it right? Or did I not get it right? I like to keep my house around 70 Fahrenheit. Emily thinks it's too cold. Stream room's 72 right now. And like, it's comfortable, but the AC is set at 68, 66, 68. Because, you know, I like it a little cool. My ideal temperature, I think, like, if I go outside for something, like, nice hoodie weather, like, mid to high 60s, maybe during the day, like, mid 70s, get a little t-shirt weather into a cool, crisp night. Like, Maine's summer going into fall is legitimately perfect for my ass. I fucking love it. I love that shit. It is so perfect. Okay, Puck. Yes, and actually thanks to you, your graphics, and your memory for answers. Of creating an effective noob tutorial on YouTube videos so I don't get lost on tangents and fail to get the info for commonly asked questions. I just don't want to disclose my story. Massive. So, basically, what form... don't reveal too much, by the way. Don't reveal too much. But essentially, funny enough, I was looking at my YouTube POC. I had to go back and read that because it was long and intimidating, much like many things you flop out when I'm around. Anyways, I went back on my YouTube because I'm someone who doesn't post on YouTube for a myriad of reasons. I'm multi-stream over on YouTube, but I think like recording videos in front of a camera with nobody around in a room by myself without streaming makes it feel really weird. I don't know why. I can yap to a camera all day. I could yap to a camera for 10 hours a day, even when people weren't watching the stream, right? So, I don't know, just something about like recording the YouTube videos out has always been weird. And I also get like, excuse me, microphone arm, I'm sorry I moved you without warning. Jesus fucking Christ, dude, just scream for help. My goal is to be a rich enough streamer that I can just hire somebody to hold my microphone wherever I need it all day. That's the goal. It would be supporting small business. It would be creating jobs for the economy. Be kind of cool. Anyways. Second part is I always get like weird levels of, I don't know, anxiety around my YouTube content being dog shit and nobody watching it. Because YouTube is quite literally a numbers game. And like Twitch, I've at least given myself the illusion that I can just hide my viewers and like stream off the vibes, I call it. And it's the worst advice to ever give to small streamers, to just stream off the vibes and not give a shit about your metrics. But it's honestly also the best. Like, I have my viewers hidden. I don't know what viewers are at any time. I just try to get people yapping and chat and hanging out as much as I can. And on YouTube, you can't really like, I mean, you can do that to a certain extent, but it's like, YouTube is entirely based off hitting algorithm, getting the numbers, and like everybody is posting with an equivalent chance to like get into the algorithm. With streaming, it's a little bit of like, you know, you're a small streamer, but if your production is better, your everything is better. I mean, I guess the same applies with YouTube, but I feel like so much with YouTube is kind of like out of your hands to a certain extent. But that's where shorts and everything like that comes in. You just flood the market with shorts and everything there. Long story short, I was looking at my YouTube videos because like my first couple Ashes videos were nowhere near what my New World videos were. And I looked at my last Ashes video, which was like back. I was like, okay, cool. Because I always see like other content creator shit going up and I'm like, damn, my videos would never do that. Wow, look at all the comments they have. Look at all the engagement. So I kind of like psych myself out of posting on YouTube in a way. But I need to start more. I need to take like an hour a day before stream and get back on my recording grind, because I was recording stuff for a while and like getting more comfortable with it and getting in the routine of it. And then I just kind of like stopped. So I'll bring Chinese viewership for sure. You must teach me Chinese. We need more YouTube content for sure. Yeah, no, I agree. Especially because Ashes, like, I always talk about it, but the Ashes directory as a whole is kind of like not the largest organic source of people just going, hey, I'm gonna stop by Ashes and see what's up. At least not at this point, right? There are a lot of people that, like, if they see the content, will click on it from more of an inquisitive, like, oh, well, this game's been in testing for a while. Is it still in testing? Does it have a launch date? But like up until there's, you know, an official launch, a big hype cycle, people getting the word out about the hype cycle, then people don't really work their way into like the directory much, like the Twitch directory. So with that being said, genuinely, I think, like you said, I gotta get on YouTube much more. Well, like you said the other day about Twitch streaming, if you can hit more than 1,000 views on YouTube, you're in the top 10% of channels. Huh. It's actually intriguing. That's actually intriguing. Yeah, and I do feel like as well, it's a very straightforward cycle of like, record a YouTube video. This is gonna be me, not you. I'm unplugging my keyboard so I can start playing. I don't know if you guys can even hear it, but don't worry, nothing unplugged and replugged on your guys' end if you can hear it. Everything's perfectly fine. I have not hacked into your PCs yet. So today's emphasis, by the way, for the PTR is PvP pracky. So they want people trying out the new flagging systems, the new pretty much everything. So I just looked at the VOD you're playing and you looked fine. I feel like I looked incredibly sweaty. And did you hear me yelling through the wall? Because I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But yeah, a lot of people trying to figure out what's going on with Ashes. Yeah, so I feel obligated to make a video that talks about the changes that are up with the PTR right now. And kind of discuss the forward-looking implications of it. Talk about how every playtester does have PTR. Put that out so people kind of know they can hop in and level in a frictionless environment and check out like endgame without having to spend all the time leveling. I need to get that done very quickly because somebody's gonna try to beat me to it based on exactly what I'm saying on stream. And so, basically, I have a few in the tank that we're gonna cook up pre-phase 3, and a lot of people were asking like, Dusty, tank guide when, tank guide when. I think I can still get a tank guide out. But I also think that it's going to be very hard to put out guide content on Ashes because everything's going to change. Yo, hello, fuck you. Has performance improved? If it's worth downloading the PTR to check that. In my opinion, it absolutely has. Now, depending on like what performance issues you were having, whether it was like PC or client side performance with the memory leak. So basically the memory leak was making people's performance degrade over time the longer you were in a session. So like you'd hop into a fresh session, you'd just log in for the day, performance was great. 2 hours later, bam, your game is playing like shit and you're like, what the fuck is going on, right? So a lot of people were getting hit with that. Video memory leak. I got news for you. What if I told you that the video memory leak was not even Ash's fault, but it was a Windows update that was fucking Unreal Engine 5 games and causing memory leaks in certain UE5 games. A Windows update went out and fixed the entire memory leak. Now, there are still, of course, some instances of people getting crashes, weird things like that. But I've been playing like 8+ hours a day on the same session without having to restart my game once. And over on the PTR, they actually just went to Unreal Engine 5.6 instead of 5.4, which is what the VOD you're watching is from. The 5.4, like, live environment, production environment. So, with that, we're on the new Unreal Engine 5 version. We are playing without the memory leak, at least that I noticed through the PTR so far. Yesterday was the first day on 5.6. And honestly, it was phenomenal performance. It was absolutely insane. I'm in the tropics fucking around right now. I run capped at 144 because I run on like, you know, not the highest settings. But if I go here and just go none, what do I bump up to? Oh wait, I have my NVIDIA software capped at 144 as well for Ashes. I have double 144 cap just to keep it super, super consistent. But I'm pretty certain out here that I would be pushing way above 200. Like, everything feels phenomenal out here. Exclamation specs for my build, but yeah, I'm running around the tropics. Right now I'm in Corin, which is one of the islands in the tropics, like one of the node islands. And I'm running around in an area that's densely populated with mobs. It's glimmering geodes and rock elementals and a bunch of islands and trees and mountains and shit in frame. I'm moving on my mount and I'm sitting at 130 while I'm moving. We were doing PvP yesterday and I was sitting at... Wait. Whose name is Dusty Destroyer on the PTR? Who the fuck is that? What in tarnation is going on here? Someone named Dusty Destroyer just typed in global. What in tarnation? Uh-oh. We got ops, boys. We gotta spin the block. I might know my first corruption target out here. But yeah, genuinely, like, performance is great, in my opinion at least. There is very little degradation of performance as you go on because the memory leak is, at least in my experience, fixed from that Windows update that was pushed. So, I can also give you guys my video settings on the PTR too, but I would definitely recommend downloading the PTR at the very least to come check it out. It's the forward-looking build, so you've got yet another gear rework that just went out yesterday. Power scaling rework, kind of like a further implementation on that. You'll see more gathering crafting changes out here, econ changes. Those will be in progress, yet to be deployed, a lot of those. But like varying from live, you've got the movement system, you've got 5 new weapons, you've got the Pyrai and the Nakua, you've got crates, the entire crate system has been implemented, the guild storage NPC has been implemented. You've got, like I mentioned before, the gear and stat rework that just went out yet again, so we're all re-gearing. You'll have the anvils coming out here. You'll have, we're on Unreal Engine 5.6. Anvils will be our next starting area, so you'll get to test that early. We'll have dynamic gridding testing out here. We'll have Summoner out here before it goes on production. So just keep in mind the private test realm is visually NDA'd, so you cannot, like, share visuals from that, which is why we're watching a VOD, like, in the background. But basically, it is a way that you guys can come in, and keep in mind, you make your character, it'll be level 1. If you want to progress from level 1 and just fuck around there, you can do that. Or you can talk to Guy Gearetti, the gear NPC, and you can essentially get level 25 or level 15 for free instantly. You can go to 15 or 25. You can do all of your trade skills as well, like your lifestyle skills if you want to level those up. And then you can also get packs of gear from him to get started out with your gearing progression. So whether you want level 0 gear, 10 gear, 20 gear, whatever it may be, you can just talk to him, get all set up. You can insta level if you want to check out endgame archetype, like current endgame archetype play, get into some PvP practice, or you can just go through really like every step of leveling over here the same way you normally would on live. So I think it's massive. Kreekus, how you doing, my boy? Any news on today's build? Today's build, they fixed the god tier caster belt that was giving 10,000% cast speed as like a haha oopsies. I think they changed the comma to a decimal point and that was probably fixed. So good job, Intrepid. Nice overnight fix. Now, I didn't hear anything directly about the healing power scaling in terms of the patch notes. It'll be interesting to see how that feels without Omega cast speed though, because a lot of things on Cleric are kickable, like deal withable, you know. So we'll get into some PvP today. The emphasis of today's build is PvP practice. They want people to PvP a lot because they added in new targeting mechanisms for like targeting both combatant and corrupted players to be more intuitive. How? I don't fucking know, but supposedly it's more intuitive. So we'll be doing a lot of PvP and duels, same way we were yesterday. And then from there, they want people to just, you know, kind of test out the flagging system. They took away the force flag with Alt F, and they made it so you have to hold Alt and then attack somebody, but it feels a little strange, and it'll take some getting used to, but it's hard to PvP when clerics 1k power and people are 2 to 4k health. Believe it or not, we were killing clerics last night. Like, honestly, I was dueling clerics and beating them last night with the god tier belt too. Because with them being 2 to 4k health, they're extremely submissive and burstable. Oh, fuck my dick hole. Oh my god, my mount just got ass blasted by a geode. What the hell? We really hate to see that. That was a fucking one tap on my mount. My Jesus Christ. So with that, like, yes, cleric full heals people if a heal does go off, but in my opinion, a stacked cleric probably should be able to survive in most 1v1 scenarios unless they severely misplay. And honestly, if there's no wound out, it's not inconceivable for a big healing combo to be able to full heal somebody in group-based PvP. Just realistically. But I do think that the scaling probably needs to just be brought to the point of, like, you know, being at or slightly above power scaling. If I think of where my tank is currently at with 248.9 power, like fizz power, if you were at that instead of 1k healing power, then I could see a 5k heal before wounds and shit being reasonable. Because then you have max wound on somebody, it's a 2.5k, and out of nowhere, most people aren't getting a full heal off of one of those from like a, you know, solo heal standpoint. So I feel like it's just a matter of like the scaling being borked. Keep in mind, it's upgrade to 5.6, and they just, you know, first implementation of this in terms of the new attribute rework too. So like attributes like 3.0 or whatever. So it'll probably take a little bit for it to get refined. But I do think that clerics having a lot of healing potential is, it makes sense, right? But right now, 20k heals, 1k ticks from the hot. It's a little tough. The shield is also scary. The shield is very scary. It's a lot of shield because it's what, 250% of your power? So it's like 2,500 shield instantaneously, right? That shit's actually wild. Also, what's the cooldown on wings? How short is it? I don't know everything right off the top of my head. Rain, how you doing, my boy? What are the new weapons? You have rapier, pokey sword. You have two-handed maces. One-handed we're already in. Then you have one-hand and two-handed axes. And then you have two-handed spears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, we're good. I think that's 5. Was that all of them? One hand, two hand axe, two-handed mace, rapier, spear. Yeah, 5. Okay. We're good. It's like, wait a second, what the fuck? I can't count today. But yes, then we're over on the PTR right now on Unreal Engine 5.6. And it feels good. Feels real fucking good. Emphasis of PTR today is for people to be PvP pracking. So, we'll get some PvP going wherever we can find it. Hunter, hello. The idea that changed my understanding was to make it so less people would accidentally corrupt, as you need to hold down a key the whole time attacking a green or white player. Probably a toggle option will be added at some point for people to go into the settings to change that. Plus more actual PvP, so if you want to fight back, you don't have to find / remember the flag toggle key. I also think that it does help solve kind of like a redundancy in the tropics, but I definitely understand like making it so fewer people would corrupt, trying to cut down on like mob corruption baiting as well. Or not mob, but mount corruption baiting. But one thing for me that I ran into already yesterday is that if you have the include what is it? Hold on, let me get the exact wording on it. Gameplay, combat, scroll down. Include untargeted combatants with area of effect abilities. Okay, so I guess that would only include combatants. So maybe that is the solution for like mount corruption baiting. That might actually be big. I thought that setting was for like non-combatants as well, but it seems like it's just for combatants. Not having that on was taking away the cleave on your melee weapon and making it really fucking awkward. But honestly, no, that it makes sense. It just feels a little clunky with the prior option. Like, say I want to run a 1v1 or something, and this is a temporary bitch because there will be a duel system, right? But like right now, it just feels clunky in the sense of like, okay, I want to hit you. Sometimes when you're holding your alt, it will say invalid target. Sometimes it won't. Sometimes you'll get to flag up. It just felt a little wacky in terms of the first like use with it. But keep in mind that was also our first time using the new system. So there's also probably a lot that was like user error making it feel clunky. But yeah, small changes like that. Like if the intent behind them is to safeguard something as punishing as corruption is meant to be, then personally, I think that's a net gain. The inconvenience of, you know, having to manually flag up every time that you want to hit somebody, I get it. But as long as it's done in a way that's like, I don't know, I think well integrated with the rest of the gameplay, then I think it's good. I think if there are options to respond to flagging very fluidly, I think as long as it's not a spot where half the time you go to flag on someone, it's like invalid target, and then you got to do it 6 times. That's perfectly fine. Some of it was probably my fault. A lot of first time user error, but all you have to do is have someone start the fight as the other 1v1 person will just, yeah. Well, the awkward part was when our flags wore off and I was like holding my alt and trying to attack, and then it was like invalid target and I had to keep like pressing alt and attacks. But I also think that was my fault. Yo, Nelly, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good day. Yo, Bicky, how you doing, my boy? Just bought the game, but it says the servers are down. How are you online? So in the launcher, under the environments tab, before you launch your game or log in, it should give you the option for PTR or for like the live environment, the alpha environment. You'll want to click that and do the PTR drop down. Just keep in mind the PTR is visually NDA'd. So you guys are watching a VOD, excuse me, a VOD from the alpha server, right? So with that, I'm on the PTR playing right now. You guys just can't see it, or I would get Fano snapped. But we're talking about everything that's going on over here. The emphasis today is PvP practice as well. So cool thing with the private test realm is you're able to directly level your character to 25 if you'd like to. You can also get a nice starting set of gear for level 0, level 10, or 25, no matter how you want to go about it. Well, or 20, I guess. But yeah, they give you the option to stay at level 0, go to level 15, go to level 25. All you have to do is interact with the vendor that's outside of the starting area on the PTR. And you can get your character all set up, geared up, and hop into the PvP practice today. So we're probably going to try to get a lot of people together, as many as we can in chat without actually coordinating anything. And see what we can get up to. The person starting the fight just can't attack a whole lot before the other hits back without holding that key down because that's the direction of corruption if you weren't doing a 1v1. And you're just... Yeah. It wasn't even like once the first hit went through and we were flagged, it was great. Which is why I think it was just user error. But I would we'd be trying to hold down the alt and then send an attack and it would just invalid target us. So we're gonna mess with it more today, of course. Right now I'm swimming from wherever the fuck we logged off in the Trops over to one of the harbors. And I'm gonna try to see if I can find some people, maybe either down by the harbors, because that's where people were PvPing yesterday, or even go to the Riverlands and see what's up there, because a lot of people will be going through the Riverlands. Buggy new features, I mean, buggy new feature or DustyWhy brain not processing. We can't rule out one or the other quite yet. Because, hear me out, alpha implementations are still being alpha tested by alpha testers. It's my first time play testing. I still gotta figure shit out too. I usually play finish games. Actually, I played New World for the last 3 years. I made mistakes. Both? See, it could be both. It could be both. It could be neither. It could entirely just be on my puny peanut brain. And that's why I try not to rule really anything out before I conclusively test. So as soon as we find people, we'll be up tremendous. And with them fixing the caster belt, dueling casters is actually going to be fun today. Although bards in 1v1s will probably be... I don't know if I'd be more scared of bards or clerics. But either way, those two things in 1vs are going to be fucking terrifying. Anything else I think is perfectly fine to deal with. And honestly, a bard, maybe I can keep enough pressure on them to kind of keep them on their back foot. But the healing scaling is fucking sicko mode. So, do we know, by the way, where the healing power... Oh my god, what? Where is the healing power scaling coming from? Because it's saying for me that I have 365.25 healing power on my tank. Just for perspective. I have 68.8 magic power. But I, as a tank, have 365.25 healing power from gear/effects. But I have none on my gear. So it's base 0, gear 0, gear/effects 365.25. So what in the fuck is just giving us a random... a random 300 healing power? Wonder if it's hidden gear score, not meant to be. Maybe it's weird that it's not coming from the gear itself at all, though, and it's supposedly just from an effect. But I mean, I'm sure they're working on it. Maybe it's just like some hidden buff somewhere. That's so fucking strange though. So I have more healing power than I do fizz power. I'm 248.9 fizz power and I am I'm 365.3 healing power. Which, keep in mind, 365.3 healing power would be enough for, like, really, I think anybody to survive off of. Could you remove each piece at a time? I can. Yes. Not my rings. Okay. Power. Slightly ups it, but I think that might be the mirror from magic power.
Is absolutely
Lord Lorien, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. With my steel bloom necklace, this is 604 power rating. When I equip the steel bloom necklace, I go from 56.3 magic power to 68.8, which is a gain of 12.5. My healing power goes from 352.8 to 365.3, which makes sense. Okay, so that's just the mirror from the magic power gain. Let's see. Same thing with steel bloom earrings. That's proportional. Forge Guard's cloak. Forge Guard's cloak. 880 armor. 30 int. 235 crit chance rating. Why am I using this cloak? Did I put this on by mistake? And then 118 crit mit rating. Oh damn, wait, crit chance skill is hard as fuck. That 235 is another, like, large percentage of crit. Anyways, that has 30 int on it. I mean, so int has a break off of magic power rating. So I lose, because int is the waterfalls of magic power rating, magic crit power rating, magic accuracy, and magic, magic disable duration. So, did they also change waterfalls again? I think they changed waterfalls again. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. They largely changed waterfalls again. Chad, did you guys see that shit? Waterfalls are entirely different now. So, strength is now... It's 3 fizz power rating, 2 fizz crit power, 2 fizz accuracy, and 1 fizz disable duration. Dex now gives 1 fizz power rating, 2 attack speed, 2 crit chance, 2 evasion, 2 disable accuracy. Oh, so Dex now gives power rating, same thing with wisdom for casters. And then con is max health, power, armor, crit avoidance, crit mit, disable evasion, and disable reduction. Okay. So that makes sense a little bit. Either way. So Forge Guard's cloak has int on it. I take it off. I go down 1.7 magic power, but I go from 365.3 healing to 348.6. So let's find my highest intel piece. And I'm not seeing any pieces that just have int on them. Strength. I think that is my highest int piece. Maybe it's mentality as well. Nope, not mentality. So Forge Guard's cloak dropped it a good chunk. Other than that, the stuff I'm taking off now is having no impact on healing power whatsoever. Oh wait, but I have base int as well. Let's see. And that's just general power rating. I think it's int. No HP for con. Yeah, 1 max health. 1 max health, 2 power. I think it's base intel that's causing the bug with healing power rating. Because base intel is not supposed to give a waterfall into healing power rating. It's magic power rating, magic crit power rating, magical accuracy rating, and then magical disable duration rating. And I think that it's base intel because 30 base intel on my Forge Guard's cloak is taking me from 365.3 to 348.6. Let me see if I have intel on any pieces. Okay, so I have a steel chain necklace that's 22 intel. If I equip the steel chain necklace, I go up to Excuse me? Where'd my other necklace just go that I had? Oh, it's here. Okay, so that I actually lose a little bit because I was using a steel bloom necklace. So we need to discover this a little bit. Let's see. 352.8. Magic power 56.3. Magic power goes up 12.5. That goes up 12.5. So steel bloom necklace moves both of them 12.5 with 604 power rating. Steel chain necklace with 22 int gives 1.4 magic power, but gives 13.9 healing power. Okay, so it's Intel. Intel's causing the problem. Let's see. Do I have anything else with Intel in my bags right now? Chat, feel free to double check this if you're a caster, but I'm pretty sure Intel is causing the cleric scaling problem. Maybe I have a weapon? Like a... Shit, I wish I had a caster weapon on me. Caster weapons probably have Omega Intel though, yeah? Chat, somebody check that shit. Hello, Can, how are you? 5 new weapons and UE 5.6 update in PTR? Yes, sir, and a whole lot more. A whole lot more. Does Int say it gives healing power? Nope. Int is magic power, magic crit power, magic accuracy rating, and magic disable duration. But what I'm thinking is Int is maybe like giving the magic power, and then the magic power is waterfalling into your healing power at like a higher rate. But magic power and healing power distributions from like power itself is normal, so it's not just the mirror of magic power rating into healing power rating. It's Int somehow directly adding to healing power rating. Hold on. Okay. I've sent an inquiry up the chain. I don't know what they've got the Dorfington up to today, but I've tried to summon him. I've seen if we could get him in here. I don't know like how, I'm sure they're completely aware of it at this point, but at that point I could also confirm if we're right or not, which would make me feel happy because we're our like little detective team for the PTR. This is testing. We don't even need visuals to do that. But yeah, it seems like something with Int is very, very, very much fucking healing power output. And I'd be willing to wager they'd be able to calculate what's going wrong where on their end much easier than we would here. But 30 Int giving like 10x more healing power than magic power shouldn't be a thing, because it should just be a mirror of the magic power gain to your healing power rating. So if it's like 1.5 magic power gain, it should be 1.5 healing power gain as well from the mirror itself, unless there were direct healing power additive, but there is not. So we could also test this more by, I don't know, popping like an Int consumable, like an Int scroll or something, and seeing if that gives us, or like Int food, and seeing if that gives us more healing power than magic power, as it should just be the direct waterfall mirror. In theory. In theory. Switch clerics to AMD. I think we still kill clerics just fine. That's why I'm trying to PvP today, though. Everybody was saying, like, everybody was doubting the clerics were dying yesterday with the Godcaster belt. I think we'll be fine. Something tells me we'll be able to get a couple of kills on clerics. Yo, Arrow. How you doing, my goat? When's phase 3? August 4th. But I've got news for you leading up to August 4th. Are you holding on to your cock? Because I've got the big news. So, right now, it's downtime day. Tuesday, Wednesday, right? The video you're seeing is a VOD. Me, well, I'm just an idiot. But, behind this VOD, on a hidden screen that you guys will never be able to see whatsoever, I'm playing the PTR, the private test realm. So, it's visually NDA'd, so we can't, like, stream gameplay from it. But, let me take you through some of the advantages of the private test realm. Experimental build, so you get to see things before they come in. New movement system is present. Unreal Engine 5.6 upgrade from 5.4, which is what this gameplay that you're seeing is from, is present. 5 new weapons from rapier to one-handed Sorry, two-handed mace, one-hand and two-handed axes, and two-handed spear, all in. Let's see, crate system being in. So now there are 5 different types of crates that you can transport place to place with caravans. You can also carry a crate yourself and kind of like, you know, bring it with you. 5 different types of crates, from gold to crafting mats to node experience, node reputation, and something else. Oh, guild XP. Guild XP. And then crates that go from harbor to harbor. So, a lot of future implementations over here that we're testing on the private test realm. Best part about the PTR. You can make a character, and then you run outside of the castle that you start at, right? Directly outside of the front door, there's a gear vendor. You talk to the gear vendor, he has a book where you can instantly level to 25, and he has a bunch of gear crates that you can purchase. You can get your gear set all just from there. Buy some gear, read what it does, put together a set, and then you can just fuck around without having to spend 100+ hours leveling. So, PTR, 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week. So, today, tomorrow, Friday this week. And then on the 14th of July, it goes 24/7 until August 3rd. So everything wipes on August 3rd, PTR will close down, and we'll get ready for the launch on August 4th of Phase 3. And you'll also be happy to hear, we got Ido with us, baby. We're getting the gang back together. The whole band's gonna be over here, brother. We even got Ido. Brother, I'm telling you, maybe even Archie comes back for this shit, who knows? But it's going to be fucking massive. We're gonna have to change our guild name to like Only Cats or something with the content that we're bringing in, man. It's gonna be fucking insane. So, my recommendation, whether you like stream it and kind of like run videos in the background or like don't show the POV or whatever, or you just play it off stream for a little bit, hop in, level a character instantly, get some gear, equip stuff that makes sense. If you're playing Ranger, like fizz power, crit, attack speed, you want to have at least 100% attack speed for your combo. Yo, Mac and Chase, much love, brother. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. So, Rangers, you want to have 100% fizz attack speed because your big combo that you're going to want to look for, because I know this is going to make you coom a little bit. So, I'll watch your Hunter clips. I know how you do it against the higher rank, sweaty wind traders of WoW. So, basically, your combo that you're looking for is your Thundering Shot. You want to turn away from the target while you cast it. Launches it over your head. You turn back to your target. Snipe with 100% attack speed. Snipe goes off in time for the projectiles to line up. And then after your snipe, you instantly cast your headshot. All 3 of those hit at the same time. Dead. Instant dead. Optimization is nuts. Now, keep in mind, one of the large issues with optimization previously for a lot of players was the memory leak. Now, for you, it was the launcher. Hopefully that's fixed. Some people have had like, you know, bricked launcher crashes with certain builds and whatnot. Intrepid does also try to get like fixes out 1-to-1 for those issues really fast. Hopefully your shit's fixed by now. But with that being said, a lot of people's like performance and optimization stuff was very, very much based in the memory leak issue, right? And the memory leak was basically the longer you played, the chunkier your game ran, and you had to restart your game to get it running smooth again, right? The memory leak turned out to be not an Ashes issue, but a Windows issue. So, with that, the memory leak got fixed with a Windows update that went out where it was causing memory leaks on Unreal Engine 5 games. So, we're set. Memory leak's good. The AMD bug is probably the biggest thing on PTR, like Threader said. Some lighting effects will cause FPS drops to 2 FPS. How frequent are the drops on that end? I, like a human being with a brain, asked my chat to build my PC. So I have a 4080 Super. Ranger Thundering Shot just vanishes after a short distance compared to mage abilities. Yeah, I mean, if someone like Omega blinks out, sure, but I feel like in group PvP, like especially in the 8v8 tourney, even on the old movement system, that was the primary thing that was setting, especially the EU Rangers up for success, that I was kind of like being told about and was wondering about, because my god, the impact of 2 Rangers just looking at the same target and running that was fucking nuts. Now, in 1v1s and stuff like that, where you're taking a lot more focus, it's also gonna require a lot more setup, right? But I do feel like, say you and I, Kiko, were in 2s, and we had like a cleric that we were getting ready to go on, and I throw like a CC out on their other person, like a trip out, get you the 3 seconds that you need, and then we both jump the cleric at the same time. I feel like that would be enough to get that off consistently, even in something as small as 2s. So, kind of more of like a, you know, an ideal scenario thing, right? That you definitely won't be able to force every time, but if you do get that off, it's like your WWE finisher. Only works in melee. If your target's like 10 meters away, it already finishes. If you shoot behind yourself, actually, wherefore art thou? Because I'm always down to test. Because that shit was cooking the 8v8 tourney. Now, the 8v8 tourney was also very frequently, especially from EU, honestly played in very close range. And a lot of the EU rangers that I talked to, the ones that were on like, you know, the winning teams, were talking about the combination of just embracing the mace and shield meta for that absurd steel shield efficiency, the HP from a Beast Warden's being beefy, and then like a lot of EU strat was essentially just run at them with our dicks out until they die, and they did that really well. So that may have also been a big facilitator for them being able to do it, was like them just pressuring so much and a little bit less of like a Rangers in the backline type thing. But be intriguing to see how that all shapes up. Now, without the shooting it behind you, how staggered do you feel the actual like damage input is? Because I know the shooting it behind you is the way to get it to all stack up in an ideal scenario, but you can always just shoot it forward too. It's a little less flashy, it's a little less bursty, might be slightly less one-shotty, but in theory it'd be what? Like a few milliseconds? It doesn't really seem that delayed. If I look at a Phoenix Sentinel, just look at it. You create your character at level 1, and then you just have to run outside of the starting area, and then you talk to the gear vendor that's right outside of the starting zone. His name's Guy Giretti, and he has a level 15 book, a level 25 book. He's got trade skill books, and he's also got crates of gear that you can purchase, and all of that's free, of course. And then you just get to gear your character out and level and everything like that, so. We'll see about stacking some passives and damage buffs more than anything. So, what do you think is the biggest thing, especially on the new movement? Because I'm assuming you played new movement more than you played old movement, unless I just never see you over on live for some reason. But what would you say the biggest thing with the new movement system that kind of like gives you trouble is in terms of like a class or a play style? The fuck? Cyborgs, you in here? Are your buildings showing up here or no? Because my buildings aren't showing up at the Turquoise Sea Harbor, the southern one. I might need to relog. I'm gonna try a quick relog. So Southern Harbor's empty. I don't know where people are at, but I'm down to meet up legitimately anywhere. I hadn't played live in a few weeks. What are your plans when you go back? Who do you call home? And how can I steal you? We need so many rangers and mages, it's not even funny. You're EU? I don't fucking care. I'll start streaming an hour earlier for my EU lads. Oh, the buildings are back. I just had a relog. We're so up. Cool. I fixed it. I'm a dev. We have so many EU lads already. We're up tremendous. I want to go home in August. You're not allowed. I've stolen your passport. You and all of the other good EU players, I have your gaming passports in a drawer in my house. You can't go back. You're locked in NA, and you have to stay here with us. Everyone in EU just plays so aggressive. I love it. Like, I really like their playstyle, especially in groups. I need to just steal their strats and then run them over here. Also, a little earlier, somebody asked how UE 5.6 was feeling, or looking, comparatively to like 5.4. I think things look a lot more like crisp. Like a lot less of a haze, so to say, on everything. Things look, I don't know, a bit more vibrant. Not like oversaturated, but like not lifelike, because Ashes isn't really a lifelike game. But it looks a little more detailed and defined on everything. I think visually it's definitely more pleasing to look at. And it's a little bit less of just like this, I don't know, it looks a lot less flat. Not that the old world looked flat, but it looks Much less flat. Way more depth, way more life. Selected in a drawer resting on a nice pillow. Exactly. They're in good condition. You can get them back, you know, after a few years of launch. You'll be fine. 5 new weapons. Yes, sir, Stompington. Just sat back down, heard haze. Oh, we were talking about how there's like not a very like hazy kind of like, I don't know, film on the game. Like a lot of people complained about that before. And kind of like asked me what my settings were because they said that there was just this weird like hazy film. There's atmospheric fog now, and honestly I think the atmospheric fog gets more dense earlier too. But with that being said, I think that like, I don't know, just in general, the graphics, I mean the character models look night and day different as well. Yes, absolutely. My character model has a lazy eye. I wish I could show you guys, but my character quite literally has a lazy eye. The skybox looked better too, but I'm not sure if it was a newer skybox and it was in 2.5. So one of the capabilities of Unreal Engine 5.6, which I kind of laughed a lot about, but 5.6 had a couple of capabilities revolving around like dynamic weather events in game and like skybox stuff. After Intrepid had spent presumably a shitload of time developing their own in-house stuff, haha. So I got a laugh out of that. A couple of people that I talked to from Intrepid said they did not get as much of a laugh out of that. But capability growth is capability growth regardless. It's super awesome. It's super awesome. But yeah, Skybox looks great. I just feel like everything has a little bit more clean of a look to it. Like even down to, I don't know, looking across the waterway in the tropics. Like the graphics of the trees themselves look better and like more in place. Good report, rain and rainbows deciding to ignore roofs. It's persistent. It's very persistent storms. Maybe it's just a your roof issue. Always quick to blame Intrepid. Maybe they just want you to work on your construction. When was the last time you looked at your roof? And every roof in the game. Maybe it's their fault. Like I'm out here in the Turquoise Sea Harbor, and this is literally in a tropical area, and they have like a grass roof on top of the stable. Do we think that that's really going to keep out all of the water? I think it's an infrastructural issue. I think it's an us problem. Certain visual settings for me made the sky a little hazy, mainly at night. It's daytime right now. We have 48 minutes until dusk. So I'll have to check the night sky and see what's up. Because they do also have their constellations, like some constellations active. Constellations are obviously predicated by like, not obviously, but constellations are predicated by being in like the right spot at the right time to be able to see them. So you're not always going to be able to see every constellation from everywhere. But we'll run around a little bit when it does turn to night and see what we can find. Someone in Global just said the game seems smoother. Mine felt great yesterday, I won't lie. So, do they have a target fix for the AMD issues? Or have they talked about that at all? I can play pretty decently again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Wait, who's this? Ginge. Wait a second, we got a ranger out here. My great googly moogly. But yeah. If you can play decent, Leon, when your game wasn't even launching a while ago, I think that's huge progression. Not that I saw, but I didn't look into any updates yet for today. As of PTR close, they're still researching it. Word. Fixed issues, stretched visual effects, and poor performance on AMD graphics cards from the patch notes. Massive. What's your new name? Dusty Testes. I try to keep it at least a little dusty. Yo, I will say, the one bug that is driving me fucking crazy is when you try to dodge and you're like, huh, and you kind of like bump your ass out. Ow, hold on, Ginge. Jesus fucking Christ, Gingy Prime. Give me 0.2 seconds. Brother, I'm not even flagged yet. Hold on. Brother, just try to... Brother, are you... Like, I'm about to duel. You just gotta give me a sec. Yo, remember to take this ember. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, there we go. I think he thinks that I didn't want a PvP, but he jumped me when I was like not playing. And then wouldn't let me like get a ration off. So now I've rationed. We be getting the PvP shots out. Come. Oh, whoops, sorry. I think now I'm not letting him ration. My bad. I think I'm the bad guy in this scenario. I think now I keep hitting him. Ragnar, how you doing, my boy? It's PTR day! It's a beautiful time for you to come over and check it out. I think one of the best times, if I'm being completely honest. Yeet. I just iframed his thundering shot and then killed him, poor guy. He hit like the snipe out of whatever ranger stealth is called to start the fight. And then like had a little bit of an HP advantage, and then I just caught him in one combo and then framed the I framed the thundering shot and then killed him off of it. Poor lad. Poor lad. It ain't easy being cheesy. Alright, we go. Or does he have to get the stealth snipe off to start the fight? I think he's like only dueling with the stealth snipe. Maybe. Can't mark you. Why not? You can't mark me. Weird. Like, ranger mark? Weird. Oh. I think he wasn't flagged. Okay, cool. I think he's got it figured out. Alright, we're up. The duel has begun. I think we just, like, I just win this trade if I'm being completely honest. Yeah. There's not, I don't feel like there's much that, that Rangers can do in 1v1s against tanks right now. Big Up went from not being able to play, back to 45, 50 FPS. What are you running for settings, Leon? Because I will give you my graphics settings, and I think it'll help a lot. Rusty, hope you're having a beautiful day. Did they patch out the magic cast speed overnight? Yes, they did. They also fixed a lot of AMD issues. So, don't know if it's all of them or not, but should be a lot of them, hopefully. We got a nice overnight patch with some bug fixes. Cleric scaling is still a little wacky, but I feel like we actually kind of got to the bottom of that. Not to like the bottom of it, but we were able to discern that it was indeed based on... Sorry. We were able to discern that it's based on int scaling being like absolutely wonky right now. So, just something to keep in mind there. We just basically like took our cloak off, and my cloak had 30 int on it, and the amount of healing power that I got from 30 int was a concerning amount, especially comparatively to the like to the magic power that I was getting, because int only waterfalls. Ooh, a fancy little Flippington there. Yeet. This poor ranger. I feel so bad. Even when he's hitting refreshing, even when he's hitting thundering shots, I'm still reflecting them, and I'm just using my shake it off to go gap close to him. Poor guy. I just don't know what there is for like, for a ranger to do. I mean, I guess, but what is that? Range skill that does 70% of my health. Reflect, probably. Reflect, I don't know if Ginge is in here or not, but it's 100% fizz plus up to 800% more based on how hard you hit me. So I try to reflect snipes, or other long cast things. Yeah. He's feeling the pain. Oh, this guy's cool. He was asking, like, what he could be doing and stuff to make it a little bit better and not get, like, Omega nuked instantly. And, there are many things. But honestly, tank just hits so fucking hard right now. They gave us the opportunity to drop the shield and just go back to a two-hander and just power scale. My numbers are fucking disgusting. They also brought tank fizz crit chance through the roof. I don't really know what other, like, fizz classes are looking like for crit, but tank's sitting at 39.1 fizz crit chance for some reason. And we were previously not at that at all. So, intriguing to see how that'll shape up. Eat. Tank has so many answers. You got the jump on me in a menu, that one. Okay, hold on. So, everything is low. View is epic. Textures are medium. 2080 super. Weird. Weird. I feel like you should get better than that, but I was looking at magic power times 5 to healing power. So the thing about the magic power waterfall that made me think that it wasn't that was the fact that if you have something like a steel bloom earring, which is power rating itself, that's going to give you equivalent magic power and healing power, like as a, you know, just as a match, right? So from that standpoint, you would think that if it was the waterfall, both of those things would also be included, but for whatever reason, like you don't see that same ratio of things, right? It's just, it's a mirror if it's from power scaling, but if it's from raw in, then it gives you the additional healing power. Sorry, I was in a duel. So basically what I'm trying to say, in a very concise way, pull up your healing and regen and then pull up your magic offense and then take a steel bloom earring or something that's just raw power rating. Steel bloom earring is 453 power rating. So if I take that off, I go from 68.8 magic power and 365.3 healing power down the same amount, which is what, 8.5 or something? Oh, 9.5. 9.5. So with that, the magic power and the healing power is mirrored there, so it's not like the actual mirror bugging in itself. It's more so the direct in. So within, I think there might be a hidden waterfall that's impacting like healing power rating that's just not visible or something. Because if I take off my Forge Guard's cloak, which is 880 armor, 30 int, 235 magic crit chance rating, and then 118 crit mit rating, I go from 68.8 magic power down 1.7 to 67.1, and then hold on, this ranger attacked me again, and I wasn't around to see it. Poor guy. Even when we're just trading autos, I get all the killsies. I'm too tanky. Exclamation classes. I was naked with just the white magical weapons. I don't think they had int on them. I might look into it if I have the time tonight. Yeah, because just from like a numbers standpoint, I've taken off every single piece of my gear and nothing else changes it disproportionately. But if I go into my healing and my regen and I go magic offense, if I take off my cloak, which is 30 int, which should just waterfall into 90 magic power rating, I go down 1.7 magic power, but I go from 365.3 healing power to 348.6, which is way more than 1.7. And there's nothing else on that cloak itself that would impact anything. And the interesting thing about it is when you hover over it, the healing power is base healing power, 365.25, which means that it's coming from my base stats themselves, which would implicate that my base intel would then be giving me that healing power. So we should be able to then discern the healing power to int ratio. If we go, let me get my handy dandy calculator. Calculator, So we go 365.3. We'll do 365.25. We'll get the actual figure. Minus 68.82 equals 296.43. So we'll go 354 divided by 296.43. Actually, I'd want the other one, wouldn't I? 296.43 divided by 354. So every point of int is giving roughly 0.84 healing power. Based on this. So that should be what we're looking at. So if we go 0.84 times 30, we'd be looking at 25.2 roughly on the healing power loss. Forge Guard's cloak taken off brings me from 365.3 to 348.6. 365.3 minus 348.6. Oops, that's divided by 348.6. 16.7. So, I mean, ratio is probably off, or there's some diminishing return there, but how much magic power do you have? I currently have, with the cloak back on, I have 68.8 magic power and 365.3 healing power. So, talking to mic problems. Oh, wait, bring that goat back to us. Bring that goat back. I was trying to test the bullseye ability from the rapier last night. Supposed to give a buff with plus 25 to crit on finishers and abilities, but couldn't see it actually get removed / used. So if you have, depending on the build that you go, I also run bullseye on my longbow. If you have double bullseye and you're trying to test it on your finishers, it does apply directly above it. I run that same one for my solo build, and then I go into inspiring bullseye to put it on group members when I'm in group stuff. I typically try to go that route with it all, but yeah, I need to get my hands on some magic weapons and some int scaling stuff. I don't think I have... Oh, wait, I have steel rings right now. So if I put a... Let's see. If I put a steel ring on, which is 33 intel and 385 magic power rating, I go up from 68.8 magic power to 78.8, so it's 10 magic power, but it takes me from 365.3 healing power to 452.7. So if I put 2 steel rings on, I now have 527.8 healing power. Wait, so like... I have nothing that actually bases on healing power. But by literally just having a cloak and having 2 steel rings on because of the int scaling, it's gotta be the int scaling at that point. Each steel ring is giving me like 70. But that wouldn't make sense either. Maybe it's int and wisdom both giving it? But that's like a huge chunk. What the fuck? It's gotta be related to the main stats in some way, shape, or form, right? Hello, Guggen. How you doing, my friend? See what else I have that would have int on it. That's a little wacky. Huh. Forge Guard's cloak I already wear. Steel ring we already tested. Oh yeah, I have Ebon Omens. Why am I not using that? Yeah, that's a little intriguing. Healing power skills from magic power. It's supposed to be a 1-to-1 though. And the way that you can still verify that it is working properly as a 1-to-1 as a magic power to healing power mirror is if you put on something that is power, like a steel bloom earring or a steel bloom necklace. Those are both raw power rating. So if you put those on, for example, my steel bloom earrings takes me from 68.8 if I take one off in terms of my magic, down to 59.3, which is 9.5. If I put that back on, I'm at 365.3 healing power, and it takes me down to 355.8 healing power, which is the mirror of 9.5 subtraction. So basically, the power rating is still making your magic power go into your healing power as a fall off at a 1-to-1. That's working properly. But something's wacky with main stat scaling into your healing power rating. Because when you put something on that's int based, you're getting an absurd amount of scaling. For example, my 30 int from my Forge Guard's Cloak takes me down almost 20 healing power. But the intriguing part is that Steel Ring, which is 33 int and 33 wisdom, puts me up 70 healing power. So it does also, it would make sense by that metric if int and wisdom were both giving hidden waterfall stats to healing power. Because the magic power rating raises me by 10. So it takes me up by exact metric 67.4. So with that, no, wait. No, never mind. It's way more than that. It is 87.4. Sorry. 87.4, which would make sense if you subtract the 10, 77.4 from the magic power waterfall, and then I have 66 int and wisdom total. So that would kind of make sense there if the int and wisdom were the things that were impacting it. I don't know though, but it seems like int and wisdom waterfalls may be to blame there. Do you say that the Steel Bloom Earring? Steel Bloom Earring is a 1-to-1 mirror. So power rating goes into your... I actually have a graph for this somewhere. But power rating goes into your magic power here, and then your fizz power there. Your magic power mirrors your healing power directly underneath it. So basically, if you have 50 magic power, you should have 50 healing power from your magic power, and then the rest of your healing power would be independent. Mathematics? Dwarf, you fucking know it. I don't know how deep you guys have been able to go on the healing power stuff, but I have no qualifications whatsoever to give you any feedback at all, but I think it's tied to the new waterfall attributes that you guys did with like strength, dex, int, wisdom and shit. I think int and wisdom have some form of hidden waterfall scaling into healing power right now, because we've tested if it's the power waterfall, like the mirror from like magic power to healing power, that 1-to-1 mirror. It's not that, because power rating isn't fucking with it. But putting on something that gives raw int or int and wisdom, like a steel ring, will significantly increase your healing power much more than it does the mirror of magic power. For example, a steel ring brings me from 68.8 magic power to 78.8. It brings me from 365.3 healing power to 452.7 healing power. So what I'm thinking is int and wisdom, because they just got reworked as well to have int is now power rating, crit power rating, accuracy, and disable duration. Wisdom now has that secondary power rating, then cast speed, crit chance, evasion, and disable accuracy. So it seems like those two are just giving some weird form of scaling into healing power directly with the new waterfalls. I have no qualifications for this. You guys probably know way more about it than we already do. But I told Chad at the very least, if we end up being right, then I get to say that I was right about it and I'm an official dev. So I'm just kind of cooking out loud here. But I hope it helps a little bit somewhere. Because right now, healers be healing, brother. Gonna be digging into the healing power on PTR in a bit. Get things with int and wisdom, if you would be so kind. Because I think it's int and wisdom. And I don't think I have any other pieces that have int or wisdom that I could just switch out without like forcing other things on, because you do get your base stats as well. But I think it's int and wisdom scaling, which in theory shouldn't be impacting healing power at all. Like not even in the slightest form. Well, they should be impacting your spell power, which mirrors to your healing power. But int and wisdom shouldn't have any like independent effect on your healing power outside of the direct correlation of spell power to healing power 1-to-1 mirror. So that might be it. But let me know what you find, because I'm very intrigued. I still think if healing power was equivalent or slightly larger to larger than like power rating right now, and you just kind of like shrink that bitch by a metric of like, you know, 4x, you would very likely have healers pumping out full HP, like full HP heals in ideal scenarios. Fully charged heals, no wound, no anything like that. They'd still be pumping for 5-6k when we have like 4,500 HP on a tank roughly. I'm at like 42-34. So Without wound, that would make sense that you let a healer free cast, you let them full channel, they're going to be able to top people off like crazy. With wounded, you'd have like less healing going through, obviously up to 50%. That would make it now like a non-full heal, like a partial heal. And that balancing can be fine. But I do think in the stance of just kind of like the current healing, I was hitting some 15k heals. Correct. Shrink that by 75%. So take 1/4 of those 15k heals, and that's what I'm saying. So if you took the 1000 healing power that people have and brought it down synonymous with power scaling and had to be 250 to 300 healing power, then that 15k would become 4k. And then you factor in wounds on top of that, and you're looking at 2k if someone's fully wounded. And then it's a little bit of a struggle bus to keep them up. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if it was just shrunk down a little bit, then that would be large. I think if something is confusing after reading the tooltip, it's worth the slash bug on that merit alone. If you're not sure if it's a bug, just give us that data. I like yapping more than I like typing. All right, so we should find this. Where the fuck would this even be under? Nodes, NPCs, combat, abilities, caravans, siege, weapons. Oh god. Archetype? All of them? Not combat. Crafting, processing, items, gathering, movement, network, nodes, NPC, performance, quests, social, visuals, world, UI. Dwarf, we're down horrendous. What do I do if the waterfalls are broken? Yap to text? Yeah, that would be nice. Like, what if we give Thorf a promotion internally and like some new responsibilities where he's got to transcribe my entire stream by hand on post-it notes? Like, just no larger paper, just a pen and post-it notes, and he's got to kind of like layer them on his desk so that way it's a logical form of progression. I think that would be a good kind of like time spend for him. I mean, what is it? It's Wednesday. What could Dorf be doing right now at noon on a Wednesday? Probably eating lunch like a normal human being, actually. It's West Coast. The good old days. I miss the good old days sometimes. No, but really, what would I put this under? I'm just gonna do like combat, abilities, exploit, yes. Int plus wisdom, scaling into healing power, sicko mode, no Travis Scottington. I think the new waterfalls may have given healing power the Borkington Supreme. After equipping and unequipping, forgot a U, much healer swag, I was able to deduce that int plus whiz are absolutely juicing that shiz. No berry bonds. Thank you for your swift attention to this matter. Pirate software is narc with more viewers. Submit. No part of that was made up. That was the exact transcription. I'm just throwing that out there. Somebody is going to get some very good information about the state of the playtest, but is also going to be like, what the fuck is going on? Why did we let everybody in? Like, somebody that like got moved to PTR bug reports instead of live bug reports was so happy that they never had to read another one of my reports again. It's gonna come across their desk and they're gonna be like, oh Jesus fucking Christ. Not like this, man. I thought we had 2 days apiece. Oh, headed back to the start zone to get different gear packs. What are you gonna grab? Yo, Casino. I love you, dude. I appreciate you. Mentor told me about when they'd have roadmaps on sticky notes on giant boards, and there's some falling out the board and being swept up by the cleaning staff cost a project millions of dollars. Wait, why would you not have scotch tape on the sticky notes at that point? What the fuck do you mean? You've got a whole board and sticky notes in the budget. At least get some scotch tape to like double seal those things. And then if it's like core story building, you duct tape that bitch. You go with the hardcore stuff. That's actually absurd, by the way. That's fucking nuts. Trying to piece together the puzzle of like where it all went wrong would be disgusting. Why would you not have a digital sticky board? Well, this was back when games were great and digital stuff didn't exist yet. You fucking goober. They didn't have TVs back in the days of original game development when they were making it great. They were making it the right way. They were investing in good, hard-working people instead of all of this AI stuff. In the early 2000s, yeah, there weren't TVs back then. They didn't have, like, the modern amenities. They didn't even have, like, dry erase expo markers. In Windows, those didn't exist. No Windows on the businesses. Workers' rights didn't exist in the game development industry yet. And you couldn't even expo mark or anything. All you could do was crayons on the walls, and then eventually, if you were an active studio, you ran out of walls and you had to launch your game incomplete. And that's kind of what happened with New World. So they were taking, you know, an old school approach, but they did it the wrong way. Entire thing was made with crayons, and they ran out of room for the crayon eventually, and they just launched it as was. And they thought that that was the end of it, and they thought it was good. And then they found another room in the studio that they started making some more content on. But unfortunately, the dev that had the crayon that day was just really into leveling. So they just spent 3 years drawing up some new leveling stuff. And then at the end of the leveling process, they invited T-Pain to show off the end game, not the leveling process. It's a story of Cinderella. At least you're not threatening to report them to the ASPCA for the only amount of animals stuck in the train like I do. Oh god. The VSPCA takes no hostages, by the way. If you're in violation of VSPCA policies, they pull up with a blicky. They do not fuck around. You'll respawn, but they will dispatch you. No harambe. I don't know what a game was back then. I started playing, like, grown man-ass video games way too early in my life, I will say. I probably should not have been grinding Diablo 2 for hours a day with my brothers when I was 4 years old. That may not have been healthy for, like, you know, the development of my prefrontal cortex and stuff. But at the end of the day, now I'm really good at, you know, yapping about video games and stuff, so that's cool. Couldn't have hung up the 1,000-pound typewriter to keep things safe. We could. In 2005, I wasn't even 8 years old. I mean, it's 2005. 2005 is the mid-2000s. Early 2000s is like 01 to 03. Mid-2000s is like 2005, 2004 to like 2006-ish. And then late 2000s is 7 to 9. And then you're into the 2010s. So, like, that's mid. We're looking at, like, early 2000s. We're looking at, like, the OG 2000s. Like the Diablo 2 days, the open BattleNet and getting fucking hacked upon type days. I was literally like 3 or 4. Yeah, I was 4 in 2000 and I was still cooking people. I was 8 when I started playing WoW when it launched, and then when I started raid leading, I was like 10. And the number of times that somebody thought that I just almost spilled my coffee. The number of times that somebody thought that I was like not even a squeaker, but just thought that I was a woman because of my voice. It was a very humbling and harrowing experience. I remember at one point, picked up the phone, and I was like, hello? And somebody goes, oh, hey, my mom's name. And I was like, no, it's Dusty. Thank you, though. And like one single tear rolled down my fucking prepubescent face. It was rough. I had a very, very high voice, but I was still raid leading, motherfuckers. BattleNet was peer-to-peer. BattleNet in its original, like the actual BattleNet, especially in D2LOD, was a joyous treat, other than bots. Open BattleNet, which was like a different thing that they had, and keep in mind, I know not the difference of BattleNet versus Open BattleNet and what the security differences are and shit, but Open BattleNet was essentially everyone just having Omega God characters and then just running around cooking everything. Like beyond max move speed, hitting for the metric fuck ton, like 11 zillion. It was a whole thing over there on the open side of the tree. And it was scary. I had a healer over there named Baked Beans. Or not a healer, a paladin. Wasn't a healer at all. But I never died. I basically took aura stacking and just ran around and Omega killed everyone. And Baked Beans was my first god character. Because when I was playing actual Diablo at 4, I had no fucking idea what I was doing. Like, whatsoever. All right, I'm gonna top off my coffee real quick, and then I think Kiko and some people are out here for duels. So I'm excited. Boys, Southern Turquoise Sea Harbor, duelsies. We PvP test. I'll be right back 1 sec. Good day. I've returned. Oh god. And we back. Think I got my binding set? Ayo. Ayo. Big bindings. Are you up tremendous? Did you have to? Oh, you said you completely had to redo them, right? Because you like wiped your PC or some shit? 2000, I was like a year old. I mean, why not? Just pen being removed from waterfalls. Wait, is pen actually cooked from waterfalls? Oh wait. I was wondering why my pen was so low. Interesting. Now, do you think that they could just be reworking pen? instead of being an armor pen to being like a global pen and being less than, or being like more impactful as a whole, but being a lower number. Because according to the tooltip, it's an armor pen right now, which in theory would only get from your would only get through your mitigation from armor and not your mitigation from pure mitigation ratings, such as like grit, iron wing set, stuff like that. So maybe they're working on making pen like actually impactful, because I feel like a lot of people, if it is an armor pen, you'll still get a percentage of increased damage from punching through the armor portion of the mitigation. But under your phys defense, you have your armor, and then your armor translates into your, like, you know, into your mitigation itself. And you kind of have, like, your base, your gear, and then your other mitigation on top of that, right? So without any other mitigation except for my grit up, I'm 3% base, 37.7 from my armor, and then 14.2 from gear and effects. And that's also not with... Oh, we fight. That's also not with any iron wing or anything like that. So, always something to keep in mind. This poor, poor ranger. Kiko, what did that look like from your POV? Because I feel bad right now, dude. Tank feels strong. Tank feels a little really good. Because keep in mind, I was a crit damage scaler anyways, right? So, with that, my crit chance on live is like 9%, I'm pretty sure. Over here, for whatever reason, I'm 39.1% crit chance. I gained 30% crit chance build over build. I don't know what your crit chance is, but tanks went from having 0 crit to having all of the crit. Like, we got buffed massively. Next time I bring up my character screen, take note of it. But yeah, we got fucking juiced with the crit. And I was a crit damage scaler, like I said previously anyways. So I just instantly was like, oh my god, this is nuts. Yeet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Kiko. I got you. Uh-oh. 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 Kiko! Kiko! This might be it for you! I just gotta keep the pressure up. Run, Kiko! What is this? Uh-oh. Kiko's got the distance. Oh my god, how the fuck did you just zoom that hard? Kiko, what? How the fuck? This ain't exactly encouraging for people wanting. I mean, keep in mind, Ranger is notoriously, Ranger and Mage are like bad in 1v1s, good in everything else. Where the fuck are you? All I hear is sneaky, stealthy noises. I'm getting juked by stealth right now. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take the reset too. I'll take the feast as well. I mean, I just got juked out of my goddamn shoes. I'm glad you guys can't see my POV. I just got absolutely fucking like GTA police levels of diverted. I have no idea what just happened to me. But in terms of like Ranger and Mage, people have to realize that those are extremely group dependent classes. And like, they don't really have a ton of their own kind of like, you know, setup, sustain, health play, stuff like that. So with Rangers, with Mages, if you're putting them in 1Vs, you're taking a very like, you know, singular kit, right? Those are typically going to be your big burst classes. I think Ranger has a little bit more validity in 1Vs than a Mage kit does, especially in the current state of things, but... Wait, how did that not trip you? Anyways, I think that, like, Ranger is probably the better of the two in terms of, like, 1Vs just in its kit. But like, it definitely feels like they're both struggling the most in 1Vs. I mean, even in the sense of like Fighter being really good in 1Vs, because Fighter's entire kit is built around getting in and staying in to a certain extent, right? And in 1Vs, you can actually do that. So I think that those two archetypes in particular just kind of like struggle as a whole to really make stuff happen. In 1Vs have the sustain to get through it, especially with the new movement system. We're fighting on an entirely different movement system over here than we are on... This reset is ridiculous. We're fighting on an entirely different movement system here than we are on live, new stat scaling, new everything like that, right? And I think the movement system is very, very, very like, you know, not nearly as b-hoppy, but is also, in and of itself, definitely viable for people who can figure it out. For example, I'm fighting Kiko right now, who is playing on a Ranger, and they're basically just like kiting me around like crazy, disengaging whenever they want to. Now, keep in mind, I am also like forcing the disengages like while the kite is happening, but like when they go into like full reset mode, they have enough movement to maintain distance from me as a tank and kind of like play that properly. So I do think a lot of it is probably that people just haven't like taken the time, in my opinion, to really figure out the movement system in its entirety yet. But I have a lot of fun with it from my personal stance. This poor Ranger. Most of the Rangers that are trying to PvP me are just getting, like, perma-CC'd. I need to just catch Kiko in it, and then we're good. Toast. Duels. You know what's up. You know what's up, baby. What does Unreal Engine 5.6 mean? Unreal Engine 5.6 is the newest version of Unreal Engine, like the engine being where the game is, you know, made. So basically, 5.6 is the newest version of Unreal. It is giving the developers the most capabilities and giving us some upgraded performance in a lot of areas. I actually popped my shit too early here. I think I died. I fucked up. I legitimately... Oh, wait. I might be fine. I might have just enough. Maybe not, though. Oh, my God. I popped shit too early. And, I almost died. Like, Kiko plays the distance really well. I don't even know, like, what the big difference maker is. But I feel like it's something in the, like, the jump dodge usage. But Kiko is playing the distance much better than other Rangers I've fought against. And even like when the movement system first came in prior to the gear rework, I was dueling Kiko as well. And Kiko's got the movement figured out. I do not have it figured out to that extent. I'm very grateful that I have grapple or I'd be fucked. I'd be completely cooked. But there's definitely potential for it. I think a lot of it may be, I don't know, like a jump into a dodge after the fact or something. I don't know. There's something that is allowing movement that I'm not hitting right now. I wonder if Bleeder Hemorrhage got any stronger from the PTR. I said it felt super weak on live. I think a lot of tick and like, I don't know, just DPS ailment kind of like atrophy type things tend to be very weak in group combat. Like, say you're making a bleed build for 1Vs or even 3s or something like that. I feel like that could probably be a bit more valid, right? But it seems like, from my perspective at least, with the time to kill being the way it is, and healers and the rest of the group being as supportive as it is in Ashes especially, it seems like it's going to be a little difficult for bleeds and things like that to be valid. I feel bad for this Ranger right now. I'm kind of just like running at him and auto attacking. I feel kind of bad. I just jumped at the Ranger auto attacking and just like walked them down while they were throwing abilities and stuff out. I don't know, like, I think they just kind of juiced our crit a little bit. What's that thing you do after the grapple? Because it'll interrupt my CC break blink. After the grapple? So, after the grapple, I do a few different things. Dodge break stealth? Wait, like on a rogue? Interesting. I did notice when I was fighting rogues, they're way less slippery. Way less slippery. But yeah, in terms of after grapples, I'm typically looking to get a grapple into a trip. So sometimes I will, like, if I have a grapple and you're facing away from me, I'll grapple you, and then while you're being grappled and you're on the way to me, I'll throw a tomahawk, because the grapple, like, animation lock ends before, Oh, interesting. That is a pretty short range, huh? Do you think they should extend the range on that? Huh. Yeah, that really only works in melee. Goddamn. Do you think they should extend it a little bit? Wait, how did I get a bleed? Oh, wait, is that your... is that one of your buffs that you put out? I bled myself on you. What the fuck? You're sharp. Oh my god. Is it like the thorns or something? Something just made me bleed from you. Anyways, so if you're facing away from me, I'll like grapple you and then tomahawk you. And if tomahawk hits you in the back, then it's gonna trip you, deal 50% more damage. So if the grapple goes out, you should try to face me until the grapple actually resolves and you land. Because if I can get the grapple animation lock ends before the grapple resolves, so I can throw the tomahawk while you're still being grappled. If you turn away from me while you're being grappled, the tomahawk hits you in the back, you're tripped before you even land, and then I just go into pulverize, my slams, I get you into the second trip with a tremoring strike, and then you just go into like shield slam, ground pound does 25% more damage to targets that are already tripped, and then I go into like a vengeance to force the lockout, get myself some shield for the trade, bada boom, bada bing. So that's a very strong combo. If you can avoid the tomahawk throw, then it makes me use it as like a follow-up CC. But keep in mind, the CC, like the form of CC with grapple, it's a snare. So it doesn't go into like my trip lockout bucket or anything like that. I can grapple you and then I can tremoring strike you if you stay in. If you get away from me, I run shield slam in 1v1s, so I can target you, lunge at you, and then stagger you, and then I can ground pound you to trip staggered enemies in a frontal cone. So I have a lot of like trips. I can also get the triple vengeance off on you, and if I hit the triple vengeance, then you're gonna get a stun. So I have a lot of different intros. On top of that, I have reflect, where I can always just wait for a projectile to be in the air, and then I can reflect that projectile that's in the air. So I feel like tank does have in terms of 1v1s, right? A lot of extremely impactful, extremely directed CCs. And I kind of think that in the future, tank breaks up into two types of tanks. You have your like big beefy frontline tank that like sits in your frontline or backline, runs the Aegis, runs the protect, like gears all HP, all mitigation, and like peels that backline, right? And holds the frontline. Then I think you'll also have your flank tanks. And that's kind of like where I want to end up. I would like to be like pushing healers on the back line and not worrying about like, you know, the direct ball versus ball frontline type like fight, and more so be able to focus on the emphasis on like that backline presence. Elbozo, get fucking twipped. Good dodge there. How intimidating is that when I just go full HP out of nowhere? Oh, I got you in a good spot. Oh no. I love letting people get me like 40% down and then just popping my indom and my shake it off and full healing. I love it, but I hate it because I feel like it's the cheesiest thing in human history. It's basically like a health pot in 1vs. It juices me so much. But tanks in 1vs, I also feel like the most common thing that beats a tank in a 1v is either the rogue that's able to keep resetting and mana draining until I have no mana, or a tank that is built more for 1vs. Even tank 1vs a lot of the time come down to like, if you can get a one trade advantage, especially like with the current TTK with the new gearing. I mean, over on live, you guys are seeing a 7,900 HP build with no buffs. That doesn't exist anymore. I'm 4,200 HP over here. With achievable gear, like this is all greens, blues, grays. I mean, I have a couple heroic pieces, but it's also by no means like BIS fully curated gear. I'm sitting at 248.9 fizz power, 39.1 crit chance, 199.2 crit power, 95.3 attack speed, 35.9 accuracy. So, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good. I don't know how many times I've died standing next to a tank and my blink has like 28 seconds left on CD. Oh yeah, my biggest thing that I try to go for in 1Vs is like fishing cooldowns. If, especially against casters, like if I can pressure you guys and then get one of your impactful abilities, or even like if I can get you to cast it and you get it off, right? If I can get your blink out and then I can get you to dodge once, then that means I can charge onto you. If you dodge another time, I have both dodges up to pursue you. I have a guaranteed trip because you don't have your blinks, you don't have your stam, and it's kind of like a resource management game in 1Vs as much as it is anything else in my opinion. Well, that's bad. I just goofed my fucking abilities against a fighter. Now Busty's gonna cook me. I lost my reflect when he jumped in because I got scared of his girthy beefiness. Oh, what the hell? And then my pulverize also just didn't want to cast. This was sloppy, DustyWhy. Good gravy. Good gravy. I gotta clean that up. But yeah, tank in 1Vs. I mean, we have a lot of mitigation. We have shields. We have a CC break. We have a grapple to pull you in. We have a tomahawk to trip you. We have a reflect to trip you from range and sustain some of our mana. What am I running for my bow build right now? I'm running the sustained bow build as well. So I have inner fire and refreshing follow through, bullseye, double bullseye, and then Heartseeker and Heartseeker flexible extended finishers. So with that, keep in mind, any extended finisher immediately after a deadly finisher applies bleeding to the target, or any deadly extended finisher will apply bleeding to the target. So basically my extended finishers or my deadly extended finishers after a deadly finisher apply bleeding to the target. My next ability within 10 seconds has 5% increased accuracy, 5% increased damage, and 10% increased crit damage. These bonuses double against bleeding targets. So this also applies bleeding to the target. So essentially, I get the finishers out, I get the bleed, and then after the bleed, I can go forward with another ability. That's gonna have 10% increased accuracy, 10% increased damage, and 20% increased crit damage. So even on something like a reflect, that's going to make reflect hit exponentially harder against you than it is against me, and basically be a net gain if I can get the trade in anyway. So I feel like, I don't know, different tank gearing sets also play quite differently though. So it's all a matter of just kind of like where you're looking to end up. I tend to gear a good mix of like max. Are you on the fucking roof? What in the flanker is this shit? Hold on. I just had Kiko go over the roof in a duel like a wiffle ball that got hit too far. What the hell am I witnessing? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Hello, Johnji. Hello. Every conversation you have, including your best friend, start off saying this is off the record. Chat, this is all off the record. There is no record. We don't set records here. We set trends. Trends last longer than records. They actually don't. Depending on the record, though, maybe they do. As a healer, I can stack my dot for 24 seconds, so you gotta try to stun me for that long before I can reply. Yeah, I mean, my ideal goal is to get wound up and then get big bursting out. Gotcha! Oh, I did that wrong. Poor Kiko. The chase down begins. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no, the wall! Tommy Hawk in the back! Oh, Kiko, my own wall just fucked me. You're so lucky. Wait. You're so lucky. Hold on. I know where you go. I know your spots. I'm swinging. I'm finding a Kiko. You're up here, aren't you? Nope. Are you right here? Where the fuck? Dude, this shit's like playing fucking prop hunt. God damn it. Oh, wait! Okay, Kiko's under the bridge. I found Kiko's hidey spot. Yo, Kilimanjaro. How you doing, my friend? Where the PvP at? We're out in the southern turquoise sea harbor right now, PvPing. So if you're trying to pull up and run it with the best of them, there are also some other people out here other than me. So you might have a chance to. Okay. Okay. This is gaming. Oh, yeah. That's it. Oh, the iframe. The Tommy Hawk. Tommy Hawk comes in so clutch for me. So frequently. I love Tommy Hawk. Tommy Hawk is one of my favorite abilities in PvP right now. It is such a nice, like, initiator, a good finisher. Are you playing with a juice healer again? Me? No. No. Right now, I am doing 1v1s against Busty's out here on a fighter, and then Supa is out here on a ranger, and Kiko is out here on a ranger. So it's ethical 1v1s. Also, they fixed the cast speed belt. So, Kilimanjaro, we are at the Southern Turquoise Sea Harbor as well. So just pull up, brother. Pull up. We out in the tropics. It is the one near Sea Hook, so like the bottom side of the tropics where it goes into the June Dark. So we're just gonna be running some, be running some duels out here and testing shit because the emphasis today is testing stuff, PvP wise. So we're gonna keep doing that. If we have enough people, we can get teams going. Now, as juiced as healers are, if each side has one juiced healer, then that kind of just makes it really fun. If each side has two juiced healers, I feel like that can make it even more fun. Because I also think professional athletes should be able to use steroids. Personally. I think that would be wonderful. Like, what if we just buff everything to feel like a god, and then if you misplay, you just instantly die, and we reward people that play perfectly all the time? What if? Hello, Busty, sir. Busty requires the PvP on a fighter. So, tank fighter here. I'm gonna take this with just some trades. I'm gonna get my bleeds up. And honestly, I just win kind of like the finisher trades because I have more mitt that I can keep up too. And I can kind of like force him into the initiate if I want to. Or I can catch him with this trip, go in, get the damage. He uses CC break, second trip into a stun, and he's dead. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Tank feels nice. You can just kind of like force people's hand wherever you want to. Like, Reflect being such a quick cast in 1Vs is so impactful. And then as soon as it goes to 3s, you have so little control over who you're actually reflecting on. Like 2s, you can still manage it a bit because 2s, if you're getting split or whatever, like, or it's only 2 people, it's easy to get a target swap. But like in 1Vs specifically, Reflect is, it's a strong weapon. My first real PvP is going to be with some janky ass stealth. Wait, so what did they change about rogue stealth? You're saying that dodges are breaking your stealth? I mean, I kind of like that. I almost feel like actions to a certain extent should, no? Uh-oh. Chat, are we cooked? Oh my god. Wait, chat, are we actually cooked? I gotta play range heavy in this bitch. The thundering shot just hit me in the front instead of the back. I thought that bitch was supposed to hit me in the back. Good turn backs and I'll get Tommy hawked. Very nice, very nice. I framed the barrage. I just gotta get within range. Uh-oh. Wait, what if I... Did that work? Hold on, did that work? Because if that worked, Kiko was trying to kite me around and I ran into the vine field specifically to hit the reflect and get the trip. I know where you go now. I saw your drinking spot. I know where your watering hole is. I control it now. I kept getting kited around and I was looking in the buildings and they were going to the docks to heal. And I found it. Did the Vinefield play actually trip you or no? Because that would make me so happy. I would have killed you on that surprise attack yesterday. Bro, without heals involved yesterday, did like 5 consecutive 1v1v1s like smash like stock team style. And just ran through everybody that stepped into it. It was nice. It was very nice. Was 12 HP, would have died. No! I wonder why it didn't reflect the damage back to you, because I got the reflect proc. Maybe you were out of range, or maybe like LOS for the damage reflect. That's interesting though. Because I feel like I should be able to walk into a vine field, pop reflect, and then reflect to the caster of the Vine Field. But maybe it was more like an LOS thing than anything else. Healer feels really nice. Chatting, don't lie. Healer feels juice. I mean, I bet healer does feel really nice. And I still think you can kill healers, especially in group play. But personally, I think if people were dropping like maybe 6k on the big heals instead of like 17k, it would be a little more palatable in the current scaling. But full wounded healer is still like a normal healer. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like realistically, if they just scale down the like healing power. Now, I also think that it might be a little bug too, because if you put on something that has like wisdom or int, it gives you an exorbitant amount of healing power. Like a steel ring will give you like a fuckload of healing power, and not nearly as much magic power. So you're getting more healing power from Wiz and int than you're intended to because of the new waterfall attributes, I think. That's my theory anyways. But I think if they fix that and say healing power comes in at like, I don't know, fucking 300, and you're able to, I don't know, you're able to drop heals for a solid like 6k, 65, something along that route, right? In like a fully like, I don't know, non-wounded scenario. And then wounds come out, plus heals come out from certain abilities. And you're looking at something more along the lines of, I don't know, 4k, right? I think that's pretty fucking reasonable if I'm being completely honest. Yo, Vergar, thank you for the raid, brother. Much love. I appreciate you. I hope you had a good stream today. PTR test days are always something with the streams because the visual NDA, but we do what we can over here, man. I hope you had some fun. What did you get up to testing today? But yeah, realistically, I think if they were to just, honestly, I think it's a bug, but I think if the net of healing power versus, you know, its current state to where it should be, if I'm at 250 fizz power, I feel like healing power at like 300-ish would be a relatively good state. Testing out weapons in a few duels. Oh, I've been doing more than a few duels on my end. Good golly. They said today was a PvP testing day, and that's what she's been for us. We're up tremendous. So what are you thinking about the new weapons and the duels? There's a lot that is over here that's not over on the production environment. So I've been putting a lot of work in trying to test a new movement system. Honestly, I've got to admit, I haven't tested a lot of the new weapon stuff yet because the stats on them aren't that good. I will say. Two-hand mace feels slow. Let me put it on right now. Two-hand mace is a... But I can't switch. Oh, two-handed mace is a 3-hit finisher, 4-hit extended. So, I mean, that does kind of make sense to a certain extent. It also has no attack speed rating comparatively to Greatsword. So, in like... There's kind of like a scale, right? Of your weapons. And it's like the slowest but hardest hitting per hit. And then you have like the fastest least damage per hit. And you've got like mace traditionally at the end of that like slowest but hardest damage per hit, whether it's one hand or two hand in the respective scales. And then it goes up to like daggers and shit like that. So the cool thing about Ashes is even if something has like a slower swing, one metric that we use a lot is time to finisher. So different weapons will also have different times to completing their combos through like the finisher and the extended finisher, those 3rd and 4th hits on your mace. So in certain instances, the finisher application can actually be really important because you're getting those final hits out. You're frequently facilitating like class resource on a tank, for example. You're getting your debuffs out. You're getting those procs on your finishers. So there's a lot that can be facilitated off of that time to finisher, especially in group-based stuff. So that's part of why, for a while, on top of the dagger pool being pretty bad, rogues were using a greatsword instead of daggers. The time to finisher on greatsword was faster than the time to finisher on daggers, but dagger had a faster hit cadence, so it was better for applying poisons. Then they updated the dagger loot table, made some daggers a little bit more viable. People just wanted to fuck around with some different stuff as well. But different time to finishers on different weapons can entirely change how they are used or not used. It's kind of intriguing to think about. I also do like looking at, just from a standpoint of rarity scaling, the gray Sunfire Mace is 2272 fizz power rating and 251 fizz crit chance rating, right? The steel greatsword in a blue, which would, in theory, be less fizz power rating, right, according to the scaling, In blue is 3041 fizz power rating, it's 759 attack speed rating. So, with a blue Sunfire Mace, you could very well be looking at 3600 fizz power rating from that bitch. Like, that's kind of insane to think about. Now, that all depends as well on like how the weapon design is being planned, like what they want the final goal to be with all of those things, but you could very well be looking at a lot there. For melee, that is first range class, doesn't make a hill beam. I mean, if you're trying to put out your like finishers and your status effects, also probably good to not cut them off. But yeah, if you're not playing off a class resource, it probably matters a lot less. How's the new ranger resource with it? Because I know you guys have forms of like gen and dump for it, but I don't know, I haven't played enough range to actually know kind of like what the I don't know what the vibe is on all that. Kind of getting cooked right now in the movement. Thank goodness for cheeky. No, you jumped over my wall. Who the fuck is Kiko and why am I playing against an MLG gamer? What the fuck is this movement? Dude, I'm actually playing against the fucking movement god right now. Like, I wish you guys could see this. I'm getting walked on a fucking leash. With the new movement system, too. It's supposed to be, like, less slidey and movementy. What the fuck? I'm legitimately getting walked around. I swear to God, if you went back to the docks, I'm gonna be so pissed. What in the fuck? Chat, who knows where Kiko plays on live? They're EU. I've been trying to get them to stay over here. But which EU guild owns Kiko?
Is absolutely
Yo, Blue Diamond, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. That rapier speed is such that you keep bleed up pretty much indefinitely. Interesting. I do have a Rapira, one of the Poke Sticks. Okay. The thing about rapier is even though it's got a very fast hit frequency, the time to finisher is going to be intriguing because it's a 6-hit full combo. So that may result in it being in like a very slow time to finisher. So maybe for things like a rogue where you want that fast hit frequency for like application of your debuffs or something, like of your poisons, but I don't know, that's intriguing. Time to finisher has always been a metric that a lot of people talk about, kind of like in the background, but nobody just outwardly comes out and discusses a lot. So it's intriguing. Feels faster than a one-hand slasher. Yeah, I feel like it should be like faster and more nimble. We should time out the time to finishers on the new weapons. And by we, I mean somebody, not me, because I'm not very good at doing the smart stuff. I just kind of PvP and smack stuff and hope for the best. Horrendous is down horrendous on the fighter. They're a pile of ashes. Busty absolutely rampaging right now. I don't know if it was, I think Busty's doing a 1v2 at the moment. Ah! Kiko just fucking jump scared me. Ha 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 ha. The lat dodge, good choice, good choice, good choice. Tommy Hawk is gonna get you. Gap close, trip. Big hit in the sky with you. We're all in this together. My reflect is not reflecting against you. Tommy Hawk. We'll shake that off. And then just enough gap closington for it to matter. Nice. Wait, so what is that like? Are you hitting a B-hop still? Or am I just missing something about ranger movement? Why do I feel like... Double disengage. Is every ranger not just double disengaging? Yeah, that covers a lot of fucking ground. Why are other rangers not utilizing that much? I feel like you're the first ranger that I've fought that's like utilizing it very well. Most people greet it. That makes sense. You need to hit people in melee with it. Daisy too early. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because if people greet it and just pop it too early, like, to maintain distance, I have too many gap closers. Yeah, definitely makes sense. Whoops. I fucked up. Yeah, so like there, he greeted it too early. He had a little bit of space. And then I pulled him back in. And then got a trip. And like I fucked up that engage too, but yeah. So exactly what you were saying there. He had a little bit of space and just got too excited with his disengage and threw it early. And then once he threw his disengage, I just grappled him in and then put a wall behind where he was once I grappled him, and he had nothing to get through the grapple. That makes a lot of sense. So people are just like omega quick with it. Makes a lot of sense to me personally. Yep, same thing. Boop, boop. Boop. That makes a lot of sense. Dealing with like double disengage versus like not dealing with it is night and day difference. Never play Ranger, but I hear the grumbles. I mean, so like Ranger puts out a lot of damage. I will say, like, Ranger is the archetype right now that I'm most afraid of, like, the damage from. But like Kiko was saying, like, a lot of people are greeting their disengages and kind of like just, I don't know, using them when they don't need to use them. And like you have space, but you're still disengaging and kind of like allowing yourself to get pulled back in or whatever you may have, right? And what Kiko's been doing really well is like managing the disengages. So I'm in melee range, then it goes outside of melee range. I've got to use movement to get back in. And then Kiko's on like the advantageous side of the movement trade, so to say, right? So this person just double greeted. And now because they double greeted, I threw a wall behind them. I'll get a reflect on their barrage. And now I just literally walk at them. I still have my charge. I haven't even used a cooldown and dead. Yeah. That's... I feel like that's your moneymaker. So what archetypes do you feel like you struggle against other than tanks, Kiko? With like actually managing the disengage as well. Because I feel like that's the largest difference maker that I'm noticing in like fighting you versus fighting other rangers. All right, horrendous. Fighter time. I wish you guys could see like the POV from these fights because they're actually incredibly fun fights. Like really genuinely fun fights. Good Bard is unbeatable. That makes sense. Do they just have all like the CC and shit to kind of like keep track of you? Boop, 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 boop. Alrighty. Well, fighter down. I feel like we're in a good spot. I feel like tank needs no other attention whatsoever. We just want the fighter into the ranger with no refractory period. And then we gap close because they just used their disengages. We'll wall behind them. They're caught up in the wall. They're gonna have to try to get around it. And they can't get around it. They get tripped by the tomahawk in midair. And now I walk them down at full HP. They thundering shot. I try to iframe it, but instead I threw my ass back like I was making a rap video. And now they're dead. Okay, cool. That is one thing. I had full stam there and I just kind of like, whoop. So, I hope that gets fixed. I don't really know why that's happening. But we figured out that if you were like below max stam and you tried to dodge, it would do it. Sometimes if you like double input your dodge, it does it as well. But it's like, it's the equivalent of starting a Mario Kart race and like peeling out at like the starting line. Isn't conference calls for work? Did I miss you versus Cleric yet? I actually don't think Cyborgs was out here earlier, but I don't know where Cyborgs is. That was the only Cleric that was out here. Right now we have Rangers, Fighters, and me on tank out here. And so far, it's going the way of the tank. Unfortunately for the lads. It feels like I'm, like, actually Baconator levels of beefy out in this bitch. Like, it's a lot of, pure juice, so to say. Alright, you got 5 seconds of that lockout. Yeah, like, I just tried to dodge backwards. And I got fucked by it. And it was just like one singular dodge. So I'm hoping that we're able to get that in a reasonable spot. Because I would love to be able to, I don't know, like dodge and create space. I actually might have got cooked on my cooldowns because of that, if I'm being completely honest. I gotta play my wall now. Gotta fucking Fortnite peek him. Oh, blessings. Okay. I got him in a combo. Just long enough. Just long enough. Plus, he actually played that one really, really, really well. That was like the most on my back foot I've been. Like, fighter can stay in and one's much better now, but I feel like the power is maybe a little bit fast, but also if healing's going to be strong for group-based, then it makes sense for power to be potent and healing to also be potent. That's also going to make healing insane in terms of like the gameplay for it. If you're expected to be like full healing people if they're not wounded, that's going to make everybody so dependent on like clean, concise bursts and groups working together. But I feel like they're also bringing it down to where everybody can get bursted. Like, they're making tank hit harder so you can't just ignore a tank in CC and like, well, you can CC me the entire fight, but you're not just gonna like let me run around in your backline and not do anything and basically condemn a tank to a life of peeling. Now we actually have a very, very forward presence. You can't just let us run around. You've actually got to deal with us in a sense, allocate some resources to us. It'll continue to get tweaked, and I think maybe their like total output of damage will probably come down a little bit, but I personally like it. And even in like, I'm watching a 1v between Supa and Kiko right now. Kiko hitting the Digi-Dash. That is true. This update has also been a pretty large, like, I don't know, a pretty large test of how sprinting is versus dodging in a realistic sense. Brother, I don't think anybody's horn tooting. We're like discussing balance and stuff, and things that come in as a result of the duels are used as balance, like discussion. And if you take it as horn tooting, then believe me, it's nothing like that. Everyone's just dueling and having fun, and we're kind of discussing like strengths and weaknesses of what some players are doing, what some aren't, how it's impacting the duels. Nobody's attacking anybody personally out here, and if you're taking it as that, then it's solely like how you're taking it. Like I promise. I don't really think that anybody's horn tooting too much about a gearing system that is in progress that you guys can't even see the gameplay from, as much as everybody is more so like trying to gather knowledge, discuss everything as thoroughly as we can, discuss what's happening in the duels, what's not happening in the duels, and use that as a sake of providing input for balance, right? So, if it's first duels and ashes, then I'll just kind of like run through an introduction. I also still lose a shitload of duels, like, to this day. Absolutely. Everyone, in terms of the, like, PvP players, will die a lot. Every single one of us. And a lot of the times, we discuss, like, what went well, what went poorly, and even with the people that we're PvPing against, everyone just kind of, like, comes in and they're like, hey, what did you cook me on? Like, what was I cooking you on? And kind of like there. Just saying first duels and ashes. Yeah, I mean, well, you also said relax with the horn tooting. I don't really think anybody's horn tooting. I think that was the part that came off kind of like as needing clarification. Not really the first duels and ashes. Like, nobody was intending to like horn toot or anything, and I just felt I should probably clarify that, since that wasn't the intent of any of the discussion we're having. And if people are interpreting as that, then I feel like that's worth clarifying. It's not really a matter of like extrapolating too much. It's taking what you said at face value with, you know, relax with the horn tooting, implying that we're like horn tooting and talking ourselves up because of the testing state. And like, that wasn't like the intent. So more so just trying to clear it up for your behalf and not like, I don't know, put out false vibes. I always just try to make sure, because through text, I always try to say this too, like, there's only so much that people can interpret entirely through text. So I find it's always better from my perspective to just like, if there ever is a scenario where somebody could be misunderstanding something, I just try to like clear it up. Because a lot of the time somebody could actually misinterpret something, and it could just be like, oh, like, why is Dusty being a dick? And I'm not trying to be a dick, and then we clear it up, and they're like, oh, okay, that's cool. So I just always, like, sometimes I take things much too literally and can miss the sarcasm of somebody typing in chat and just saying a sentence and expecting me to get the sarcasm. So I'm definitely guilty of that. I'm not the greatest detector of all of that, but I'd rather take the effort to just be like, oh no, we're not trying to do that, than, you know, just ignore it and have people think that we are. So that's all. That's all. But yeah, no, if anyone ever does think that we're like roasting people or whatever in PvP, we get cooked fucking plenty in PvP. I'm pretty sure we get cooked a lot in this VOD. So yeah, it's just something where we're always trying to like put out the most feedback and stuff. 2M Mace feels pretty good. Can't wait for some name drops. Even higher rarity. So I don't know if they're in the crafting loop right now. What if we go weaponsmithing? Weaponsmithing, mace. They're not currently in the weaponsmithing tree. So if they were, we'd be able to make higher rarity variants. But I don't know. Jesus, Busty. I don't know if the higher rarity variants are like actually in the game yet or not. Because I feel like one of the things that Intrepid discussed a while back was an emphasis on rarity scaling in gear. Now, if you compare something like rings to something like weapons, the rarity scaling seems to hit much harder on weapons than it does on rings, jewelry, certain pieces. Other pieces seem to be hit harder by a rarity difference. But overall, like, it does seem like the large emphasis is now on weapon rarity, and then just kind of like filling with whichever armor pieces you can get, which really does make me think that world bosses the first 2 weeks, if you can get enough people leveled contesting world bosses, and even though the world boss loot is subpar, the rarity of those weapon drops, like, coming into play could be fucking massive. And this could also lead to things dropping off of, like, Scleretia, the Scorp in the desert, potentially a Junedark world boss or two, potentially Tropics world boss, Anvil's world boss when they get up there, and we could start seeing enough world bosses up simultaneously that it's not just like, oh, this one guild gets all the world bosses all the time because they show up at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. or whenever the server reset is. Maybe it becomes a matter of like, oh, these world bosses are controlled by this region, so forth. And you have like these people that pull up, but they spawn, you know, periodically throughout the day as well.
Together.
System could come a long way. Ayo, Douglas. Pog. Thank you for the 65 months at T3, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. How is the housing going? That seems like a celebratory Poggington. Brother had sushi sitting out in the smoke area, like consume sushi, and he was on the phone. And I walk out and I go, oh, sushi? And he's like, I'm on the phone. I'm like, I'm so fucking sorry. And then I proceeded to take bong rips directly next to him. I had to. There was no way that I was passing up on those bong skis. Pew. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I'm third partying. I'm so sorry. You go, you go, you go, you go, you go. This is awkward now. This is awkward now. Oh. Okay, we go, we go, we go, we go. I feel so bad that Trip just did half of your health because of your own lightning strike. I feel so bad. That's my favorite thing to do against mages, though. I let them freeze me, and then I just reflect the lightning strike, and then it does, like, a third of their HP. I don't actually know, like, what percentage of your health that just did, but it seemed like it was a lot. Reflect is such a fun ability in ones, and it's so bad in anything other than that, except for being a mana battery and some form of, like, disturbance. Maybe a little space creator, but you have no control over it. It would be cool, however, to down the road maybe see the ranks of Reflect improve, like, how many attacks you can reflect with each instance of Reflect, because we can still cancel it by double tapping it. Like, if I double tap, it ends Reflect early. So maybe each rank of Reflect in the future would be, like, adding on to the total number of attacks that you can reflect within the 3-second window. I think that could kind of be a very nice scaler. But I feel like if it's just the number of attacks, then it would be kind of meh as well. Maybe increase the base damage of it too. Maybe like 100, 150, 200%. And then the number of attacks that you can also reflect. Oh my god, wait. Reflecting a Ranger Barrage? Buying a church, rent it out to the Church of Scientology. Churches make so much fucking money. We've discussed this a couple times, but like, churches ask for 10% of your total income. And I feel like that's extremely selfish. I don't even ask for 10%. I just ask for people to give subs sometimes. I think it's quite reasonable over on this end of things, and everybody's like, wow, Dusty, why do you expect people to spend so much money? No, I mean, you go to church, you're spending more. Yo, low-key, I think sprinting is the wave. I think there is now such an emphasis on sprinting. Because sprinting also gives you a massive CC reduction. Like a CC evasion rating. It gives you 30% physical and magic CC like disable evasion rating. So I go from 9.3 to 39.3 as soon as I'm sprinting. And some Techington with that is once your sprint's activated, you can stand still and you can retain that extra 30% on your paper doll. So you can sprint around and then start trading. Just don't jump or anything, just stand still and trade, and don't like ADHD jump, right? And then you stand still, you retain that, you regen, and then you sprint again until you run out. And if you're jumping, then it's gonna drain a little faster, I believe. No, same speed if you're jumping and sprinting. But yeah, you keep your sprint up, and sprint really doesn't drain that fast at all. Like, I've been sprinting for probably, let's see actually. Because I bet you can sprint for probably at least 40 seconds now. Seems kind of nice. Seems kind of nice. While sprinting a 30% resistance, further increase. That must be a typo. Focus sprint saying 30% and then it's 10 and 10. Isn't it supposed to be 10, 10, 10 instead of 30, 10 and 10? Because I think it's 30% total, and focus sprint in the tooltip got changed to 30%. Because it's 30% total. God fucking damn it. Slash bug. UI. No, wait. Archetype. Tank. No, this would just be the stamina tree, I guess. Visuals? Character? No. That doesn't sound right. Combat abilities. We'll say that. We'll say that. Focused. Sprint. Tooltip says 30%. CC should be 10%. I think. Chat, can anyone else confirm that? I feel like it's supposed to be 10, 10, 10, but it's 30, 10, 10. I'll wait to file a bug report so I'm not like burdening them with stuff. But I feel like it's supposed to be 10, 10, 10 for a total of 30. If you go into your stamina tree, focus, sprint, focus training 1 and 2. But it's showing 30, 10, 10, which would imply 50 total. You go into your magic defense or phys defense, you pop your sprint, and it gives plus 30. I think it's supposed to be 10, 10, 10, but I don't know what it was on live. And I don't know if I hover it in this VOD or not. So that's cool. This game needs a soul, a lore, and epic quest. I mean, so in terms of like lore and stuff like that, a lot of the world building is growing as the world also expands, right? But a lot of the world building on each server will be dependent on player action within that server. So for instance, in a server that decides to develop Miraleth more, you could have Carfin through multiple story arcs and have a lot more lore around the wreckage of Carfin, which is a big university that was where humans learned magic from elves. During one of the wars, they basically, like, it was the Great War. I think it was the Great War where the Great One marched across. Anyways, we don't need to get too deep. There was like an evacuation spell that was cast at the university that implored blood magic. And when the blood magic was used, spell went wrong. Inhabitants were basically like nuked and then turned into the current inhabitants, that shit. So on one server, you could have them just kind of like in a base state of having that Carfin area. It's just like, you know, the OG state, so to say. And then on a second server, you could have them progressing through multiple story arcs that would change the state of Carfin, change the state of future story arcs. So say you and I are on 2 different servers and we complete the Carfin story arc. Each story arc would have multiple different ways for it to end. So if you picked way 1, I picked way 2, our future story arcs could also be different than, you know, than each other's. So in terms of like lore and world building, A lot of that'll be player action based around like what they do already give us. There is a lot of world building as well. The wiki is actually a really good place to read up on some of that lore. Now, more is going to come out, obviously, like closer to like launch and through the dev process as the world continues to build and we learn more about it. But there's, in my opinion, already a ton of lore and little tidbits. In terms of the epic quests, like questing is something that they're working on a lot. It's come a long way in the time that I've been here. And there are now, fortunately, like quests even in the late game that are extremely rewarding in a sense of like, well, the reward that you get. The Arlogian Collar quest was one of the best caster necklaces this phase. And a lot of people went out of their way to do that on their casters. Even if they had, you know, skipped it through their progression and not done it, people were hitting max level, getting their gear. And then once it was found out that that quest was giving an absolutely insane necklace, they would just go back and they'd get that necklace, complete the quest. So I think that they're definitely like on a good path with it. I think a lot of people are sleeping on how much kind of like user-based server-to-server variance in content there will actually be. And it really will feel like a living, evolving world that you're a citizen of a part of and not necessarily a citizen of the entire world like a lot of MMOs have it. But a lot of that'll be kind of like to come. Dusty, do you want to watch a cute puppy for like an hour or two tonight? Do I want to? I'm streaming. And Carla's allergic. So like if you're watching the dog, but that also may cook Carla, but game sounds good. I mean, so hear me out. I also agree that like more of the soul and like everything about the game will continue to develop, right? More about the like more good, more of it being like becoming Ashes of Creation instead of just another MMO thing, right? I think would be very, very nice. And that's also something that will come later in development, right? As more pieces of the puzzle continue to come together, it'll feel like less of a, okay, this is an MMO. I get it. And it'll feel more unique of like, okay, this is the total picture of Ashes of Creation. This is the depth of the social systems. This is the depth of the combat. This is what's good. This is what, you know, is grindy. This is your way around the grind. This is your way through the grind a little easier. There will be also so many like small accessory systems that aren't even currently in at this point that I really look forward to. Self, how you doing, my friend? We are over on the private test realm. We're at the Southern Turquoise Sea Harbor. We're running some duelsies. So if anybody is on the PTR and wants to come out, please feel free to join us. We have plenty of room for everybody who does want to test. And believe me, we're getting some good fights in. Very good fights in. And I'm super excited. Oh, that's fine. Just wall myself off them. So, if your Thundering Shot misses, I think it's still silencing me. I'm pretty sure. Tank pressure! Alright, we're so up. I can go back to back. Tank has very low refractory period. Very low. Been working on the pooters. Wait a minute. What's up with your pooters? What you trying to do there? I don't know that. Yeah, she's not like deathly allergic. Like it's not like a dog would come in the house and she was like fucking she'll get sniffles and shit if the dog sheds a lot. But like my grandmother's dog was up at my mom's and she was like chilling with my grandmother's dog, and since that dog didn't shed and it was like a smaller dog, I guess it didn't trigger her allergies as much. I think she just discriminates against certain types of dogs. I think she's making it up. Oh, sorry. You guys go. I keep third-partying these fights. Carla does not fuck with dogs. She was like my grandmother's dog, so like... Yo, honestly... Chat, if you want the new movement tech, I'll be completely real with you. Just sprint. Literally just sprint and jump. I feel like that is the biggest thing. You sprint and jump where you need to go until your stamina depletes, and then you stand still, and then you sprint more. I don't think your snipe just did what a snipe was supposed to do. Boop. No, good dodge. Unfortunately, I have a wall. Oh no. Oh no. Kiko, no. Yeet. Oh. I love that grapple actually works again. Wait, I just pulled Kiko so fucking far. No shot. Like, Kiko tried to bring me through, like, the stable building that's like a U, and there were doors that were like diagonals. I was on the outside of the far door, through the grapple, through the door, hit Kiko in the other doorway, and pulled Kiko back. That was honestly the furthest use of grapple through the most things I've actually seen work in a while. I love this. Changing SSDs so I can make an editing vault. Editing vault, you say? Oh, that seems important. Seems very important. So, like, how much do you edit? Because that seems like you need a lot of, if you need an editing vault, that sounds like you do a lot of editing. Dog cyst is crazy, Mag. Is there an ETA on dynamic gridding? So, Steven had originally said that dynamic gridding could be this week if everything else was going well. Based on, like, my interaction as a player, it seems like most things are actually going quite well. This is a good ball lightning toast. Like, at least in my experience playing, like, we're on Unreal Engine 5.6 already. Oh no, Coco's back. Wait, it's Kiko and Coco. Coco spawned gorillas on us last time. Oh, we don't have a cleric this time. Not again. Not like this. I'm so scared. We got so many gorillas spawned on us last time. It's more so I can move from laptop to desktop at will and pick up. Oh, that's cool. So kind of like a cloud across multiple setups. But yeah, so Mag, Steven had said that dynamic gridding could be coming out as early as this week on the PTR should everything go well. From my experience, everything's been seemingly going quite well. Performance has been amazing. Movement system feels good. We're figuring out more about it every day. New gearing changes, in my opinion, are quite fun to 1v1 with, and I can't wait to get into more like organized group stuff with them. Right now, the biggest things, they fixed a bug overnight with some AMD issues, as well as a cast speed belt that was going absolutely sicko mode on Travis Scott. So they're addressing things quite quickly. So I really wouldn't be shocked to see it in the coming days. We do have today, tomorrow, and Friday for our playtesting phases before servers go down this week. So anything is possible. And then starting on the 14th, where the fuck did you just go? Starting on the 14th, we have 24/7 accessibility to the PTR. So at that point, it'll probably be, hello. At that point, it'll probably be pretty much all PTR all the time for most people. Kiko, what the fuck is this? What is going on? I'm taking the high ground. I'm holding height up here. I see you. You're not slick down there. I see you. Oh no, the wall of dreams! Get back down here. Oh no, back into the wall of dreams, Kiko! Kiko, you're so lucky nobody else can see this. Oh my god, wait. No, there's no way. Oh my fucking god, if you guys could have just seen what happened to Kiko. If I could... What the fuck? Coco's using summoner abilities. What the hell? Chat, I kid you not, summoner abilities are on my screen right now. Wait, no, get back here, do more. What is this horse shit? What do you mean you just fly off? Coco, there's no fucking way. Do we see in the PTR? No, a GM just used one and then flew off. And I can't show anyone anything. Oh my fucking god, I don't even have it like recording anywhere or anything. Dude, I shit you not. A GM just dropped a summoner ability. It was a ground target ability. It kind of had like a circle that literally looked like a galaxy inside the circle, and then like a little runic looking border around it. And I'm assuming that's gonna be the AoE silence that they have. But what the fuck? Dude, I just ran around a corner and saw that thing on the ground. And then they just flew the fuck off. I don't know if we'll ever see that again until Summoner comes out. What the fuck? Like, I love it here, but I hate it here because I can't show you guys. Anyone else sad to see the Metropolis gone? Metropolises were one of the greatest additions to Ashes of Creation. I am convinced that we'll see them back in their rightful throne, but I think it'll be in the form of like an expansion, because keep in mind, Ashes is going to be a live service game. Like, just because Ashes launches doesn't mean Ashes is done. So even when we launch, we'll continue to receive updates. Exclamation song. We'll continue to receive updates. And I don't want to like alt tab out of anything and cook myself. But, is it what you thought it was? That's what I thought? Okay, massive. I technically am, but you'll never see it. So as far as anyone else is concerned, it doesn't exist. Yeah. Holy fuck. But either way, Ashes will continue to receive a lot of content post-launch, as any live service MMO hopefully should. And from that regard alone, I think that Metropolis will eventually find its way, you know, back into the rotation, and Metropolises will be restored to their rightful thrones. But, like, it's probably just a matter of when. Dude, I can't believe I just saw a summoner ability. I feel like this is what happens when somebody sees an alien and then nobody believes them. We had a group of like 4 people that just saw the ability around the GM, and nobody will probably believe us. I can describe the whole thing to you. It was a duration, it was ground target, it's a galaxy in the middle, like a beautiful looking void. Think like Arcane Sanctuary D2 levels of like just off into the void level shit. It was like they put Fupo on the ground. And then it had like a runic, like reddish, orangish border around it. And it looked fucking dope, and I stood in it. And I could not bait the GM into PvP. That was unfortunate. But my god, that was so fucking cool. Alright, Summoner already looks kind of, just looks thematically kind of sick. That may have been one of the coolest looking abilities that I've seen in Ashes already. Just genuinely. That ability had a level of just like, what the fuck to it. Whatever that was. I turned the corner and it was instantly like, wow. I was looking away, but I'm gonna watch it before I destroy the one. Dude, go back and watch it right now. Like, if you had Coco in your POV, go back and watch it right now. It's fucking sick. I stood on top of it and moved my camera as well, and like, it wasn't just like a flat like picture of a void. Basically it was a void that was like adjusting inside the hole. Like, it was like all the way around. It was like dynamically adjusting to where my camera was looking at it from. It was so fucking cool, and now I'm jealous. What do I get, a fucking wall? You lying? Yeah, I'm making it all up. Yes. 100 million subs, and I released the footage. Yes. Yes, I don't have any footage. I don't even have a source recording it. I'm taking 0 chances to fuck around and find out with this BTR. Because, like, can you imagine if I did the equivalent of getting fired from my job as a full-time streamer because I leaked visuals? That would be the craziest fucking story in history, and I'm trying to not be that one. Because I'm unemployed other than this, boys. This is the full-time gig. So we're really banking on not getting cooked. Thoughts and prayers. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get water, because it's almost 5. And I should start the water cycle for the night. And then more duels. Chat, come up to the Southern Harbor. We don't support losers here. Sorry, I was hyping Carla up for her Sith match. Good day, everyone. My medal wasn't recording? Wait. There's no singular shot, you weren't recording it. Fuck me. Okay, that means I need to Microsoft Paint this bitch for you guys. Alright. Hold on. Hold on. File, new, don't save. Alright. So we'll do a green background. And then there. So basically, it was like, go black. We'll do a circle. It was like a circle. And then in the middle, it was like black with little bits of like, I don't know, purpley and white like stars throughout it, right? So it was looking very like celestial in the middle. So we'll do this. I'll do the same thing with some like purpley type shit. It's probably more like this. Like it was looking like a little celestial up in this hoe. So consider that if you will. And then around the outside, there's kind of like this. Whoops, that's a bad one. It's kind of like this. I don't know, like zigzaggy, like runic-y type, like red, weird, I don't know, design scheme to the outside of it. Where it just kind of like kept wrapping in on itself and shit like this, like around the outside. So just extrapolate that all the way around the outside of this. And like as you rotated your camera, you were also able to see like different angles of it. Like it wasn't just like a flat thing. It was like being able to see around the outside of it as well, or like, you know, different angles on the inside. Okay, that's off. There. There. I want you guys to know I refuse to switch screens, like, during the PTR testing, most of the time. Because I'm so terrified about misclicking, like, my failsafes off, and then cooking myself. Like, legitimately my biggest fear. But I was willing to MS Paint that for you guys. New summoner ability confirmed. Thank goodness. That was so scary for me. Oh shit, we got Chubby back. Alright, I'll duel the cleric, fuck it. If you don't have cast speed, I believe. I'll take on the impossible task. You healing me? Wait. I think your hot just went on me. Soothing glow just went on me. Not you. Even though we're both flagged. Okay, we're up. So we've got 3 seconds. Okay, Soothing Glow refreshes itself, huh? So that's a little unfortunate to try to push through. Okay. I see the problem there. Right. That is indeed a very soothing glow. Yes, yes. Yes. Well, there's the wings. Okay. That is a slight problem, yes. Oh! Oh! Oh, we did it! I killed a cleric in a 1v1, boys! You just gotta play around the soothing glow. You gotta play around the wings and you gotta pressure. I couldn't purge the buff? Good, good. Good. Oh wait, that was you, Omega, healing me last night? Oh. Hi, Quinn, how are you? Alright. Well. We did it. Now, I will say, when Soothing Glow was on you, I stood no fucking chance. So no heals did anything. I mean, they did stuff, it's just 50% less. It's just less. Yeah, the, my longbow tree has double wound on it, and it's all about, like, the proc chance. Just to make sure that I can get the deadly finishes off, get, like, the wound itself out. That's usually how I play against, clerics in general. And then I also, up top, I run Inner Fire, and then I run Refreshing Follow-Through, so I have, like, the mana and the HP sustain. But with the TTK right now, in, like, solo stuff, I feel as though I could get away with running Crushing Blows as well as Keen Edge for more crit. Rhythmic Swings would also be an interesting one, because that would give me more proc rate on my actual wound. But I feel like Crushing Blows and Keen Edge is like a huge damage boost to my actual finishers. I want to say I was hitting for like 500-ish finishers with them. Kiko, you're up. It is time. All right, we're up. It has begun. Huh. I just got Pac-Man. God fucking damn it. Chat, if you guys have played the PTR, you heard what happened and you know. So there's a bug right now with Ranger Trap where if someone is standing inside of the trap, it just keeps on triggering and just flapping and the trap doesn't go away. So, it's kind of funny, but also kind of absolutely scary to be caught in. God fucking damn it. Sounds like a feature. Oh, it's a feature, all right. Rangers, highest single target PvE DPS in the game. Oh my god, not getting world boss kills, just get a couple rangers, drop a couple traps under that world boss. Brother, you're not getting anything other than world boss kills at that point. Not like this. Not again. Oh, I just spaced that CC out so well. I'm sorry. That was a lot of burst. I feel like the new power scaling, honestly, it's not even the power scaling. Like, I've played tank at 240 plus fizz power before. I feel like it's a crit scaling. Having 39, is it 39? 39.1% crit chance. I don't know if they're just trying to bring us up to par with other classes in terms of like the crit chance, but holy shit. It feels insane. Considering on live, we legitimately have, I want to say it's less than 10%. Seems a little bonkers. We tried to go test Ranger snares on Tumok, and we didn't have a tank, and we're all getting one shot by Tumok like 4.0. Oh, whoops, sorry, I'm third partying. Kiko, I'm so sorry. My bad. So, like, you're testing Ranger snares on Tumok, or you are dropping as many traps as possible on Tumok? Because I can come tank for that, probably. Although, if it's 4.8k per tree slam... Oh, trying to test traps? Wait, so you're literally trying to do... Oh, what? You tried to do what I was talking about. Okay. Why is nobody playing tank? Tank feels so fucking cool right now. Like, I feel like Thanos. Wait, Toast, what the hell? Toast, is that sprint movement? Why are you zooming? Ayo? Toast got like the GM no clip levels of movement going on. What the fuck? What the hell? What? Speed pods? There are no consumes over here. You don't get consumes on the PTR anymore. No, I'm not sprinting. Toast, are you a GM? What is going on here? Or are you bugged? GM or bug? What in the hell? Did sprinting fix it? You should have just run over to the Riverlands or some shit. We could have caught Planet Dwarf with that. That was our best chance. If a GM tag pops up above Toast's head right now, I'm leaving. I'm going back to fucking New World. It's gonna give me such bad trust issues. Are the anvils live on the PTR? The anvils are not open yet on the PTR, but we have got a lot of other shit over here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see dynamic gridding and the anvils open up around the same time on the PTR. That's kind of my theory at this point. Basically asking players to have an emphasis on creating characters in the, you know, in the anvils, throwing in the dynamic gridding test there as well to see how the new starting area would work and adjust with the dynamic gridding factored in. I think that would be kind of like probably an overarching win for like just a batch of testing that they're trying to accomplish. But who knows? It could come in staggered. That's just kind of my like little theory at this point. But it could be a million different points. But at this point, I really wouldn't be surprised to see them coming in like kind of together. I know where you eat. Kiko trying to hit the disengages. Do we know if that like butt thrust is intended or not? Cause like throwing my ass back feels really weird as a dodge animation. Not that it's like an every dodge type thing. No eating in this house. Get back here. Uh-oh. 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 I got you where I want you. And I have no idea where you are. Oh, I heard you to the left. I know where you eat. I know all your spots. Where are you, Kiko? Bro, I swear to God, this is like playing fucking prop hunt. Oh shit. Hi, Kiko. I found the Kiko. There's no way you got over that wall. Where... How, did that just send you up further? Wait. Where in the fuck did you just even end up off of that? I think it's intended as a not enough stam animation to cancel your finisher swing. I just feel like a not enough stam animation... Like, sure, if it was only on not enough stam, but it also happens to me sometimes when I'm just trying to dodge on full stam. It's very weird. And I feel like it's not like... I don't know, I don't feel like it's a good not enough stam animation. I know that's not like a good critique, but it feels so weird. I would just rather have like... I don't know, a gray bar or like a lockout state for stam usage than some like weird... I don't know... fucking hot girl summer animation. But that's also my preference. My preference does not mean that it's the only thing that matters by any means. But I don't know, it feels very like hot girl summery and non-fluid to me right now. That was close. Kiko just had me down to 1k. Very, 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 very scary. I didn't have a lot of my heals either. Tanks just feel really good in 1vs right now. Like, I could definitely see, like, a not enough stam animation, right? But... I don't know. I think the way that New World did it was... And I hate saying that. But New World did it really, like, unique. Having the gray bar where if you know, say you're under 50 stam and you try to dodge again, it'll give you that third dodge, but... when you hit 0 stam, whether it's through dodging or blocking, right? You hit a point of being locked out, right? So say I'm blocking and I block down to 0 stam. I get kind of like a block break animation and I'm not able to just sit there and like re-block as soon as my stam ticks back up. I have to not sprint, not dodge, not block until I kind of like tick my stam back up completely. Likewise with dodges, if I'm under 50 stam, and don't have enough to dodge, if I dodge down to 0, then it kind of like allows the dodge and then gray bars you, locks out your stam usage for sprints, dodges, I mean blocks, you could even do jumps if you wanted to. And you just kind of like can't do anything stam wise until you're full ticked up. That was a very big thing with New World where if you were a melee especially, or even a healer, honestly everybody benefited from it, but like melees and healers especially, if you gray barred, you were instantly called out and you would get like full focused because you couldn't do anything. You had your defensive abilities, but each weapon had 3 abilities and they couldn't all be defensive. So basically like you did not have a lot of options once you gray barred, especially as a melee. People would just call collapses on your head if you gray barred and didn't have stam in the clump. So I only got that animation after I mounted, so likely a bug. It looks like new dismount animation. You know what? You may be onto something. Hold on. Can't someone mount here? Man is out here. There's another tank on the premises. Where's Blotto? You know what? It is the new dismount animation. What the fuck? Huh. Good shit, Athum. What the fuck? Yeah, you got that. That's quite literally the exact animation. I just dismounted and then forced it, and it is, it's the same thing. Okay, so very likely just a bug. That makes me happy. I just 2v1 Toast and Horrendous. Okay, so... did I just get lucky, or is it just a tank thing? We'll go again. Oh, I'm dead on the other screen, huh? Oh, we're PvPing here. All right, you versus Kiko? Wait, okay. Cleric versus Ranger. How does this one shape up? Kiko has all of the pump going in right now. And it's doing quite literally nothing. Quite literally nothing. Heal for 60% healing power every second. If healing power is 1,000. The jaws of life. I fucking hate that build. Yo, part of me hopes that this bug makes it through to live on August 4th. And you're in an area and you just hear and it's just traps. I want to pull somebody in, wall them and trip them on top of the traps and just watch them die. Tank is on top and you know what that means? Nerf incoming. No, 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 no. So, hear me out. I think part of the reason that tank is really good right now is, honestly, they gave us 30% more crit damage. When was the last time I brought up my character sheet? If someone can find in the VOD where I bring up my character sheet, I legitimately think I've gained about 25 to 30% crit chance. I'm sitting at 39.1% fizz crit chance on this like PTR character without God gear by any means. And that is a lot more than I used to have. So I was a crit damage scaler anyways. I'm sitting at like 199.2 fizz crit power, 39.1 fizz crit chance, 248.9 fizz power, 95.3 attack speed. So like, I feel like it's just a numbers thing. I don't know where all of my crit chance is coming from. I have 15.8% base crit chance. And then I have 23.3 from gear, which is 2850 rating for a total of 39.1. So I'm not quite sure like if that's intended scaling, but it seems like maybe it's just because I'm actually scaling it on my gear now and I wasn't before based on like paired with reworks of scaling ratios. But genuinely, I've never had this much crit chance in my life on a tank and it feels really good. But past that, I also feel like tanks in 1v1s, we have so many options to lock somebody down for like 6 seconds if we're playing around their CCs and shit. Reflect is such a big nuke, and especially against like DPS classes. Tank should really have to like fuck up against most classes to lose. And usually in my opinion, the biggest exclamation bong. Exclamation sandals. Oh, wait a minute. Hi, Hoofsy. Are you coming to PTR test? Carla, I think it was on the playlist that you made. I think we're into the algorithm now, but I should have your playlist in the algorithm now too. But yeah, like I think in 1v1s, tank is usually a pretty like oppressive kit just with what Ashes has. We usually have to misplay pretty hard anyways. I think the thing about it is you'll miss these days after the nerf. Take it from H. I will miss these days after a nerf, but keep in mind, I am also, compared to live, I'm running 50 more fizz power, a ton more everything else, right? In terms of fizz, and I'm half of my HP. On live, I'm 7936 HP and more mitigation. Over here, I'm 4234 HP, and just sitting around, I'm at magic defense 26.6 magic commit. So like, I am way less beefy than I was over on live. So as soon as it goes to like 3s, 5s, 8s, people are going to be like, oh, we can just burst Dusty now. And I think you'll actually try to take the tank out first and like force us out, force our defensives out, force our cooldowns. Because if you can get your group to go on a tank, pump heals into the tank, tank pops Indom, tank pops Banner, intercepts out, Banner's down for a minute and a half, Indom's down, defenses are probably down, you can probably bait out a wall at that point. I feel like if this does stay, like, yes, tank will be much stronger in the small scale stuff, where instead of it just being like the hour plus duel that Blotto and I had where nobody dies, excuse me, it'll be like quicker paced duels in 1v1s, but group based stuff, we're gonna need a lot more focus on us to keep us up, maybe like a pocket healer type scenario, and more kind of like coordination around that instead of us just being so grossly oppressively tanky. So, Zebra, how are you doing today? Can I get into the game now if I buy the key? Yeah, so if you purchase your key, there are a couple basically like accesses that you get. So the gameplay that you're looking at is from the alpha server. We are currently playing, not showing visuals because it's visually NDA'd, on the private test realm server. So if you do get access, you're into both of those environments. I'll explain the difference. The alpha server is what's called the production environment. So that has a lot more like, not that anything over there is polished and finished, but it kind of goes through the private test realm and then changes get implemented over there like when they're ready. It's a little bit more polished, finished of a state, a little bit less rudimentary on things. You won't have like your omega heals. You won't have your 10,000% cast speed belts, things that were on the private test realm. So the alpha environment is right now in phase 2.5. This goes May 1st to August 4th. Well, August 3rd, technically. On August 4th, there's a new server that starts up that is the phase 3 server. Everything from before gets wiped, and everybody will be playing on the phase 3 server. There will be NA and EU servers, but a lot of EU and OCE players play on NA anyways because the ping is very good. So, past that August 4th server is going to last at least a year. My guess is like in between a year and a half to 2 years. You'll have access the entire time the game is in development until the game launches. It'll be that phase 3 server, the long one, then 2 short betas that are measured in weeks. After the phase 3 server ends, phase 3 includes pretty much the rest of the game. During that time, we'll see the game get to what's called a feature complete state, where their hope on Intrepid side is to just have the betas be like short, kind of like, you know, final coat of paint, final coat of polish type phases. You will also get access to the PTR, the private test realm. Again, this is visually NDA'd. That is why I'm not showing gameplay from it. If you show and share gameplay, then your account will probably be Thanos snapped. You cannot do that. But we can talk about it. It's not like verbally NDA'd or anything like that. Visual only. So, with that being said, the private test realm is more like early implementation of systems and changes. For example, we're on Unreal Engine 5.6. We have 5 new weapons, as Skeptics asked about as well. So we have a lot of large changes that are over here. There's a different movement system on the private test realm that we're testing versus over on live. There is a guild storage NPC. He doesn't quite know which storage. He's trying to help people put stuff in though, so he's figuring it out as he goes. Let's see, the crate system is in. There are a lot of bug fixes, an entirely new gearing system that we're figuring out the scaling of. So really, the PTR is a completely different environment in terms of how polished things are, how frequently it wipes and stuff like that. So, okay, you already have your key? Cool. So if you already have your key and you do want to play today, we are still able to play today. So that's like the next step. In the launcher, you'll see the environments drop down before you like log in. So you can close out of your launcher, go back in. You should see the environments drop down. Switch it from alpha to PTR. The PTR is NDA'd, so it'll be like PTR NDA. Read through that. It's a visual only NDA, so as long as you're not sharing visuals of your gameplay, streaming, recording, and sending screenshots or anything like that, you're good. You can play. You can talk about everything you're doing. But the PTR is, as of right now, active yesterday, today, tomorrow, and Friday, 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST. So next week, on July 14th, it goes 24/7 uptime until August 3rd. On August 3rd, PTR session ends. Phase 2.5 server gets wiped, and then August 4th, our phase 3 server begins, and everyone will be over there. So the cool thing about having a key now is when the production environment's down, or honestly, if you just got your key and you want to kind of like dip your toes in different archetypes and see how they handle, the private test realm is a really good environment to do that. You can basically make a character, go in like directly outside of the starting area doors, and there are gear vendors there. You'll typically see a lot of players huddled around them, but you can talk to those gear vendors and they'll have books to up level your character to level 15, level 25. You can get different like gear sets on them. If you want to level your trade skills through them, you can do that as well and experiment with the trade skill system. You can make and delete as many characters as you want. So you can really just test everything that you want to test over here. And if you want to level and stay at level 1 and just play through stuff, you can do that too. So it's really like a frictionless environment where you're not forced to, if you want to check out, you know, how a class feels when it's fully put together, you don't have to spend hundreds of hours leveling and gearing. So I would definitely recommend checking out the PTR if you are excited to play and you're around during the PTR hours. It's up for another 4 hours just under today. And then tomorrow it'll be up again 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST. And in the Ashes Discord as well, if you are not in that, it's discord.gg/Ashes of Creation. If you hop in there, they have the news channel for like the regular server, and then they also have the NDA'd PTR server. Not server, but sorry, channels. So they have the NDA'd PTR channel and the news in there as well. So typically, when the PTR is about to go live, they'll give us patch notes, and with those patch notes, they'll tell us the changes, and then they'll also give us some goals to kind of like experiment with. Oh my god, that was the nastiest combo. So with that, the goals kind of like change every day. Today in the Discord, they were basically like, oh yeah, we put in some new PvP systems. Try to like fuck around with the PvP and see how it feels with the new targeting and yada yada yada. So we've just been out here as we normally are, just kicking the shit out of each other, having some fun. Obviously we can't show the gameplay of it, but tomorrow we'll very likely see a different system come in, and we're also hopefully very close to seeing the implementation of the anvils. The anvils will be the next starting area. Oh, I just got him with a nasty trip. Uh-oh, Kiko. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are you gonna do, Kiko? It's looking bad. It's looking hairy out here. Oh my goodness, the gap close. They call me DustyWhy. Pew! I got the corner peeks through that. Kiko, you can't evade me for long. Kiko, I'm everywhere. I'm everywhere, all at once. Are you in the fucking outhouse, Kiko? Kiko just went into the goddamn outhouse to eat the rigatol. Kiko, you are out of control. Get back here. You get your bosom back here right now. Uh-oh. It's Shover. It's Shover. The outhouse eat was crazy. I personally could never eat where I take shits. That's like sacrilege to me. Okay, but basically, PTR allows you to hop in. You don't have to spend time leveling your character. You don't have to like do anything like that. You can just insta level, get your gear set from the gear vendors, get your trade skills leveled if you want to have those leveled. And it's a really chill environment to just kind of like hop in, mess around with shit, and explore a little bit. Did Aerolee quit the game? Aerolee got by a few launcher issues that he ran into. Hopefully those are resolved, but funny you ask. He was in chat earlier today asking about everything, and I told him about the PTR, so a few of my New World boys are very likely going to be checking it out. So if you followed any of us in New World, like Arrow, Ido's been over on the Deadlock grind, but both of them are going to be coming and joining and running it up. So gonna be super happy. Sorry, Toast. Super happy to have them coming through and joining, and hopefully they're you know, compelled enough to try it on stream with P3 once they do see everything as it is on the PTR. And if they are, man, it'll be some really good content creators and some really good people coming over to the you know, the Ashes community. And hopefully it's enough to get them to stay, man. I think that's the biggest thing, is like a lot of content creators will come and go. Okay, this is kind of cooked. I didn't have any cooldowns. I got third partied. I blame that. I blame it on the third party. That was the first time I've died today. I didn't have the refractory period. Alright, you give me 10 seconds and we run it back. God damn it. I almost hardcored this entire PTR session. But yeah, so I think Arrow will be back. Idol will probably come give it a go. I think a lot more people... God damn, I just got the dodge bug again, trying to jump and dodge it. Fucking full stem. It's so weird. But a lot of people will be coming over. Like I said, it's all about just trying to keep people over here once they're here. A lot of people come and go and kind of like check stuff out, and that's perfectly okay. I don't think anyone's really like expected to stay making content for an alpha for multiple years. I think that's a very tough ask for people, but I personally am just grateful that, you know, people are choosing to come through and like ask questions in the community and like give Ashes a shot for what it you know, what it's supposed to be. So makes me quite happy, actually. And I really hope that Ash is able to kind of like keep the hype and build up around that a bit more. Oh, I got you in the blender now. Oh, the trip of dreams, Kiko. Oh, the trip of dreams, Kiko. Oh my god, I can't believe I got that off. Kiko was working the fucking movement though, Jesus Christ. Kiko, the movement enjoyer. Have you tried different weapons? I have them all in my inventory, but the rolls suck on them and I'm PvPing, so I'm not using them. But for aesthetic purposes, I'll try them before the end of stream. Just keep pounding me about it. It's... Yo, what up, Holtz? Game looks so cool if it wasn't $100. It is definitely like a big upfront cost, but I can break down kind of like what the $100 is, and also there's kind of like an insurance policy that comes with it, so to say. You do get a 90-day period where you can get a full refund no matter how many hours you played the playtest. So that's kind of like a level of safety with everything, where you get literally 90 days. You can play as many hours as you want. If it's not for you, you can get every one of your $100 back. If you do end up enjoying it, you're in until the game launches. And then you also get $30 worth of kickbacks when the game does go live. So on launch day, the $15 a month subscription will start up. It'll be no box cost, no DLC cost, but the launch will actually be $15 a month to hop in. Nothing other than that. Your first month of subtime is included, so you get $15 basically back. You don't have to pay your first month of subtime. That's covered through your pack. Then you also get $15 of in-game store currency. That currency is called Embers. There will be no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience in the in-game store. It is transmog only. So basically, you'll have, currency that you can get drip with. Your first month of subtime is also covered if you do end up staying. You get that 90-day period, full refund if you don't want to stay. The 90-day period as of right now from like a what would I get outlook. Excuse me, hold on. The 90-day period in terms of like what would I get for an outlook. Right now you're watching gameplay from the Alpha 2 Phase 2.5 environment. That was a 3-month stress test from May 1st to August 4th. I'm putting gameplay I'm playing basically on the private test realm, which will be active throughout launch. Just kind of like now through launch, that entire time, it'll have intermittent activities and stuff. So basically, with that, the private test realm has a lot of like future changes. You get access to that the entire time. So you'll instantly get access to that if you do get a pack. You'll also have access to the alpha environment and all of the future playtesting phases until the game does launch. So you're into everything. Right now, we're in the last like few weeks of the Phase 2.5 server. That's a 3-month stress test, ends on August 3rd. August 4th, we have a wipe and a fresh server coming, and that's the Phase 3 server. That server is going to have 24/7 uptime, except for updates. And then it will also be at least a year. My guess is 1.5 to 2 years, kind of like right in the heart of that. So it'll be like a long server as well. So at the very least, even if it goes 1.5 and then there are 2 short betas, you're looking at right around 2 years of content for the $100. $30 is a kickback there. In terms of like roadmap for the game and info coming out, it is a completely transparent development process. Intrepid, the developer of Ashes, is, and I'm not like paid by them or anything. I'm not a dev for them. I streamed 3 years of New World and 7,000 hours of New World before I came over to Ashes. And Amazon Games was notorious for not communicating with their community. And Intrepid is very, 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 very transparent. They talk about what they want to do, why they want to do it, why they're implementing the changes they are. If you're on the private test realm, they even give you like the things to focus for each testing session. They are, by and large, the most communicative devs that I have ever had from a game that I've played. And I've been gaming my entire life since I was literally 4 years old. It is insane how much we as a community, just people that, hop into the playtesting to give our feedback, are able to access. Right now, the playtesting environment is on Unreal Engine 5.6. There are 5 new weapons available, 2 new races. There is going to be another area that opens up on the private test realm before it goes to live. Very likely the summoner over here, hopefully soon TM. We'll get a system called dynamic gridding. So Ashes is basically a very large open world and continues to get larger. So it'll be 1,200 square kilometers equivalent in its like full iteration. So with it being no load screens, completely seamless, every part of the world traversable, travelable, ships, flying mounts, whatever you may have. Very limited flyers, by the way. Basically, you need a lot of different resource allocations to run that world. So there are server workers that run parts of the world. With dynamic gridding, the server workers would be able to essentially call in reinforcements, very simply put, and automatically reallocate like how many resources are in each area to keep each area of the world running seamlessly without any like dev intervention or anything. It would just autonomously do it. So if dynamic gridding comes in smooth after the transition to Unreal Engine 5.6, kind of like the upgrade, I guess, instead of transition, it was 5.4 before, they skipped 5.5, now they're on 5.6 on the private test realm. It's gone very smooth in terms of 5.6. Game feels great. with that, if dynamic gridding comes in and it's working in any way, shape, or form like how they want it to, I think it will be a huge momentum swing for Ashes where people are just like, oh, fuck. Okay, what's going on here? And when Phase 3 hits on August 4th, hopefully a lot of these things are, you know, able to be in place for August 4th or at least shortly after that, the things we're testing currently, because it's a lot of massive changes. So you get access to the private test realm. You get access to the final month of like month-ish before Phase 3 starts. And then your refund period, if you were just hopping in now, just purchasing now, would also cover you for the first 2 months of that fresh start. So you'd be able to level, you'd be able to, you know, gear out, check out some of the current endgame stuff. Now keep in mind, we're level capped at 25. 50 is the cap on launch. So there will still be, you know, a lot to get in terms of the endgame. We don't have secondary archetypes yet, but we will. With that, you'll be covered for the first 2 months of the fresh start as well. So if you decide that it's too early, you want to wait till launch, you can still get your money back. So how's the performance? In my opinion, the performance is very, 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 very fluid right now, especially on the private test realm after the transition to 5.6. I don't have my FPS showing in the VOD right now, but I've been running exclamation specs for my build, but I run at a 144 like FPS cap just in-game and through my NVIDIA software, just to keep it from like a, you know, high and low and more of like a consistent, right? So with that, even when I'm in areas that have other players and I'm PvPing over on the BTR, I'm holding 120 to 144 FPS very consistently with a 4080 Super 7800 X3D. Now, obviously, mass scale, it would dip much more, but we're out in the tropics right now, which is a biome that we're actually out in here. So you guys are seeing the tropics as well over on stream, but we're basically out in the same area with a similar number of people on screen right now, and we're just PvPing, smacking the shit out of each other. I'm holding 130 to 144 very consistently. A lot of people that played in earlier phases had a memory leak that they thought was Intrepid based, but it turns out that that was a Windows problem, where like a certain version of Windows was interacting with Unreal Engine 5 games and causing memory leaks within them. So Windows released an update, announced that it was fixing memory leaks with UE5 games. Lo and behold, Ash's memory leak fixed. So it used to be in a spot where your performance would degrade over time, and you'd kind of just have to like restart your session, right? Restart your client. But it's been a lot better since that Windows update came out. I don't get hit with memory leaks at all. I very frequently have 8 to 10 hour like client sessions. I don't really crash. I don't really get memory leaks. My performance stays very consistent over time. So it'll be exciting to see how it feels when they go to 24/7 on the PTR. Oh, I also didn't mention that. So PTR goes 24/7 uptime on July 14th to August 3rd. So you'll be able to kind of like test everything as much as you want over here on like the future build and kind of get ready for that. So right now it's 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST, yesterday, today, tomorrow, and Friday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week, 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST. On July 14th, it goes 24/7 until August 3rd. August 3rd, PTR ends. Shoal, our current realm, wipes. And then we go to Phase 3 on August 4th. Everybody will be over there. There will be an NA server and an EU server. Townie, how are you, my friend? Is the PTR only for US players, or can EU players join? Fuck EU players. No, just kidding. You guys can also join. Right now, the PTR is only on like an NA East server, but it's been a 3-month stress test where everybody is on an NA East server anyways, just to kind of like throw player numbers into the same place. So on August 4th, you'll have an NA and an EU server, but a lot of the a lot of the EU and OCE and like other region players that come over to NA to play talk very frequently about how their ping is very, 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 very good over here. Now, obviously, it's going to be worse than like if you're playing on EU from EU, right? But a lot of people talk about how like it's not nearly as noticeable as a lot of games ping differences would be. So I would definitely say this is a good time to give it a try. You can come over to the server knowing that if you're playing on live, it gets wiped in less than a month. On the PTR, wipes don't matter anyways because the private test realm that you get access to, you can just level your character to 25, get a baseline gear set, equip stuff that seems like it's good for you, and then fuck around with some different abilities, PvP a little bit, PvE a little bit, and see kind of like what you're vibing with before you level on August 4th. So I think it's a really good opportunity for people to just kind of like get familiar and not have to worry about the burnout of like leveling early, trying to find groups. And you can level if you want to, make a character, keep it at level 1 and progress through. But I would definitely recommend hopping on, checking out some of the characters and the gearing and what you can do there. They massively increase power. Oh, I know. But they also brought down HP and increased healing. Now, I think the healing changes are bugged, but... Oh my god, is it a puppy? Hello? Hello, Bart. You like this stuff down. You like my rocks? You like my rocks? Those are from Iceland. Yeah. Come up. What's up? Are you exploring? I don't know how much food I've dropped under there, but it's probably a lot. Chat, we have Doge in our room. Hey, can't eat the evidence. Are you paid by her? Thank you, Bandana. Were you celebrating the 4th recently? Carla, I don't know if you can hear me, but dog's here. Dog looks like stuffed animal. And no shed. Hi. How are you? Chat, we have dog. Dog. Dog visitor. Hi, Meta. This is Barkley. We're dog sitting at the house for the... Hello. Yeah, I said your name, huh? Yeah, you're the star. We're dog sitting at the house for the next couple hours. What's up? Hi. Alright. Meta, Tarkov wipe? I know, I saw people going back for it. I think I would rather have Barkley poop in my lap right now than go play Tarkov. Oh, Barkley likes Corla. Hold on. Dispatch the beast. Oh my god, you're excited. That dog's gonna slur you. Careful if it starts barking. Have it bark in your stream. You never know what it's gonna say. Yeah, I don't think I got any sheds. Carla might be safe. Hypoallergenic Frand. We're up tremendous. Okay, sorry. We got the dog distraction bomb. Hemi, how are you, my friend? EU player ping felt better than a lot of games on EU servers. I've heard that very frequently, especially from like OCE players. They're like, wait, why do EU servers over here feel better than over there? Wait, Hemi, Haffy, you're both in chat at the same time for the first time since I've been in Iceland. Holy shit. Haffy is in Ísafjordur. Hemi is in Reykjavik. Haffy is not Hemi's friend that Hemi knew in Ísafjordur. So you guys may have a mutual that you know because of me. That's kind of crazy to think about. Absolutely crazy to think about. Especially if Hemi's mutual is an introverted gamer. Yo, Haffy. Back in the country. Wait, where'd you go? Wait, that's so hype. I hope you had a fun trip, dude. Tick. Ranger in group stuff is going to melt. I also think a lot of classes in group stuff will melt. It's hard to tell right now, though, because healing is also bugged. Not bugged, but like healing power scaling is fucking large. I have 4,234, so 42, hello. I have 4,234 HP, for instance, and heals were hitting for like 20k. So the healing power is a little borked. I'm at 250 fizz power, and healers are at like 1,000 healing power. So it needs to be reduced a little bit, but we'll be balling. I went to Estonia. The fuck's in Estonia? That sounds lit, though. I don't know why. I feel like Estonia would just have, like, so much cool shit that's not touristy the fuck up. Is Estonia heavy tourism or no? Because I feel like if you're kind of like a tourism hipster and you're going to areas before they're cool, that's actually a huge W. That's, like, way cooler than listening to music before it's cool. Take me through the Estonia trip. Sell me on it. Because I've got to sell it to Hoofsy because he's the majority shareholder here. This looks like a palm tree on the ground. It's like the shadow of one of these trees. Kind of quirky. Healing power isn't bugged. They just have to adjust the numbers. So, the reason that I think it is bugged is because it is being impacted by int and wisdom. Where int and wisdom should only be impacting magic power rating, right? And int and wisdom do impact magic power rating, but at a different level than the equal power scaling. So, essentially what I mean by that is open up your magic offense tab and open up your healing and regen tab. I am currently at 68.8 magic power. If I take off a Steel Bloom Earring, which is 453 power, which will impact my magic and my fizz power, and then that magic power 1-to-1 is reflected to my healing power, right? So I go from 68.8 magic to 59.3. I lose 9.5. So with that, my healing power goes 365.3 to 355.8, 9.5. But if I put on a steel ring, which has magic power, which would mirror 1-to-1 to my healing power, int, which would give a new waterfall stat of magic power, which would waterfall 1-to-1 to my healing power, and wisdom, which now gives magic power rating as a waterfall, which would mirror to my healing power, everything should move the same, right? It should be magic power equal change to healing power. The delta should be 0. But if I put this ring on, my magic power goes from 68.8 to 78.8, right? But my healing power goes from 365.3 to 452.7. So that's kind of why I'm leaning towards int and wisdom after the waterfall changes, giving very, 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 very borked, like base translation into the healing power. Because if you look at your base healing power, before and after putting on int and wisdom gear, it's all from the base and it's not considered from the gear, which would then lead me to believe it's based on the actual attribute scaling in itself. I noticed the low-level healer mobs are bugged as well. They heal for full HP every time. It's almost impossible to kill them. Okay. Okay. So it could very well be tied to base attribute scaling. Because with those base attributes, mobs also have like attributes associated with them. Like everything in the game has attributes. So if it is int and wisdom disproportionately scaling into healing power, like I think it is, then that would mean that mobs are also getting that disproportional int and wisdom scaling into their healing power. So anything with a healing ability would probably heal for more. So potentially, like, I don't know if that's also impacting like how hard Tumok is hitting or if Tumok's just supposed to hit like a truck, but I would also assume his healing is probably going to be through the roof. That seems pretty valid. My bubble does full HP too, and it's supposed to be scaled off of magic power. Well, so I think your bubble does such a large shield that it shows as a full HP bar because your bubble is 250%. Oh wait, no, your bubble. Never mind. I thought you were a cleric for some reason when I read the message, and you're talking about like the wing shield. So are you talking about your barrier? Interesting. So what's the scaling on your barrier in terms of like MP to health percent or MP to like shield percentage? I broke the sobriety streak. Wait, so was it you're home and not sober? Or you were in Estonia and not sober? Because I feel like traveling is perfectly okay. The barrier bubble is 25% of your HP. Interesting. And it's going full HP right now? Weird. Oh, interesting. Yes, that is a thing, huh? Man, that's unfortunate. My reflect didn't reflect, and that makes it quite difficult to actually play the game. Tommy Hawk for the win! Shell equals 500% MP. So like 1200 would be reasonable, but that's a lot. That's a whole lot. Interesting. So do you think it's just scaling off your healing power instead? Potentially? Because that seems quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, there are a few things that are going to have, like, weird scaling. You're talking about shell, not barrier. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was fucking up the terminology. I just launched a hair tie somewhere. There it is. I fucked up the terminology. That's my bad. I fucked up. Yo, Happy, I missed that restaurant. I don't know if you've ever been to Skal in Reykjavik, but holy fuck, dude, it's so good. I've probably already yapped, like, about you to this, but Jesus fucking Christ. Skal was so ungodly good. It's gonna, like, summon Carla back into the chat, but, dude, it was unreal. Hemi, have you ever been? Because you're in Reykjavik. Brother, you have to go this week if you have not been. But yes, Happy's place was also fucking delicious. Delicious. It was like S tier seafood. We had people in our group that didn't want to eat anything other than French fries at most places, and they were just nomming shit. Now, I don't know how to say that, but looks like tiramisu. Skal, I'm not sure how, but it can be the next date night for me and the wife. Dude, it's so fucking good. Oh my god, like, please, please, please go and, like, let me know. Like, ASAP. Carla and I had a religious experience there, man. They just brought out a new menu. Like, the vibes there are immaculate. The food there is unfucking believable. You order, like, shareable dishes and basically just keep them coming as you want to. So Carla and I made our own little experience with, like, an appetizer phase, a main course phase, and then a dessert phase. Like, dude, it was unbelievable. I don't really go to Reykjavik unless you're getting scammed for Bud. I didn't say that. Don't get in trouble, by the way. I don't know if you're drinking or what, but don't get in trouble. Apparently, Iceland really doesn't fuck around with that shit. I was doing more research, and apparently they really don't fuck around. Although Toast is saying Shell is absorbing much more than it should. That suggests the issue, if any, maybe with mag power scaling and not healing power directly. Yeah, but like magic power scaling isn't even that crazy right now because he's at 259.2. So it could just be a Shell related bug too. Wanted, how you doing, my friend over on YouTube? 5 new weapons? Yes! So the 5 new weapons came out yesterday. We've got the one-handed axe, two-handed mace, rapier, and the two-handed spear. So some good new weapons. And adding a lot of variants now. I've kind of like stuck to the weapons that are in so far in my testing, just because I've been like dueling a shitload. And the new weapons are only available in gray. The old weapons you can get like up to blue. So the rarity scaling is absolutely valid on weapons right now. For example, a two-handed axe is 2146 fizz power and 378 fizz crit power. My blue two-handed greatsword is 3041 fizz power and 759 fizz attack speed. So just a little bit of like a number scaling. Oh shit, wait, I'm third partying, sorry. That's my bad. But yeah, where the fuck was I? Scaling itself for some bullshit. I read Toasty's message and then just completely the weapons. The fizz power scaling as rarity goes up is noticeable much more than it was before. I was hanging out with my friends, but now I'm just chilling in my room with a beer. What happened to the iced tea stocks? I support the iced tea stocks much more than the alcoholic coffee stocks. Beer's expensive. Iced tea is cheap and lasts forever. You guys had good iced tea over there too. Don't take it for granted. I should get ashes, but my computer's not fixed. I mean, so there is still a month until the new server starts up, and like joining throughout the new server will also be perfectly viable. The server's gonna last for probably like a year and a half, 2 years, and everything gets wiped anyways because the game isn't launched yet. We're in testing. So like, just keep that in mind. There's no like direct pressure to make sure that you're getting in like super fucking early or anything. It's all just play testing and shit like that. Now getting in early, super fun, means you can hop in with the community, start learning the game, start learning everything. But we'll be here. Whole community will be here. Blotto, how you doing, my boy? We're over dueling. Same place. A lot of people. Casters seemingly fixed, except for clerics still omega healing. But I believe in our potential to kill them. I've already done it myself. Come through, brother. It's time. Iced tea's out of stock, so I'm just stealing beer from my dad. Bruh. I don't just want to hang out, get into the culture. Bro, just do exclamation guild and then get set up in there. Like, you can still get your roles in the Discord and everything. Like, as much as, you know, the in-game hangout is also a thing, like, once it's popping off, a lot of people are on breaks right now, and a lot of people are just hanging out in the Discord. So we just have like a group of, I mean, even I just say we have a small group, But we probably have, I don't know, 6, 7 people out here right now that are just hanging out, running 1v1s and testing their new builds and their new gear and stuff like that. Because we're going through a lot of changes on the private test realm over here. So everyone's just kind of like fucking around, hanging out and PvPing and just shooting the shit today. So that tends to be the vibe, like, most of the time that people are active anyways. I think overwhelmingly everyone just tries to farm up what they can for content and for information and stay as active as possible, or as active as they want to be. Wait, that wall was kind of a W for me. It was not what I wanted it to be, but it was a huge W. And that sprint gap close just went so hard. Oh my god, wait, the sprint caught you so off guard with the distance. Sprinting is so legit now, holy shit. That wall just blocked so much damage for me. And then I just got a nice sprint gap close because the new movement system is nice. Anyone needs stuff from Lionhold? What are you doing over in Lionhold? I walked there to check in if anything new popped in. Did anything new come in? You now have to spoil it. 250 power on the mage, tick. Have you heard my build yet in terms of my like offensive loadout? I'm sitting at 248.9 fizz power, 39.1 crit chance, 199.2 crit power, 95.3 attack speed, 35.9 accuracy, and 16.7% disable duration. I'm a tank. People are kind of beefed up right now. I will say, like, things are hitting hard. Even in 1v1s, I feel like if I wasn't able to gap close to people as reliably as I could, like, I think tanks can very easily die in 1v1s, but, like, if you're keeping people within range and you're, like, playing it properly, I think tanks can also be extremely oppressive. Y'all are making me wonder if I want to play EU ping or just play NA since it's decent there anyways. Will the guild be on Eastern or Western? Eastern. Yeah, long term will be NA East. Like, I live in Maine, so we'll always be basing our events primarily off, like, EST time, because EST time also allows, typically with later EST events, allows, like, late night EU, EST peak, early PST players to all kind of, like, cross over. So, good time to test as well, right? In terms of, like, if you would want to stick with the ping or not, because PTR is over here. We are already sorting our leveling groups and getting people kind of like in place for phase 3 launch. We'll have routes all sorted out for people. The mages just killed each other. No shot. Even when a mage wins a duel, they fucking lose it. No way, man. That is fucked. Even when a mage wins, they fucking lose. What a world we're living in, chat. But yeah, like, good just to have like some routes for each of our groups to kind of like spread out evenly, or maybe even potentially focus a node area, because we do plan to go to Kaltorum. And my prediction is that the Anvils, the starting area, like the Divine Gate, is going to be right like to the north in that mountainy area. And Kaltorum is going to be one of those starter areas that are like right next to it. So I think Kaltorum is going to be a really good place to post up. That trip that I just hit was fucking nasty. Oh my god. Is Summoner any good? We don't know yet. Summoner's not out yet. Summoner's the last archetype to be added. So that's going to be over on the private test realm, like the NDA'd one that I can't show the gameplay from. So I'm playing a different version of the game than what you're seeing on the screen. The version that I'm playing is like a future build, experimental build, but it's visually NDA'd, so we can't share the gameplay the gameplay video from it, right? But we can talk about everything we're doing. It's not verbally NDA'd. So basically, the PTR gets things early. Summoner is the last primary to come out. And with Summoner, it's going to be able to adapt to like a lot of different scenarios. You'll have your summon that will either be like a tank, DPS, or supporty type summon, and you'll get abilities on your bar based on what your summon is. So like the Summoner will play the game partially like through their summon as well. It's not just gonna be like an AFK zombie that's like, Like, the summon is actually going to have some implications on what you're doing. Different commands to, like, attack, pull back your pet, have them hold an area, shit like that. So it'll be a little bit of a mix of, like, playing through your character itself, your abilities on your character, and your abilities that are also granted through your summon. Now, it's not added yet, but when it is, I'm very optimistic that it's going to be fucking insane in a very oppressive way. So, with that standpoint, like, there was a data mine that went out, and data mines are always like semi-reputable, right? But the person that did the data mine had very good luck with the previous data mine before Rogue came out. Very good success rate with the things that were like talked about. So comes from, you know, as reputable of sources we can get in data mining. With that, there were some abilities that were listed on the summoner, like, you know, tree. Like, it was just a few abilities that were found, but they were really fucking good. In addition to that, we also saw a GM in game. So Intrepid has in-game like GMs that just, you know, are Intrepid employees. They chill around in the game, usually devs, that, you know, hang around, help, troubleshoot shit, but sometimes they get a few minutes just like fuck around and see what's going on. One of them like popped on and was over in the area that we were all PvPing and dueling. And I come around a corner in one of my duels, and the GM was a summoner class. You could tell by like the icon that they had beside their name. And there was an ability on the ground that I had never in my life ever seen before, and it was a fucking summoner ability. But I couldn't show it because visual NDA. They knew it, but we saw a summoner ability on the ground today in the PTR. It was insane. It was, dude, it looked so beautiful. I drew a little write-up of it, or like an MS Paint of it, but I'm terrified to switch screens because I feel like I'll switch to the wrong screen and fuck everything up. But essentially, it was like a big circle, like a ground placed ability that was about like the same size circle as this, for instance. No, it was a little smaller. It was probably like the size of this like middle area. In the middle area was like a void galaxy. Like it was black and like purple with like, oh wait, you guys can't fucking see what I'm doing. I hate it here. So anyways, it was like a little galaxy area in the middle. It was like a circle with like a little void galaxy that had like white and like purple stars and stuff. But the cool thing was if you rotated your camera while you're on it, it would like change the angle that you were seeing into it. So it wasn't just like this flat galaxy. Like the angle that you were looking at literally changed like how you were seeing. So it was almost like this, you know, expansive area through the hole. But then on the outside, there was this like red, like tribally type looking border around it that was like reddish orangish. It was sick. I tried to walk into it and see if I would take damage from it or anything, but I couldn't take damage from it because the GM was not flagged for PvP. And I couldn't bait them. But we saw it. And I feel like this is how people always feel when they say they saw like Bigfoot or an alien or some shit like that. And just like nobody's gonna fucking believe them anyways. It's a bad feeling. Very bad feeling. Stepping out of there couldn't be seen. Yeah, I realized it when I looked over and saw my VOD running. I'm thinking of going Summoner with Bard elements, minion support character. Summoner Bard is probably gonna go unbelievably fucking hard halfy. I will say, like, support characters and like initiating type setup characters, sustain builds, things like that in PvP, especially in like team-based stuff, is very, very, very welcome in pretty much every element. So Summoner is already going to be like diverse and adaptable to situations. If you add in like the Bard element where you have a bunch of different buffs associated with shit for a bunch of different scenarios that you can choose from, yeah, that's gonna bring a lot of viability. I would personally recommend until Summoner comes out, maybe playing Bard itself, right? And learning the Bard side of things. And then once Summoner comes out, you would also very likely be able to transition a lot of your Bard gear over to your Summoner. Because Summoner won't be out for the start of Phase 3 on August 4th. It'll be out after that. So say you're playing first day of Phase 3 launch, you're leveling. I would play on the PTR and level as a Bard. Or kind of like practice as a Bard. Get used to Bard, level as a Bard on August 4th start. And then from there, once Summoner is out on the PTR, play Summoner on the PTR, get ready for it. And then on Phase 3 launch, you'll know a little bit about the Summoner already. You'll have experience on the Bard. You'll level your Bard so you can get your gear set all farmed up. And then you'll just be able to transfer your gear over. So it'll help a lot. It'll get you in a really good spot. Kiefer, hello. Anything new today? They fixed the Omega cast speed belt and some AMD GPU issues. But they said they wanted their big emphasis for today to be PvP testing. The new like combatant targeting that's supposed to be more intuitive, corruption targeting that's supposed to be more intuitive. So we're basically just out here fucking around with the time to kill system and the new movement system. We're running duels yet again at the Southern Harbor, and we got a bunch of people out here that are just kind of hanging out. We could honestly if we get another cleric out here, we could always just split up into some groups too. Because we have like multiple tanks, multiple fighters, multiple mages. I think we may have multiple rangers still kicking around. So if we get another cleric out here, we have chatting out here. I don't know like if Cyborg's kicking around, but if we get one more cleric out here, we could also break up into some team stuff and just like split up teams. That would be fun as shit. Busty, Kiko, Gingerbeard. Good day, sir. Interesting. Interesting. I feel like a lot of people are going to be getting out of work and getting on too. Who else we got? I see Blotto. Blotto, I see you, my goat. Ow. Oh. I crashed. An Unreal process has crashed. UE AOC. Send. Gosh dang it. Mage is cracked. I'm two-shotting everything. Oh yeah, time to kill is a bit snappy right now. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll start on August 4th as Bard, then prep for Summoner. Yeah, absolutely. And like, if you get your PC before then and can play, the private test realm, you can just level whatever you have to 25 and get all your gear super easily. It's not clear yet, but the healing power scaling actually goes down, not up with gear. Naked 243 healing power rating equals 35.2. With gear 243 healing power rating. Wait, how are you getting... So are you saying you need less healing power rating? No. Okay, no. So you're just running into diminishing returns probably, right? Like, what are the numbers that you're basing that off of? Is it 0 to 243, or is it just a gain of 243? Because everything does have diminishing returns to a certain bit, but... Getting gum. Oh, God. You're going to be running on Linux in no time. Oh, no. Well, I hope it's good. I hope it works, so... Gum loves his Linux. But yeah, Mage and a lot of other things can absolutely nuke shit, Tick. 100%. First breaking stealth on dodge for Rogue. Now no blessed weapon on the Clank. Listen. Take away the Clank's rights. He's gonna make you run Linux. That's literally what I'm saying. That was my guess too. Like, Linux would be arriving in absolutely no time. Can you check to see if server workers are flowing where you're PvPing at? I noticed a change of 4 to 6 server workers in Lionhold/Samias, so I think we have dynamic up. What do you mean if server workers are flowing? Like, if there are multiple, or... Chat, somebody over here turn on their server worker thingy and run around a little bit. I have a 60% keyboard, so I don't know what my page up or page down or whatever it is. Oh. He's just fixing my browser. Wait, what do you mean your browser? What is wrong with your browser? Oh wait, the toggle behavior has been removed. Oh, never mind, that's an old one. I thought they were talking about a new up-to-date thing. Wait, what? Ha! Wait, one of the GMs in game went to say documented and it censored cum. Good gravy. Server workers might be changing dynamically now. So, dynamic gridding was supposed to, not supposed to, was possibly going to be in this batch of playtesting per Steven if everything was going well. Now, Intrepid are also a bunch of sneaky bastards and like to throw things in that aren't in the patch notes. Crate system, guild storage vendor guy, NPC being in, a whole lot of things. Just kind of like, you know, make it in spontaneously. Gorillas randomly spawning on your head at the southern turquoise sea harbor. A lot of things. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they were putting dynamic gridding in, not trying to overload it, but trying to see how it would respond to, like, you know, organic traffic first, and then overloading it with, like, an actual, you know, full test of it very soon. Because if they try to just, like, I don't know, maybe go organic with it at first, right? Then it may be a nice little, like, ease into it type process. Instead of just giving it the deep dick pizza on the first date, right? And then by the time they run a full test on it, they've already got the heat maps kind of sorted out in terms of how they want it to respond, some of the parameters set up for all of that. And then from there, you notice that maybe during the test, it's able to adapt a little faster, run a little smoother. And who knows, man? Oh, fuck, I shit it up. Blotto, I fucked up so hard here. My start was so bad. I got so nervous that you were around, and I literally, dude, I busted so fucking fast. I'm down horrendous. I just locked you out, and then I didn't get my cast. Uh-oh. Nice trip. Good damage. No, you literally got my shake it off as well. That's so sad for me. That's very bad for me, actually. I lose here. I think. I lose. No! Blotto got me. I fucked up. I fucked up so hard. Blotto, we run it back. You're getting it. God fucking damn it. Alright. Alright. Blotto took a mental break and he's feeling refreshed, and I got so fucking nervous. I fucked up so hard at the start of the duel. I canceled my stupid reflect. I fucking popped my indom too early. Oh god. I did not play that very well. Alright, let me know when you're good. It only took catastrophic failure. The catastrophic failure was because I was so nervous that you were around. It just, I don't know, it's a level of like shakiness that can't be explained, really. Good timing. Yeah, you probably got the two for here. You actually played the shit out of that one. That was really good. You got a lot of advantage there. Might be bad for your boy. Although, nah, I think you still got me. I think you got me with the twofer. Nice, that was really good. That was a good reflect. Unless this is enough. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, I just hit him with such a big combo. Holy shit. I wish you guys could see that. Oh my God, that was such a big turn. I thought he had my shit cooked. Gonna go play some games, might be back later. Yo. Get back on the iced tea grind and make sure you're drinking a lot of water. For the love of fucking God, Haffy. Haffy! Yo, is it appropriate that after I gave you that advice, your first gifty went out to Kenny Loves Beer? God damn it. I literally Silk Road GG. TJA. Moretto. Mutagen. Congrats, gang. I appreciate you, Haffy. Much love. Thank you for the 5, dude. I hope your games go well. Let me know if you have any questions like Ashes related or anything. More than happy to fucking yap your ear off, as you already know. It's progressing really quick, man. Do you feel squishier as a tank with a lower HP now? Oh, yeah. Merca, can you hear me on stream? I don't know if you can hear me or not, but jump if you can hear me. I don't know if they can or not, but you want to see a big heal? 29.6k because I popped my indom for another 20%. That's reasonable. That's extremely, extremely, extremely reasonable, I think. Not overkill at all in the slightest in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. And if you think it is, you just don't know scaling. Like, the scaling is the only thing that matters, man. Are you guys liking the health and damage scaling on the PTR? Are you a dev? If they admit to it, I'll tell them. But if they don't admit to it and they try to hide it, they do not get my feedback. Uh-oh. Blotto got Kiko against the wall. Uh-oh. Blotto. Blotto, does he do it? Ah! Nice. Nice. Blotto's feeling himself tonight. Oh, did you switch to the Keen Edge build? I like that. I like that. I am currently rocking also Keen Edge and Crushing Blows. Now, if you're fighting something and you need to get out your, like, your debuffs a lot quicker, or you just want to proc, like, deadlies for whatever reason, because your deadlies are going to hit way harder, you could also go Rhythmic. Because Rhythmic could also just be a way to get increased damage anyways. What is the damage of a deadly finisher instead? It's 9% more damage and then 10% more damage. So, I mean, honestly, Crushing Blow is probably better. Because you get the damage and the crit. But, I mean, you'd also put out more of the debuff effects, so. I don't know, last time. Yeah, I'm still messing with this a little bit. I'm not like 1000% sold on it, but I'm also not like against it by any means. I do think Keen Edge fucks though, especially with us having like more crit scaling now. Because I don't know like what your crit was at on live, but I feel like mine was substantially under the 39.1 that it currently is. Beat you to it. Now you gotta lick my nuts. That's fucking awkward. Both of us just stunned each other at the same goddamn time. Now he's gonna trade that. We roll back. Now we hit him with the trip. We get him here with the second trip. We get the damage into him. A slam. A little bit of gap close. He's got me down, but I've got him just about out. Or do I? Blotto coming in with a big defensives. I gotta try to make something happen here, boys. The gap close. He gets a big reflect off on me, but I had my CC break. The CC break was the difference there. He got the reflect off on me, and we were both on the ground, and then I had my CC break to stand up, and then got damage off on him while we were both on the ground because of it. Blessings on blessings, boys. We did it. These fights were fun yesterday. Was this yesterday? No, 2 days ago. Yesterday would be PTR video. These fights were fun 2 days ago. I feel like I've been kind of like watching these on the side, but those are really good fights. So Blotto, how are you feeling about the new TTK? Like in terms of where we were at previously with HP scaling and MIT scaling? I feel like it's just more fun to play a tank in pretty much every matchup now. It feels like we can actually take damage and we're not just like, oh, laughing off exorbitant amounts of pop no matter where we go. Nice. It's a good trade for you. Yeet. That didn't crit. That's bad news, Bears. It's a lot of my pop. Word. I'm hitting you with the nastiest head peeks, Blotto. I'm so sorry. We dropped big walls and Blotto just got hit with the craziest Fortnite head peeks in existence. Although, I'm kind of playing this a little goofy right now. If I don't stop fucking around, I probably lose. I don't know why I'm not, like, using my combos well. I think I fucked up. I gotta get, like, all the defenses out in this bitch. Okay. That may be enough. I just gotta capitalize. Nice. I feel like it's very easy for us to die now, especially in group stuff, if heals aren't just like omega healing everybody. Like, not that it's easy to die in 1v1s per se against other classes, but I feel like our combos actually feel impactful against each other, but Like, because it just seems like a shit on. You won the first one. What do you mean? You came in with the fresh legs and cooked me. I needed to go get a Gatorade break. I got you, Merca. I got you. The duels have been fun. Chat, we need second clerk. And then we're good. And if anybody is clerk, come out to the Southern Harbor. And we will cook. I believe in all of you, and I look forward to seeing all of you here. Yeet. Oh, you bastard. You just jumped over my wall. Rangers jumping over the walls is Insano style. This shit's like personally offensive. I place a wall just for them to like full yoss themselves over it. Cooking up a dab right now. What is your dabbing preference, sir? I do know everybody kind of like has their own, but I'm intrigued about yours. Like, some people are cold start fans, some people go through like a Puffco, some people do a little bit of everything, but... Alright, Blotto, one more and then I must go partake. Yo, Emu! Good day. How are you, my friend? What PvP/corruption testing have you done today? Fuckload of duels! You come duel too. We're at Southern Turquoise Sea Harbor right now. Out in Seahook. Flower only here? Yeah, I'm primarily flower only as well for the most part, I will say. Motherfucker, the double Tripinski already? Are you shitting on my cock? Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You don't want that smoke like that? Oh, we're so up. Blotto, you don't want to know what's next for you? You fucking rat. Ha-ha! Blotto, let go! The grapple! Blotto! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why are you hitting yourself? I love killing people with Reflect. Baron! How you doing, brother? Long time no see. I hope you're very well. I really want to test one, so what changes did it make? When was the last time you played? Did you play yesterday's PTR, or have you played PTR at all? I can't win? You won earlier! Blotto, I believe in you. I believe in you. It'll be a lot easier too when you can kind of like see what I'm doing to maybe like compare the differences. But I feel like, when are you trying to use your CC break for the most part? Because one thing that I notice that you do sometimes do, not in terms of your CC break, but one thing that I also notice is sometimes you'll have a really good initiate in a combo and you kind of like give up on it and back out, right? So you'll get like a good reflect play into some damage or something like that, right? And when you get that combo and that initiate, you kind of like jump in, then jump out, and you don't get the most out of it. Partially because you'll be like, oh, he's holding his CC break, he's gonna CC break and reflect. If you have held your CC break or your reflect, then that's basically the chess match. It's honestly more checkers than chess in mirror matches. You're looking to essentially get their abilities off the board while keeping your abilities on. So say you get the initiate on me, you get the trip, and then I have to go back and I have to pop my shake it off. You now know that you can stay into that combo until you force trip lockout, get all the damage in, and then if I counter you, you've got your shake it off, even if I get a reflect off on you. So it's kind of like in mirror matches, every combo is a trade, and you have to make sure that if you're hitting a combo, you can get more potential damage out in your combos than the enemy can get in that same scenario. So that's kind of the way I try to think about it with a faster TTK. Because when we were so tanky that nothing mattered before, it wasn't really like as impactful, right? Combos could easily be just like mitigated off. I had 8k HP on live. I pop a fucking Indom and a shake it off and I'm healing for 5k. So It's a little fucky over there. But I think over here, the big emphasis is like getting the most out of each of your CCs. So I think like when I played Dota, Earthshaker in Dota 2, he had like a passive that anytime he used an ability, it would stun enemies around him. So you'd use your Fissure, which was a stun that also kind of like brought up a wall, and that would be your first stun. You'd go in and you would have your W precast, which was Enchant Totem. You'd bang your weapon on the ground, and it would make your next hit do more. So you'd Enchant Totem, you'd hit your Fissure, you'd go in, you'd smack them with your totem while they were stunned, and then you would bang your totem again, smack them with your totem again, and then you would use your ult, and that would stun them again, and then you'd bang your totem again, and then you'd smack them with your totem again. And that would basically allow you to chain all of your damage as efficiently as possible while also keeping your stuns out and like threading in the maximum amount of damage possible, right? So I try to think of it very similar to that, where it's like in the CCs, I've got to capitalize on each individual CC to try to like punish people as much as I can during those windows. And then as soon as I force a trip lockout, where like the debuff is up where somebody can't, you know, be tripped, that's when I'm kind of like keeping the combos up, playing my sustain, and I'm trying to like play my sustain while I'm still on the front foot. So if I see you pop your Indom, I'm waiting until your Indom is just about done, and then I'm popping my Indom to trade. Baron, I literally said hello to you, you goober. I asked how you were doing and you ignored me. What the hell? I asked how you were doing, my friend. How much pen do you have? I have 2.5. Just because I have it in my weapon tree. But pen is no longer in waterfall attributes. So waterfall attributes got entirely reworked as well to now where even on Dex, you're receiving some fizz power. Even on wisdom, you're getting some spell power. So waterfalls are being reworked. Everything's reworked there. Pen is no longer on waterfall attributes. So sources of penetration are probably going to be extremely, extremely valuable. And pen stacking builds are probably not going to be much of a thing. So I think mitigation, like raw armor scaling, stuff like that could be kind of valid. But also if you scale too hard one way or the other and you're not double mitigation like pure mitigation, then you're probably going to run into a spot where you have magic or fizz weakness. So fun. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. We're testing a lot of things over on Ashes that are bringing the state of the game a very, 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 very long way, man. I'm super excited for August 4th. That's when our new server opens up. So we go to Alpha 2 Phase 3 at that point. It's the last phase of the Alpha as of right now. Nice long server where everybody will be able to kind of like get their grind in, get to the end game. Really see, how the game will grow over that time. So I'm fucking pumped. I'm very excited. I hope you've been doing some fun stuff, man, but it's over in the Ashes side of things, it's all excitement for me. It's because I think about this. If I hit my whole combo, I know the next thing that's going to happen when you get up, I'm getting full combo right back. So I don't know how to not have that happen and get full value. I think it's playing your life as a resource a little bit more as well. So valuing your CC break, valuing your reflect as like decisive things instead of just like, oh, I'm stunned, I've got a CC break. I'm not popping my CC break until combos are taking me to like 60-50% a lot of the time. And it's like, okay, how far from death am I and how comfortably can I play? So if you combo me to 60-50%, then I'll pop a CC break and then I'll pop my Indom, I'll pop my shields, and I'll kind of like go on that back foot. But I'm trying to hold all of my sustain for as long as I physically can to kind of like get the most value out of it, right? And anytime that you drop sustain, I have the advantage of using mine whenever I want it instead of when I need it. So if I'm ahead of you and you're dropping, intercept and then banner, just out of like, I gotta catch up, I can then wait for your shield to be off, and then I can drop my intercept, my banner, have shield advantage, and then I can look to push you and trade combos successfully. So it's weird though, because if you go too standoffish, then you just lose the damage trades and then you get initiated on. So it's tank 1v1s are a very weird like back and forth of trades, and really the only way to get used to all the trades and all the small situations are like play through them. But I would say my biggest success as a tank comes when I am just pressuring the shit out of people. A lot of the duels that I lose, I'm getting on my back foot, and I'm kind of like having to play a little more defensively, try to reset, and that's not really like what we excel at. So let me get smoke real quick, and then we'll run more. I believe we have Emu coming on as well, so Emu is a second cleric. So if anybody wants to come out, we can get some groups going. Perchance, maybe split them up a little evenly and see what's what. Boys, Southern Turquoise, Sea Harbor, and Sea Hook, X up. Good day. Oh. Good day. Good day. Hello, G. How are you, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Sorry, I just got back from a little refreshing bong or Pinsky. So, who do we have out here that want a PvP? One's Emu's on. I think Emu was updating. But boys, who's over here on the PTR? Because we've got testing to do. We've got groups ready for your PvPing. Ready to give it to you. Hand deliver it whenever you want it. Oh, that combo had some gross timing. If you need Bartle join, yeah, come through. Southern Turquoise Sea Harbor. We're just trying to get as many people out as we can. So I don't know, like, you know, how many people will want to come out, who's out here, who's just chilling, not doing shit. But if you are out here, you got people that you want to bring, please feel free. It's not like guild or anything. I'm literally just out here with some people hanging out, PvPing. So I'm more than down. Did you read my message above and down, bro? Wait a second. Quartz banger, live resin, a hot star, live for Austin equals cold. Using a honey star for this one because of the convenience. That makes sense. That makes sense. I know a lot of my dab friends have very particular preferences. And I'm just like, give me Bolski, give me lighter. And I'm good. Alright, me versus the cleric, fuck it. It's time. I take on the raid boss of 1v1s. I must annihilate. It's all about getting the antis up, and then we can just gotta pressure that shit. Fuck me. We just gotta wait until everything's down and survive long enough to get him in a bad spot timing-wise. And if we can do that, then I think we'll be good. Fuck, it's an 18-second duration on Soothing Glow. So, like, how can I get Soothing Glow off of a cleric, chat? It's a 26-second duration on Soothing Glow. So, like... did I just lock you out of your Soothing Glow last time? And is that how I beat you? Because this does not seem like it's going my way. You're at a 24-second Soothing Glow D-tick. So I would just have to live for that long. Oh, I don't have my sustain build on right now. Maybe that's the difference. Ha ha ho ho. Just kidding, by the way. Although I am gonna switch back. We're up. Tremendous. The switch has occurred. The switch on the blicky has been flickied. The big trip went out. He's only got 13 seconds of Soothing Glow left. I've got to CC him. Never mind. I'm dead. Okay. So... what do I do about the Soothing Glow? Stragma, how you doing, my boy? Are you up to the testing today? I think I was really high last time and clicked someone else. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, that makes sense because I was like... last time I was waiting for your Soothing Glow to go off as well, and it ticked down to like a second and a half, and then I tripped you, and I got burst from there. But I kept waiting for it to go down, and it just kept going up. Tarkov wipe? Gross. Gross. I see why, though. I will say, though. Yo, Andy.
Absolutely S tier.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Tarkov wipe, sure. But, like, PTR is so fucking hype. Like, this is a beautiful test. If you were interested in some PvP in practice, gearing got redone, movement systems redone, a whole lot of shit. We're on Unreal Engine 5.6 over here. Implementation is going extremely smooth. Like, brother, it's massive. I have people out here at the Southern Harbor in Turquoise Sea, like over in Seahook, and we're getting some PvP in, trying to get another cleric out here. I think Emu's updating. We got some people coming out. But, dude, it's so fun. I, as a tank, am down to 4234 HP. But power scaling is going sicko mode. Healers are a little bit fucked right now, I will say. Healing power got a little bit of a weird scaling thing that I'm sure is going to get resolved. But other than that, man, everything is so fucking fun over here. I would highly recommend checking it out if you do find any time, like off stream or whatever. But dude, it's a blast. We're going to be playing the entire sessions as well, so 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST each day. Like, it's so fucking good. RS3 also dropped they're releasing a new boss on August 4th, and I'm in shambles. You know what must be done. You know you must commit. I'm floating down from Turquoise Sea Trading Post. True, I had to run down here as well. Soothing Glow, an 8-second cooldown for me to cast it, and it lasts for 8 seconds, equals infinite dot. But I get 3 casts, and it can stack up to 24 seconds. Wait, oh. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. So you can just perma keep Soothing Glow up on multiple targets in theory. So like, could you stack 3 on me and then put 2 on yourself, 1 on me, 1 more on yourself, 1 on me, 2 on someone else, 1 on you, 1 on me, 2 more on someone else, 1 on you, 1 on me, 1 on the other person, and then just keep refreshing all of us? It still only regens 1 at a time. Oh, you can only have 1 target at each time? Interesting. Interesting. Alright, Kiko. It's your reckoning. Oh, the big trip. The big intro. Yeet. Oh, no. Oh, but look out for that wall, Kiko. I just grappled you from so far away. Who's out here? Kiefer! Hi, Kiefer. Hey, you find where Kiko was trying to get a goddamn ration off for me. Yeah, I'm gonna feast too. What are you gonna do about that shit? Yeah, you gonna stand up now? Oh, what the fuck? How are you behind me? Yeet. I framed that. Get the fuck down here, Kiko. There is nigh time for horsing around. Oh, fuck. I waited too long. I tried to style on him. Wait. Why does the high ground traversal feel so smooth right now? Yeet! Wait, did you just like fucking manta dodge my goddamn tomahawk? You went back this way? Back this way. I see you. I know where you sleep. I know where you eat. I know where you drink. Yay! Oh, I got him in the trip. Guys, I wish you guys could see this. Yeah, I'm not falling for that one. I'm not falling for that. We're like corner peeking each other and Ash's 1v1s. We're using this barn like it's a fucking paintball tournament. Uh-huh. This is fucking ridiculous. This is absurd, I hope you know. Oh, I got up to the height. Oh, Kiko, that's bad for you. Oh, we got the trip. It's all downhill from here, Kiko. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The fucking outhouse drink is insanity. Uh-huh. 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 You can only avoid me for so long, Kiko. I will find you. You're going down to the docks this time, aren't you? Just kidding, you're going behind me, aren't you? God fucking damn it. Dude, it's literally like playing prop hunt against Kiko. I swear to God. To my right? Nope, that's Kiefer. If I were a Kiko, where would I be? What the fuck is this? Now other people are stealthing. I'm... Alright. Alright. I got eyes on the Kiko. I'm getting like fucking round tabled right now. It's absurd. Okay, surely that's a trip, right? I hate this game so much sometimes. Dude, I swear to God, if my abilities didn't track, we'd be so fucked. This is fucking ridiculous. My only chance. Hiya! Oh, I just got the grab off the top ropes, boys. This might be the initiate the boys needed. Rumor has it we might be up tremendous off that. And all of my shield goes out and instant demoralization. Alrighty. And we have liftoff. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Kiko might have it. Unless I have it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! That was so close! That was so close. That was the closest one yet. Like the ideal jump and everything. Has anyone tried to corrupt yet? Or y'all just PvPing? We're just dueling right now because we've only had one rogue out here so far. Not one rogue, I'm so sorry. One cleric. But I was thinking, once we get another cleric, we split up into some team stuff. And then maybe test that. Because teams are always fun. So I don't know, like, who else is planning on coming out? I think we have another rogue, but we can get everybody over on the beach and then just have each cleric go to one side. I think we have a couple bards on the way too, so I don't think everybody's out here yet, so we can just keep running ones, but team stuff equals literally unkillable. I disagree. I think that there is plenty, we did a lot of team stuff yesterday as well, but I think there's plenty of potential to kill targets. You just have to absolutely burst the shit out of them. And it's also becoming a matter of like, if they have one cleric, then you focus, like you plant one on the cleric and harass the cleric, and then you just like focus a split target. I think even yesterday with the cast speed stuff being in, like, if you had 2 clerics there and dying, I mean, pull up. I definitely think that it's 1000% possible. You just have to allocate targets and CCs and, like, actually coordinate, man. Like, because we have to realize, like, whether healing is 20k when we have 4k HP, or healing is 11k when we have, you know, 8k HP on a tank, it's still the same amount of, like, this heal is bringing you up fully. So I don't necessarily think it's just like cleric heals a lot, everyone's unkillable, because cleric heals a lot on live too. It's just more egregiously like overhealy on live, on PTR than it is on live. But the concept is still the same. You go in on a squishy target, CCs simultaneously go out on the clerics, or you have pressure sticking to the clerics that force them to focus either each other, themselves, or not the squishy target. And like, essentially you're just running 1 person, 2 people just sticking on the clerics at most. And usually with how people how squishy people are right now, I would say that sticking 1 person on and just having them go through trip combos is typically going to be enough during initiates to keep the clerics at least like on the back foot, because you can only wing once, YOLO. And then you're kind of just like out there. So alive with 200 power, I can't heal 2 people that get wounded. No, I mean, I totally get that. Keep in mind, this is also not going to be the final form of the scaling by any means. I'm sure they're looking into it quite heavily to get it all like sorted, but just gotta remember, this is even earlier in terms of like dev process than live is. So very important to just kind of like set the proper expectations. Oh shit, I have the sustain build on. I'm cooked here. Boys, we're down horrendous. Or are we? Nah. Blotto's gonna tell me about that wall I just dropped at the end of this fight. I know it. Good CC break there. Yeah. Blotto, are you noticing a difference though? Like, so even with, like, our duel's still going right now, but like with going in and taking more of a risk, you're also kind of like pushing the agenda a little bit more, so to say. Like, you might have just caught me there. Yeah, I'm cooked if you play this right. Oh my god, wait. Oh, Blotto, I'm so sorry I did that to you. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I just hit the nastiest turnaround. Oh my fucking god, I just clutched up so hard. But yeah, I fucked it up. Yes, you did. But hear me out. You fucked it up way closer to winning than you were before. That was exactly what I was talking about, by the way. Like, even without being able to, like, VOD review it and stuff, I fat fingered it, open a menu and everything. Oh, hear me out, Blotto. I changed all of my keybinds because I also was fat fingering menus when I changed my binds and started getting into more group stuff instead of 1v1s. And then I did it during the PvP tournament and people made fun of me and I was like, god damn it, I gotta change my binds. I forgot to do that. Yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes you just gotta wear it, dog. Now all of my binds are like shift plus the bind and they're all so far away from any of my actives that there's no chance I'd ever pop them. It's beautiful. Knock, how you doing, my boy? People forget how OP Dazed is on live as well. Plus Wounded, I see far too many Rangers, for example, not abusing their most OP ability. What would you say in opinion is the most OP ability? Other than Trap, just right now on PTR. But Dazed is fucking massive too. Like, slower cast speed is wild. You stack those two things up, Scattershot and Dazed, fair. So, we were talking earlier as well. The Thundering Shot into Snipe and Headshot combo. Like, in ideal situations, you can definitely get that shit off, right? But how do you feel about the range on that? Because over on PTR, one of the Rangers that I'm dueling showed me it. And... wait. Or acquire a tester for corruption who wishes to die. Yeah, fuck it. Corrupt on my shit. Make sure you have extras of your bow. I'm here for it. I take the damage. Being able to apply daze to an entire 8-man, it's OP as fuck. Yeah, that makes sense. That absolutely fucking makes sense. And how long is the duration on your dazed application? Because that's something traditionally you'd have to go in like full cleaving with a fucking one-hand mace or some shit to get out. And even then, your range probably is not going to cover a full 8-man. Ranger is so slept on. I swear to God, I feel like a lot of people just don't have the, I guess, like full understanding of what Ranger is supposed to be like right now. Emo, you struggling? You gotta hold alt. Yeah, there you go. There you go. But I feel like Ranger, especially in the like larger group based, and not larger group based, but like, I mean large group based, yes, like massive numbers too. But in higher tier 8v8 stuff, Ranger is so fucking impactful. The Thunder Arrow and the Snipe Headshot is a niche burst, but it's good to have, but don't really try it all the time. Fair. Fair. So, do you think that the 100%... Oh god. Emu insta died. The 100% attack speed breakpoint, is that just built around that one burst combo, or are there other things that are facilitated by the 100% attack speed? Because I know a couple of people were really like wanting to get to that 100% attack speed on Ranger. Is that his preference, or is that like a breakpoint for things other than that burst? It's 8 seconds, but you can stack it to 20 seconds. Can multiple Rangers stack on the same, like, cast, basically, and just drop it at 16? I wish AoE silence was a thing on Ranger. Summoner in the data mine has an AoE silence. So, do with that information what you will. But one Summoner, one Mage, one Ranger. Maybe, I don't know, 2 and then 1 tank. Although you could also go 2 Cleric, 1 Bard, I guess, but... Or, sorry, 2 Bard, 1 Cleric, but... I don't know, I feel like 2 is just super safe, but... A lot of EU, I know, was for a while preferring the 1 support. We'll see how that shapes up with the new TTK, potentially, and the lower max HP stacking, but... I don't know, it's all... It's all up to, like, how this shit accidentally gets implemented. Or actually gets implemented. Yo, Saint. Alright, my boy, thank you for the hydrate. I hope you're having a beautiful night. So what are our positives and negatives so far? People that have been over here testing. And how do we feel about the movement system? I feel like a lot of people have kind of like stopped talking about it. Maybe they're getting used to it a little bit. But personally, I like the movement system a whole lot. Wait, now Cyborg showed back up, so we have 3 clerics. God damn it, now we need another cleric. We're down horrendous. Dusty, remember your last corruption accident? How do we replicate that here? You would hit my mount and kill it. In the simplest way. You would just corrupt on my mount. Because my last corrupt was because a guy's mount unflagged as my projectile was in the air to kill his mount. So, if we're talking about my gear specifically, since that's what I sent you, when I did the math on DR comparing Riv Bow plus Hawk Bow, and with the DR on crit power, you lose about 6% of the stats from Hawk Bow into the void. But on Riv, you get the same power, etc., but don't go over crit power DR cap of 180. So you get the 100% attack speed also with Rividium. Okay, so basically just pushing up to diminishing returns and not forcing into DRs. So where do you get the 180 from for the crit DR? Because I pushed up to like 190 was my sweet spot on like tank, where it seemed to be pretty fluid up to that point. But I could have also just been not doing math and just looking at numbers. I just kind of look at numbers close enough and go, huh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Need to get my hands on that gear planner. Send you a DM of our gear planner since it's public now, and you can show on stream. Okay, and that calculates like DRs and everything too. So, how did you guys source the DRs? Just like Omega testing? Because the amount of testing that people are already putting into loops is fucking absurd, I will say. From like the optimized questing loops at the start where people have done quite legitimately like thousands of intro questing characters at this point to parse all of the early quests, see what the smoothest progression would be, see what the different routes would be. It's fucking absurd. It is, it's really wacky to see how far people are going to put out the best info that they can to try to get ahead. Do you have the 100% attack speed, Kiko? Because that was the whole thing as well with like the ideal scenario thing that I was talking about earlier with like the turn away thunder into the snipe into the headshot instantly, but so the gear planner that was made in Cartel means I can type in stats I want and assign a weight to that stat, and it pulls all the gear from Ash's codex and builds me a set hitting all the values or as close as possible. So you can type in stats you want and assign a weight to that stat. So essentially, if you want to have 210 power, you go through and kind of like fill it like an ad lib, where you put out your total targets for stats and then it pulls the most efficient gear possible to make those stats in particular happen. So on our end of things, we're going to be posting our guild calendar for events for the next month soon. We'll also probably make that public info at some point, like once we're done the events. But, you know, there's some pretty big info going out in cats too. So just stay tuned. Stay tuned. Huge things coming. Then I build my gear with the most efficient piece. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I basically do that, but with handwork. Like, you know, I do it by hand and you've replaced it with technology like a fucking modernist. You're trying to take my small streamer job of fucking consulting on gear sets. It's half of my conversation at the start of servers. See the DM? I will probably tomorrow. I'm terrified to switch screens while I have anything NDA'd up. Actually, at the end of the stream today, I'll check it out. Because I don't dare to switch screens around at all when anything NDA'd is pulled up. It's like a safety precaution. I'll check it out at the end of stream today when I close down all the NDA'd shit. I'm so fucking scared because I have multiple safeguards up, right? But even with those safeguards being in place, I don't, like, it's not 1,000% guarantee that nothing bad could possibly happen, right? So I'm doing everything I can to make sure that it doesn't. Nothing's fucked up so far. And I just gotta make it until the 3rd of August. And then we're good. So we're gonna improve that calc. I love that. I mean, shit, a lot of time to improve stuff. Some could say that the features are primarily in an alpha. Yo, JPX, how you doing, my boy? Which 5 weapons are new? So, one-handed axe, two-handed mace, rapier, pokey sword, as well as two-handed spear. It's pretty nice. And we're on Unreal Engine 5.6 as well. So a lot of changes, new movement system, just went through like an attribute change as well. Everything's running fucking amazing. I'm really loving it. Adept. Phase up. The goat. Add when you answer. No! Tell him to remind me when he's out of his ad. Oh wait, there's now a little like circle around the interact. Emu, your loot's still here. I don't know if you have extras or not. I'm assuming you do, but your loot's still there. Oh, welcome back. Okay, so in terms of 5 weapons that are new, it is one-handed axe, two-handed mace, a rapier, like a pokey sword, and then two-handed spear. So those are what you're looking at in the current editions. We're also on Unreal Engine 5.6. We have a new movement system over here. There are a lot of things over on this current build that are entirely different than like what's on the live build. So really fun time to be, you know, able to playtest, able to check everything out. At least in my opinion. I've been having a lot of fun with it the past few days. So it's 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST today, tomorrow, and Friday for the playtesting phases for PTR. And then starting on the 14th, it will go up to 24/7 accessibility for the private test realm up until August 3rd. On August 3rd, the private test realm ends. Everything will wipe on the live production environment. And then, ow, Bards heal for a lot too. And then on August 4th, we'll transition to the phase 3 server where everybody will re-roll, play their new characters, and start fresh. So PTR over here, which is visually NDA'd, but it's what we're playing right now. This is where the new weapons are. This is where Unreal Engine 5.6 is. The production environment up until August 4th will still be like the older version, so to say. So it won't have all the new weapons, all of that, but every playtester does get access to the private test realm in addition to the production environment. So you can do both of those. So like right now, we're over on the PTR playing. You guys are watching VOD from Alpha. And it's like 2 separate gameplays. We can talk about everything going on in the PTR, but the private test realm is visually NDA'd, so I just like can't show the video from it. Kind of disappointed with the new weaponries. Really hope they give them more personality. I mean, I do also think that a lot of like weapon personality, so to say, will come in kind of like the different time to finisher, the different attack ranges on things. Like, for instance, spear is a very narrow and long kind of like attack range. The mace combo, although it's like slow and chunky and it swings, is a 4-hit combo through your entire combo with extended. So like, it's probably gonna have a very fast time to finisher. I haven't timed it out, but doesn't spear also just have GS weaponry, or was it Janet axe? Yeah, that is fair. I mean, there are only gonna be so many things right now that they probably have as a small modifiers and things, but it could be cool down the road. I don't know. Like, surely there will be expansion on weapon trees as well. We have to keep in mind, as they add character levels, we'll probably see more expansion of stamina trees, new weapon trees, maybe like new abilities deeper into the weapon trees too. I'm just being picky. They want you to be picky. Picky starts discussions, and discussion leads to good things being known. So, I agree though. I agree. I would love to see even more play around, like, for instance, Swordmasters, Concussion, things like that. In the Longbow tree, you've got your Bullseye and your Heartseeker. So, like, more play around things like that, the big decision makers. Worst change they made on PTR is having to hold alt to PvP. It was goofy. So, I also thought it was a little weird to start out, but realizing that it's essentially a complete safeguard for not hitting mounts and corrupting on mounts anymore, unless you deliberately target the mount to corrupt, is really nice to realize. Because you can still just hit someone once with holding alt, you flag up, and if the other people are flagged, then you can also just, you know, PvP them without having to hold alt. You don't have to hold alt the entire time you're PvPing. You just have to hold alt to hit somebody that's not flagged up yet. And you can't CC people that aren't flagged anymore either. So it's a little weird if you're like starting a duel, right? But once people are actually flagged and people have hit each other, then it does feel pretty solid. So I got used to it a little bit for starting up duels after a while, but looks like coming for the Lawless Zone is about 50 seconds before I return to a normal / combat phase. Interesting. Just change it if you flag up out in the world, you can only unflag or on death or in a city. I don't necessarily know if that's like within the game's intended design though. Like, I get that that could also be something that's valid because New World had, and granted New World's open world died out like fast as fuck, right? But New World had it so you could only flag up if you were at like a fast travel or in town. Fast travels were more plentiful than Starbucks in a city, but it was some element of like kind of the risk to seeing somebody flagged or running around flagged. I get that. But I do also think that a certain element of unflagging evolution will still come through. Maybe in the form of if you're in combat, you don't unflag mid-combat. Like if you're flashing and you get hit, it extends your timer by X amount of time. Or like if you're in combat while you're flagged, you have to be out of combat for X amount of time before it will actually like, you know, take you out of combat. I got unintentionally corruption baited by somebody. And I wouldn't even call it corruption baited. I just unintentionally corrupted on live because they were flagged and their flag was deticking, but I was targeting their mount. They were swimming out in the water in the tropics, but not far enough away from the node area to keep their flag extended. So it was this weird thing where like their flag wasn't extended even though they were in the water. They were ticking down and they had their flash, but the mount doesn't mimic the flash of the player. I had the mount targeted to get them off the mount so they couldn't swim away and then kill them from there. But they deticked when the mount was 28 HP. I had already shot an arrow. Arrow's in the air. Mount unflags. Arrow hits. I corrupt. Now, they didn't even kill me or anything like that. They just kind of went their, you know, went their own way. I ended up getting people to come over and kill me. Like, everything was fine in the grand scheme of things. But I'm definitely an advocate for, like, if you or your mount are hit, it extends the flag timer, right? It's just weird with interactions tying the mount to the player itself. But I'm sure it's already kind of tied to, like, the unflag. It's just a matter of getting those match states of, like, okay, this is your timer to unflag. If you're flashing, it's ticking down here this much. It shows on both, and then it's also replicated on both ends when the flag gets extended by combat or whatever it may be. But yeah, I agree. Do you have a bleed effect? Me? Yeah, I use Heartseeker. So a deadly extended finisher immediately after a deadly finisher applies bleeding to a target, or any extended finisher immediately after a deadly finisher applies bleeding to the target. And then it gives your next ability within 10 seconds has a 5% increased accuracy, 5% increased damage, and 10% increased crit damage. These bonuses double against bleeding targets. So it makes you bleed on extended finisher after a deadly proc, and then gives 10% accuracy, 10% damage, and 20% crit damage. You know, I use Party Bullseye as a tank? If I'm in a party. We're running 1v1s right now, though. Yeah, so when I'm running 1v1s, I, on live, run Refreshing Follow-Through and Inner Fire, and then I run the Heartseeker and Flexible Extended, like the one above it. But when I switch into groups, I just unspec Heartseeker, Extended, and then the middle one that can be like Crushing Blows, Inner Fire, or Rhythmic, and then I put that into Inspiring Bullseye, and the points transfer over evenly. So whenever I'm in a group, I just go Inspiring Bullseye, and then I go Refreshing Follow-Through for Mana Sustain. If I'm soloing, especially on the PTR with a new time to kill, I've actually been going Keen Edge and Crushing Blows in my 1v1 build. Keen Edge giving all of your finishers and extended finishers 25% increased crit chance. This bonus increases by an additional 25% for 10 seconds after casting an ability, stacking up to 2 times. So coming off of my ability combos, I can just go into a finisher and extended finisher, double crit those, and then have a lot of follow-up damage. And then I have Crushing Blows, so finishers extended, deadly finishers, and deadly extended finishers have 10% increased base damage and 10% increased crit damage. So that way I can kind of like play off of that big pop subsequent to my actual combo as well. So I'll get my trips, I'll get my burst, and then after trip lockout's forced, in a lot of the time that they are trying to heal and sustain, and I'm waiting for the trip lockout to wear down, now my finishers and extended finishers have more crit, more pop, because currently on this build, I'm also, this is a PTR build, so I'm 248.9 fizz power, 39.1 fizz crit chance, and then 199.2 fizz crit power. So it hits pretty fucking hard altogether. It's feeling really nice. First, kill me as hard as you can. Just give me a 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Try to end it with a bleed out. Wait, so just don't heal. And then I can just get you low and let the bleed kill you. Yeah. Because I'll just do that. Whoops. One attack too many. I crit one too many times. The new crit scaling is a little wild to me. We have a lot of crit over here. I kind of need to die as I'm flashing. Yeah. See if you get corrupted if I die in normal mode. Oh, so like, if I have damage on you, like a damage over time, and then you unflag while the damage over time is still on you, get a mage for that. Because mage could put up burns and shit. Or like a cleric conflag. I'm actually 90% convinced they changed some of the DR breakpoints on PTR. Oh, they absolutely did. They also changed a lot of the scaling. Yeah, the ratios for scaling, like rating to power, are entirely different. All of the ratios are like cooked comparatively to what they were. Not cooked in a bad way, but like they're different than what they are on live. Diminishing return breakpoints, like what they want people targeting, seemingly are different as well. There's a lot that is entirely different over here comparatively. As long as you give HP and mitt some DR, we're Gucci. I mean, for perspective, I think one of the largest things about giving HP diminishing returns is just making sure that rolls don't have egregiously high values in, like, you have your primary rolls, which on a piece of armor are like your armor, magic resist, and then your stat that's on it. And then your secondary rolls are like the stats that you get on that piece. And I think one of the nice things that I like right now is like level 20 Griffin Tunic in Heroic is 268 max HP, 234 Fizz crit power rating, and 268 crit power rating. So like balance numbers instead of something giving 750 HP on a chest and then another fucking 550 on legs. My legs are 301 Fizz crit avoidance, 168 Fizz accuracy, 234 Fizz power. And it seems like there's more of an incentivization to 1k on a mace and then 833 Fizz power on a shield. Now, I will say that's the most incentivized that shield has ever been. I am already switched back to a two-hand weapon because, like, there's no incentivization. I mean, blocking's nice, and blocking is valid as fuck. But if people are still ignoring tanks or trying to, then I can just rock a two-hander. Also, my mitigation, just as it is, doesn't change much. I get a lot of crit chance rating. I get a whole lot of Fizz power. So, like, blocking could still be fine, running ward, whatever it may be. But I'm not too worried about that shit. The Grey Sword has felt good, and I keep that switch on me just in case for group stuff. But, yeah, I think, like, Mitt does have DR. I hit DR breakpoint on Mitt trying to push up past 60% on my tank on live, which is actually why I'm 7,900 HP. Because I switched out Iron Wing chest piece for Basilisk Skin Tunic to, like, beef up a little bit more because my Mitt wasn't scaling as well. But yeah, it seems like a lot of those very strong rolls are kind of being like sorted out. I also like that there's an incentivization seemingly on your power coming from weapons, your mitigation coming from armor, and then jewelry just being kind of like that complement all type thing, like the accessory, truly. It's a really nice thing. So now instead of having things like Black Feather Tunic or Dustpaw Warhide that are like 1,300 Fizz power in and of themselves, and then you've got some weapons that are being used that are like fucking 1,600 if it's a decent rarity iron longbow. You've got a heavy emphasis on your weapons being that, like, that large portion of your power. Nice. While also having the other things still be massively impactful. Good trades, good trades. Oh, we're so up. The self-wall on the grap. He learned my tech. Last fight, he tried to pull me in with a grapple. And I walled myself, and I knew that he was going to talk about it. And he came in and said that wall. He knew. Nice, good reflect. That might win it. Next one's lockout, so I should be fine, but... Okay, cool. My combo just hit so fucking hard there. You have it as Paul alone? No! No, you cannot get an entire fucking weapon's worth of power scaling from one chest piece. You heck right the fwick off. Goodness gracious. So, like, for example, I mean, A blue steel longbow is now 3422 fizz power rating, 378 fizz crit power, 258 strength, 513 fizz crit chance, 440 power rating, and then 513 accuracy. Which is kind of juiced, right? It also seems like things are going to scale a bit harder as they go up in rarity compared to before. So, like, it may just be the new weapons that are in, but it does feel like those new weapons... Okay. It does feel like those new weapons, it may just be because they're like, rarity is lower, right? Or they're like newer, or whatever it may be, right? But the new weapons in gray scale so fucking poorly. That's part of the reason why I haven't tested them yet. Because they are not high value scalers in my opinion. So, I'm just kind of like, trying to keep that in mind. We could see rarity scaling be incredibly impactful because a few dev streams ago too, Intrepid did talk about how they wanted rarity scaling to feel much more impactful, especially in like the crafting realm of things, right? And I'm pretty optimistic that that could be at least started up here. Uh-oh. Oh, goodness gracious. That committal on the combo. So, Blotto, do you feel a difference, though? Kind of trying to, like, make sure you're getting the most out of your combos? Because I feel like that's the biggest thing. Like, there, I was at risk of dying and just kind of, like, full sent the combo anyways. My question is, why are we touching TTK when TTK was good? So, personally... I think that group-based TTK is probably going to be quite similar. I don't think that overall TTK on everything was good. You had a lot of substantial outliers where a lot of people dying was based very frequently around CC going out on multiple targets, ignoring the tank because they're just unkillable anyways. You go on a DPS while your bards go in and mez the back line, or you're not going to get kills. And honestly... the TTK was way better than it used to be, right? But I don't think that anybody really thought that that was the last touch of TTK or anything like that. And especially in 8v8s, certain things are quite literally borderline unkillable in any normal semblance. You don't go on clerics or pressure clerics outside of dropping CCs on them, unless for whatever reason they're so far out and forget their buttons exist that you happen to get a kill on them. Same thing with bards. You're essentially just looking to... you're looking to basically find rangers, mages, and really just kind of like kill those. Which, I definitely get it. Like, prioritizing the right targets is always a thing. But I do feel like there should be a certain element to, if you just want a full send on a healer, is reasonable unless they get bailed out by another healer or whatever it may be. But I really do think that this TTK, especially not being tested in 8v8s in any like functioning capacity right now, it's been like day 2 of it. Day 1 had a 10,000% cast speed belt that was a typo on the PTR that got fixed overnight. And they're still probably looking at where the scaling is coming from for healing being so OP. And once those things are sorted, I'm sure by like hopefully tomorrow, Friday, we're able to get good, like, you know, team-based practice with heals being in a reasonable spot, healing power being all evened out. Because right now it's absolutely bugged. Like, we can all agree on that. So judging the TTK based on like live and everything there, it's going to be a little tough. In terms of CC pressure and everything that we're doing in 1v1s, we have to keep in mind nothing in Ashes is optimized around 1v1s, is balanced around 1v1s, revolves around 1v1s whatsoever. So 1v1s are always going to feel a little bit fucky. Always a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors. Some archetypes will have a bit of an advantage. Some others will be at a bit of a weaker spot. So just food for thought. 8v8 is a true point of balance, and without us playing it in proper 8v8 settings, I don't really think we're at a point to like give it a fair assessment, and we're just kind of trying to like fuck around and see what we can find in a semi-even scenario until then, and we just kind of have to like gauge what we're looking for. Rush Frog, how you doing? Is there Spear in the game yet, or is this game still dog shit? Yeah, Spear's in the game now. Well, in PTR. So PTR is accessible. Someone had asked earlier, I'm so sorry, by the way, I got it into PvP. Someone asked earlier if you got the Wave 3 key and you had PTR access. Yes, every key holder does have private test realm access at this point. So if you have the Wave 3 key, which got you in for the start of May 1st, May 1st to August 3rd is our phase 2.5. August 4th is the start of phase 3. That's a new fresh server where it wipes everything before it. People will go there, either NA or EU. And then from there, you will have a re-level. You'll have new content being added on. That's going to be a long server starting on August 4th. The private test realm, you also get access to. So that is active today, tomorrow, and Friday, 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST. 2 hours left of it today, and then 8 hours the next 2 days. Then it's back to the live environment, which you guys are watching the VOD from, because the PTR is NDA'd. It's visually NDA'd. You cannot show gameplay from it or your account will be Thanos snapped. Don't show gameplay from it. They don't fuck around with that. But starting on July 14th, the PTR, the visually NDA'd one, goes up 24/7 through August 3rd. On August 3rd again, everything will wipe. So you'll be able to be on the PTR full time leading up to phase 3, seeing what changes are looking like, seeing how everything's shaping up. The PTR already has 5 new weapons, 2 new races, a different movement system that's being tested, a new attribute change that's being tested. Let's see, Unreal Engine 5.6, the crate system where there are now different sizes and types of crates past just this crate is a crate. The guild storage NPC is in the game. He's still getting trained though. He's trying to figure it out. What else? A lot of small UI things. Roads in areas like in nodes now actually are developed with the growth of a node, like the leveling of a node. Vassaling is in, so a vassal ship basically. You'll have your vassal or your parent node up top. Your parent node will have your vassal nodes, and then your vassal nodes will have smaller vassals underneath it. So basically there will be like a vassal system that prevents certain nodes from advancing to certain levels, but also sets this level of like support nodes and then a main parent node. So a lot of systems over here being tested, and they're surely going to be adding more in. The anvils is also on the map waiting to be unlocked. So anvils testing hopefully starting soon TM, dynamic gridding starting soon TM. For all we know, they may have snuck more in as well while we were just kind of like, you know, testing what we've got so far. They very frequently add things in that are not in the patch notes, including the crates, guild storage guy, a lot of changes. So good time to be in. The private test realm as well, huge thing because you do not have to level your character if you don't want to. You can basically just create your character, talk to the gear vendors outside the starting area, and then you can buy a book that levels your character to either 15 or 25. And then from there, you can also get gearing crates to get yourself all set up. You open the gearing crates, it gives you gear, you put the gear on. Pretty seamless, you know, zero friction environment for leveling and checking shit out. So definitely would recommend it. Took a chance last night to see if we could get into the new area. Yeah, no, not yet. Not yet. We sailed around it as well towards the end of stream too, but unfortunately, no dice. So hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. As a dwarf, can I pack myself in a crate to ambush people? I want like a Trojan caravan where like you can, instead of loading like things onto your caravan, you can fill your caravan with seats instead. And people can opt in to take a seat on the caravan as one of the attachments. And then you can escort the people place to place and kind of run around as like a, you know, a decoy caravan, right? So there's a caravan night that your guild's running, and your lead caravan is now a caravan that instead of having, you know, an inventory full of commodities, it's now got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats depending on the tier and rarity of the caravan. So you hit that caravan, and instead of, you know, one person popping out, you have a dismount. Same thing as now with the interact where we just pop out of the mount, but 7 people jump out of the caravan and jump the shit out of you. So we're gonna smuggle people around. Well, not like that. Not like that. But I'm thinking like a decoy van. I'm thinking like a little plow up front to feel people out. Could be valid. Might also be ass. Feel free to give feedback. Boop. Send me to the elves, they'll never see it coming. Man, the Pyri deserve it. They ain't even do anything like directly to me yet. They look creepy as shit. I don't know what it is, but the Pyri be fucking weird. We should all riot for a GM to come out and sail us around on a boat. Make them work for the people. No, the Pyri, they're cool, they just look scary. The Pyri look scary as fuck. The Pyri look like they should not be allowed within 100 meters of a school. Just straight up. If you're playing a Pyri, look into your character's eyes and tell me you don't see just terror. Chat, it fucking scares me. Jim's out here. Oh god, the cleric. So many clerics. Wait, what is this? Is this a 2v1? Kiko versus Jim and Blotto? Well, that seems slightly unfair. Is Pyri the weird antler people? Well, like, the antlers are cool, the faces are weird because the faces look like they're really gonna sneak into my room while I'm asleep. Like, the faces of the Pyri look like I would wake up in the middle of the night and they'd be a sleep paralysis demon. Shockums! My fucking goat, hop on the PTR, it's testing time. We got a couple hours left to PvP-ness tonight. We got 8 hours tomorrow, 8 hours the next day. Get on, make your character. We're out of the Southern Turquoise Sea Harbor. Thank you for the 6 months at T3, brother. Much love to you. That's a new banana, that's a sparkly banana, and that's a whole lot of appreciation from me. Because we still trying to recover from Iceland and shit. Who is this new tank? A new challenger has arrived. Hey yo, knock. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love me some Bezos bucks, brother. I appreciate all of that. Much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the... How many months is that? Is that a 2-month treat with the primer? Brother, I appreciate you so much. Much love, thank you. Boys, if anybody else out there wants to click and see if they have their Twitch Prime sub available this month, that is free. That is available once every 30 days. And you can use that shit here and support a struggling alpha streamer. This game doesn't even exist yet, but boys, I will be here until it does by your good graces and commitment to the channel. And I can't wait to see where this all goes long term. Blotto, if it's any consolation, I just got that other tank too. We're good. Like alpha? Oh no. You're gonna activate the Sigma Gamer. Ow! Whoa! We're getting banned for that. We're getting banned for that. I feel like you guys should mass report the channel at that point. I feel like that might be the end of everything. On it. We need to click off stream for that. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I failed you. I've let you all down today, chat. That is unacceptable. Bruja! Ow! Bruja, thank you for the 5 gifties, my boy. Much love. We got a hype train here. Wait, boys. Have we summoned it on this fine day? Have we got the hype train going?
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, Mr. Bruja. Yo, Sophisticus, thank you for the follow. Much love, boys. We got a level 4 hype train going in this bitch. If you guys want to click on your purple sub button, see if you do have your free Prime sub available this month. That is a way to support this channel without paying a single thing. And anybody that drops 100 biddies or Prime subs, T1s, T2s, T3s, or gift subs during the hype train will get exclusive emotes that you can only get during hype trains. Chat, if you have the Gritty Goose emote, let me see your Gritty Gooses. It's one of my favorite hype train emotes. I fucking love that shit. And if you sub to the channel, you get my emotes, including Dusty WBD, quite possibly the finest emote on all of Twitch. Bruja, what you been up to, my boy? Happy to see you around. We're over on the private test realm right now, so we can't show the gameplay from it, but boys, people be testing out here. And it's beautiful. Hoofsy, coming through with the big Gritty Goose. Hoofsy, what you getting up to today, dude? When will you be joining us for PTR testing? We need you. The question is it cleric life or bard life? Because we know you're a multi-talented man. Well, I wanted PTR testing answers and he goes gifting 5 subs. Hoopsie, thank you so much for the 5 gifties. You're not getting away from my question though. When are you getting to the PTR? Hoopsie, I love you. Thank you, brother. Much love. Much love, Bruja. Thank you for the 5 knock. Thank you for the 2 months. Shock, the 6 months of T3 to kick it all off. Boys, much love. The level 5 hype train now 7% up. Boys, the support goes crazy. The community goes crazy. I'm so grateful for all of it. I'm super excited to see what this next month brings. A hype up for P3. I can't fucking wait, lads. I can't fucking wait. It's gonna be something special. And I'm happy that we're all here for it. And just remember, as more people continue to come in, more people continue to check out Ashes. You guys are able to say that you were here earlier on, before everybody else. You guys saw it coming. You guys predicted the rise. You stuck it out through the down points. And guys, I'm super, super grateful for that. The level 5 hype train. A humbling hype train, a beautiful hype train. Sophisticus, hope you're having a beautiful day. I appreciate you coming through. We love all of our gifters, all the primers, all the T1s, T2s, T3s, everybody that supports the channel, even the lurkers, man. A lot of lurkers out there that just come through on the daily. The what? Sorry, the gift does. My bad. My bad. We've been working on that. Sorry. I'm just out of control. Back to watching Handmaiden's Tale. Ooh, wait. Sounds like a relaxing night. Goodness gracious. I'll join P3. Ash is giving me hopes in the genre after 8 years of MMORPG abstinence. Oh, let me tell you, you are going to bust the biggest MMO nut that you've ever gooned if you are hopping in for P3 launch. It's gonna be a really fun time, I think, to be a playtester, to be an Ashes community member. Like, it's gonna be all good all the time. I do believe. I do believe. Hit me. No, fuck. I cooked myself. I lost this fucking duel. I'm such an impatient, dumb bitch. I'm such a stupid hoe. God damn it. I've got to play smart. I'm not losing yet, but I might. Fuck you and your stupid dumb reflect. It's probably just one of my friends. Just angry all the time. Why am I the way I am? Nice. Good reflect. Unless I do this. Hiya! Oh, fuck. He got the trip trade on me, boys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, he's actually hitting me with that shit right now. It's anybody's game. Okay. It's coming down to it. Anybody's game at this point. Oh, shit. Oh, we're both out of mana. We're both hard out of mana right now. Reflect goes out, but I was locked out. It might not be enough. This is coming down to it, boys. Into the thick of it. No KSI. No Travis Scott. Oh, I got a 563 crit on my slam. Oh my god, that was a good duel, Mr. Mage Tank. Thank you for the fight. Thank you for the fight. Oh my goodness gracious. That was a close one. That was a very, 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 very close one. That was a good duel. So, in terms of hopping in P3, I will say, this is quite possibly the best time to ramp up for Phase 3. In my opinion, primarily because of the private test realm access. So we're over right now with a group of people on the private test realm. It's visually NDA'd, so we can't show the gameplay from it. But it is like a more experimental build with a lot of like forward-coming changes, right? So on the private test realm, it's very like frictionless to actually level. You can get a character up to 25 instantly. You can get your gear very instantly. So everything's just all done through a vendor right at the start. If you want to level, you can. If you want to wait, you can also level yourself the normal way through progression. But it's a good way to hop in and kind of like check out, you know, what's going on where. Warming up my first time playing. It's also my first time playing. Holy shit. Wait. My god. My god. Good Reflecto Mundo. The Hachi trip. Forcing the lockout. Where's he go off the lockout though? That is the question. Good counter from Mr. Blotto. He's running Keen Edge. Makes sense. Trying to play off that crit. Same thing as I am. Blotto with a nice counter there. It's close. CC lockouts out. Blotto with a really well-timed initiate there. Gets him down to 50%. 50% to 50% here. Oh, sorry. Reflect coming out, Tomahawk coming out, not connecting from Mage Tank on the Tomahawk. Double Trip coming out, Blotto 75%, dropped down to 50%. Mage Tank been 50% for a while. Mitigation's coming out. Mage Tank locked out for another few seconds. Blotto gets interrupted out of Pulverize. Mage Tank got a Trip lockout. Good Reflect. Blotto looking for a Trip. Tomahawk goes out from Mage Tank and not going to connect. Blotto has HP advantage right now. I don't think either of them have Reflect. But really even at this current point in time. Mage Tank going with the wall into the eat. No, that's dastardly work. Absolutely dastardly work. Absolutely dastardly work. I hate that. P3 is where I'm at for sure. It's a really good time to practice before then too. I don't know if you saw, but a bleed slash burning death from a fading PvP flag will still corrupt you. Interesting. Okay, couldn't see the wall. The wall was dastardly. I like that play. That's cheeky, as the EU lads would say. Very cheeky. I like that shit. Can't wait to practice leveling runs for P3 launch. No, Knock, honestly, as soon as the anvils open up, we're also going to be getting groups together to practice the anvils loops and just kind of like see what's available out there. Now, do you guys have a theory on where you think the starting area will be, the Divine Gate? Because I think that it is going to be right at the top middle of the anvils. There's like a mountain there that has this like dwarven looking kind of like circle area underneath the mountain. They talked about how the starting area would be inside a mountain and then you work your way out of that mountain. So I do think that that's probably where it is, right in that top middle, nestled in between Kaltorum and Durgrim, as well as Valgadim. So excited to see like where that's at, because that's gonna have a huge implication on how progression goes, and also could impact how mob scaling is in terms of levels over in the tropics too. No idea unless the new area is Giga XP. We may stay with the less pop zone just to rush max level ASAP. So personally, I don't think the new area is going to be the more populated zone. I think the Riverlands is going to be the more populated zone, especially with the competitive communities, because the Riverlands is more hashed out and has more potential XP per hour. I think opportunity cost will likely be higher in the Riverlands than it will be in the Anvils. Although, I mean, maybe there will be the hype of like, I want to go to the other area. But I think a lot of the players who are like concurrent players will absolutely still be going through the Riverlands, and the Riverlands will probably be like the most appealing approach. We're kind of hedging the Riverlands in a sense of like it probably not being populated. But you know what I just realized? When I kill players, it says died to toast, like that piece of bread was just too much for you. I love that. I love that. That could also be a stroke. So you know that map on Ash's Codex has a new area, so I'm betting you can show that on stream. Yeah, I just don't like to switch tabs on stream in case anything like goes wrong and something gets shown that's not supposed to be shown. It's scary with the NDA up on the other screen. I mean, our 2.5 run was Riverlands into level 10 by doing quests. We killed one mob, then straight to the drops. Yeah. That early loop for questing was fucking Insano style. I think some people had one that got you up to like 11, 12 with your starting set of gear as well. We did not have that in place, and we were just mob grinding and shit. And then I made some bad decisions in terms of the mob grind that kind of like fucked up our progression in a sense. So, you know, we try to recover from those things when they do happen. But yeah, we're definitely putting in a lot more like infrastructural work. We just have more preparation on our side, more experience on our side this like go around. So I'm really excited, man. I think every phase that we get to re-level as a community, every phase that we get to like bring people back in and grow as a community, I really do think it's genuinely exciting as fuck. And I hope that everybody that's kind of like been on their breaks is starting to trickle back in, and they're like, okay, PTR is looking nice, even if I don't want to grind right now. You know, I wanna be here for it. And by the time P3 hits, everybody's done exclamation guild, everybody's in the guild, everybody's ready to go, and I can't wait, man. Even if P3 is not good at the beginning, I followed everything in Alpha 2 and saw the progress. The game is taking shape and I can see where it's going. I want to be part of this process. Keep in mind, being part of the process also comes with a 90-day period where you can get a full refund if you haven't bought your pack yet. So 90 days from the day of your purchase, full refund no matter how many hours you play. So a nice little insurance policy with it. But the process, man, it's becoming more fun to be a part of every single day. We're seeing more and more on the private test realm. The private test realm was just expanded to all key holders on July 1st. So I previously didn't have PTR access until July 1st. So I'm really grateful that they decided to like open it up like that, especially in a point where a lot of people on the you know, on the alpha server, phase 2.5, were kind of hitting a point of burnout. We were doing what we can to keep it active, but really it's like everything that Intrepid is doing, I think, is really well thought out. Even the things that come in initially where they're like, not exactly landing with the community in terms of the changes. I feel like they're very good at explaining the why behind them and kind of like putting the total pieces of the puzzle together eventually for us to see. So I'm optimistic, man. I'm always like optimistic sided, but I try to be realistic about things. If I came over to the PTR and I wasn't liking things, then I'd talk about those things. But I think a lot of the things that are bad on the PTR right now are just the healer changes at the moment that are really fucky. And then from there, we'll get a good look at how power scaling is in groups with healer support in a reasonable sense. And then we'll be able to determine, like, you know, is the TTK good? Is the TTK bad? Is it too fast? Is it too slow? What's going on with the new attribute changes? All of those things will kind of like fall into place, right? So we just very frequently see a piece of the puzzle and not the entirety of the puzzle. And I think we just got to keep that in mind. But I'll be right back. I'm going to go fill up my water because I've been chug-a-lugging. And then more duels. We got an hour and a half of uptime. And then I want to start compiling a little list of things that people are liking and things that people are not liking. So by the time this playtest phase is done with the PTR at the end of the week, I'm down as fuck. I'll be right back. Boys, good evening. I've returned. I hope you're as horny as I am. Fupo! Hello! How are you, friend? I see, again I get here and he leaves. Must have a thing against small black void cats. No, I love the void cats. So I saw something today that you might be interested in as an enjoyer of Ash's information. I haven't really played any MMORPG since Arcade. It's been a while. I'll be very overwhelmed at the beginning. Well, if you feel like you're going to be overwhelmed, I will say one of the things that can help a lot in Ashes is finding a community to hop in with and kind of have those people to like bounce the questions off of. Especially in the alpha, a lot of the first time user experiences made you nice. A lot of the first-time user experiences are not entirely hashed out at this point in time. Even when they are, it's going to be very non-linear. So, fortunately, I happen to know a community that welcomes every player. If you're looking to get into it phase 3, later than that, earlier than that, whatever it may be, you can do exclamation guild, and we run a community that has multiple guilds. Our top end is very PvP oriented, but we have multiple guilds to accommodate every type of player. And in Ashes, it's a full PvX gameplay loop where every part of the loop collectively matters. From crafting to gathering to PvP to be able to hold down the best areas. You've got your like mob grind areas, your bosses that you need to control because everything's in the open world. And crafting is the #1 way to get everything from gear to consumables to everything. So definitely, like, I would say find a community that seems like it's going to match your vibes and what you want to do. And with cats, we're trying to, our guild is Cats with Abs. It's kind of it's a thing from New World that came through. I believe Dusty is up there. Your Southern Harbor Trops Seahook come through. All right, we're up. Sorry, I had to post in global. Someone in global asked if PvP was happening in the Trops, and someone goes, I think Dusty's up there. Yeah, we chillin'. Southern Harbor. Anyways, so I need to not get distracted. Communities can be a massive thing. At Cats, like I mentioned, our top communities are built entirely around PvP and trying to be, you know, the best that we can be while also not, like, being incredibly toxic. Like, we're sweaty, but we're not elitist about things. We're welcoming in all types of players, trying to help everybody learn the game and realizing that winning an alpha phase isn't really the end-all be-all. So we're just trying to keep, like, ramping things up and just trying to organize more and more as the phases continue. So if you do want to join, exclamation guild in the chat. That'll get you our guild Discord. You can get your roles right there. There's no application or anything. What is this that I might find interesting? Okay. Hold on. I needed to be welcoming to our new friends. But there was a, I probably shouldn't talk about this. But hold on. So basically there was a GM that was near us earlier, and I'm whispering so Steven doesn't hear us. But there was a GM that was over here, and they came over here, right? And I was dueling someone, and we were around a corner. And when I came back around the corner, I caught the GM using a summoner ability. It was a summoner ability, Fofo. So basically, it was like this void circle that was on the ground that had like stars and stuff. But the cool thing was, when you looked at it, you can't comment on this. You don't need to. I'm telling you, it's like aliens. No. I'm not like asking you. I'm telling you what happened to me. So basically, there was a summoner ability that was on the ground, and it was like a black void with like stars. It was like white and purple stars on the inside, and then it had this like reddish orangish kind of like tribally outline all around the circle. And I caught the GM doing it, and then they flew the fuck off. They ran away, and they no-clipped through a mountain. But boys, I saw a summoner ability. I fucking saw a summoner ability today. Boys, summoner soon. Summoner legitimately soon. I saw it today. I saw it. Ah! The fuck? Someone just hatchied me in the back. Why the heck? Who just hatchied me in the back? What in the Sam hell is this? I only heard half that. A GM used a summoner ability near me in real time. I saw it with my own eyes, my own ears, my own clams. And it was a circle on the ground. It was like a void circle with stars and shit. And then when you like moved your camera when you were standing on it, it would basically change the POV that you were looking into it from. So it wasn't just like a flat thing on the ground. It had like actual depth to it. And then it had like this like red orangey like tribal type outline to it that was like really blocky around the entire circle. I feel like I'm describing a fucking alien encounter right now. Hold on. It's a little hard to describe, but it was really fucking cool. Triple, how you doing, my friend? Is 5.6 good? 5.6 feels really good. The memory leak has been fixed for a while now, right? But 5.6 feels, in my opinion, incredible. I've been in this PTR session for now 6 hours. My FPS with, what do we have, probably like 12-ish people out here right now, if we invited everybody, is still holding strong at 144 cap. Thank God the memory leak got fixed. What if I told you the memory leak wasn't even Ash's fault and people were blaming Ash's for it? So the memory leak was a Windows update that went through that was basically causing a conflict with Unreal Engine 5 games, facilitating a memory leak within UE5 games. Ash's being a UE5 game. So that Windows update went out. That fixed it. And then bada boom, bada bing, the memory leak's gone. There was no Ash's memory leak. It was a conspiracy the entire time. And I would assume that, knowing Intrepid, they spent so much time investigating a fucking memory leak that was never there in the first place. And that must have been the biggest god fucking damn it moment for the team that was looking into that memory leak. Like, I can only imagine. There had to have been people assigned to looking into the memory leak, very thoroughly reviewing every bit of everything that they could get into. And if I was the head of that team, I would be so fucking pissed. I would be livid. I would want Microsoft's head on a platter, brother. Like, if I had an entire team, it's like nobody's finding shit. You think that you're reviewing everything so thoroughly, but you're making no fucking progress. And then out of nowhere, Windows update. And you're just like, brother, are you fucking kidding me? I can only imagine the fucking rage. Like, you imagine Steven figures that shit out first, and he kind of like, he comes in the room that they're in, and he's like, hey guys, so, I know you've been working really hard in here lately, and, well, I have a little bit of news. You're gonna keep working hard. You're not getting fired or anything. But basically, and then you like run around in game a little bit somewhere. The memory leak was solved and you guys had nothing to do with it. And then he explains that it's all Windows, and I would assume that chairs were smashed that day, tables were broken, screams were had. Can you not see Steven just hitting a spin mid, like, important talk? Like, I feel like if Steven had to break some hard news, he'd definitely have... He has the same inquisitive hands that I do. When I'm thinking, I do this. And when he's thinking, he does this as well. So we're basically twins. But I could absolutely see him just breaking news to somebody and hitting the... And, like, picking stuff up and kind of fidgeting and, like... You know, the light turns off and he goes to stand up and stuff. I can see it. Emmy, today's the half day? Ooh, wait, half day and you're out at midnight 30 your time? That's not bad at all. Thank you for the posture check. Steven from the top rope. Brother. I can see it. Wait. Who do we have our money on at Intrepid to have, like, not even the best, like, fighting skills, but who would have the best, like, finishing move? Steven, why would it involve a sandal, and how would it involve a sandal? Like, what if... Oh. The memory leak thing. Yeah, no, I got you. 10,000 dog... Wait, did you see the time where he actually killed me after doing that? Unironically, that's happened to me. I wish I was fucking kidding you. So, the day was Thursday. I actually don't know what fucking day it was. It was whenever Summit came over to check out the game. Because he went over and hung out with Summit, and I didn't really expect him to, like, you know, do anything other than chill with Summit for a while. And then just kind of, like, have to go work, right? But for whatever reason, he decided to... you know, come through and show love on this end too, because I was just, you know, the small streamer trying to work hard out here. You know, put some good name toward Ashes, put some respect on its name. And I'm just running around in the desert doing some shit. And I started to see a bunch of ducks pop up around me. And I can't target them, and I'm like, what the fuck is up with all of these ducks? Like, what is going on here? Like, why are there so many ducks? And we had this thing where anytime Steven and I run into each other, I usually end up dead. And he continues to get more and more creative with it. And I haven't died to him in a while, and I'm sure he's saving up for like some big fucking exorcism style combo or something. But like, I was getting cooked by the man once a week. It was rough. It was so funny though. So I'm like wondering what's going on, and he had given Summit the Plumed Halberdier before it was available. And at this point, I had the Snorse, I had the Flail Runner. So this was my third mount. The ducks were up around me, and I quacked. I said the secret word. Yesterday was also Steven's birthday, so if you guys didn't happy birthday, Steven, say it in your prayers tonight. He'll hear you. We pray to him, no one else. Just make sure you wish him happy belateds, or you will get smited as well. But anyways, I said the secret word. I said quack, and I see a halberdier pop up in my inventory. And I hop on that thing, and I'm riding around, and I'm all excited. I'm gassing up the new mount. It was sick. It was so fast. And he didn't even come down and, like, you know, make an appearance. It was literally like a slash nuke me. And I'm dead. And then I look, and my fucking mount gets nuked too. And he went back for my mount. Legitimately went back for the 2-tap. It was insanity. Good day, Blotto. Wait. Why are people arguing? What the fuck is happening? No arguments, please. I'll put you all in front of the court of Dusty. What the freak are people doing? Are we being friends? Are we not being friends? Are people interfering with each other's 1v1s? Because that would not be very nice. I say we just let the 1vs cook. We could also eliminate the problem entirely, and we could all just raid up together and then find another raid to go fight against. Because I think someone said they're doing group versus group outside Lionhold. So we could always show up with our group. Hello, Rev. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm third partying. I thought I was getting targeted at first, and then I think I hit the wrong person. I fucked up. I just third-partied the shit out of a duel. I feel so bad, but also not bad at the same time. Where's the rogue? I'm diddy-darted by some ass dick. Aha! Let's kill her. Yeet. We got the wall. You gotta come back at some point. He's trying to bring me around the tree. Wait, the heals. Who the fuck's that in heals? Nar. Unethical. Unethical assistance. We got a fucking streaker in the duels. I was just like, what the fuck is going on my VOD right now? We only got 115 left till sundown. That's plenty of time to have an impact. But also probably not plenty of time to run all the way over to the Riverlands, if I'm being completely honest. It may be tough. Ah! Do you guys just like hear this out of context audio and wonder what the fuck is going on sometimes? Cause even like even knowing what's going on, I wonder what the studio sounded like when they were doing the voice acting for the characters. I'm so fucking intrigued. Like, what did normal developers think during that day when they were doing voice acting? I mean, surely it was in like a different like recording studio or something. Ow. Fucking ran over one of Kiefer's goddamn fucking stupid traps. But like, you just walk by and you just hear like just straight wailing and shit. It's concerning to me. Emu? That was you? Yeah, I fucking stepped on it while I was running around. Pick up your fucking Legos. God fucking damn it. Why doesn't this hit you? Go into your game options, gameplay, combat, PvP, and then toggle include untargeted combatants with area of effect abilities. If you do not have that checked on the private test realm, you will not be able to like melee cleave. Your AoE damaging abilities will only hit your targeted ability. You want to have that checked. It only allows you to hit combatants with AoE, but anybody that's flagged up, you can then cleave. Oh, well, now I'm not a combatant. Hold on. There. Oh. Well, I don't know why you're not hitting me then. Oh, there you go. Wait. Why do you only hit me once? Maybe if I, like, move just right? Do you want it like this? Hold on. Let me put it here. Lift your leg up. Right. They need to put an anchor in? I am the anchor. What do you mean? Tank wall stops a, guard wizard. Good day, my friend. Tank wall stops boats from moving. So, like, if you get close and you can get a tank wall off, like a barred uppies into a tank wall on another boat, you can board very, very, very reasonably. Okay. He's not flagged. Okay, we're good. Emo, you're not hitting him as well, right? Or are you? The sustain. It's reasonable. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Bard sustain makes perfect sense as well. Why can't, like, I don't know. Why can't my Indom also be impacted by healing power? You know? Why can't my Indom just, like, heal me for fucking 17 million? How cool would that be, huh? So... I mean, if you ever need the confirmation, exclamation song is your confirmation, but what you're hearing may be your worst nightmare, or honestly your greatest dream, depending on how you feel about it. Carlo worked very hard to assemble a very banger bardcore playlist for us, and I think we're now into the algorithm, which is going to tie in like all of the bardcore on Spotify, basically. So we've got a deep catalog in this bitch. And she continues to add stuff to the Bardcore playlist too. I believe, I don't know if the command for Bardcore is still the same one or not. If it's the old playlist or the new playlist. But exclamation Bardcore will get you at least the old playlist. Vithar. Emberbeard's out here as well. My god. My god. Alright, we go again. Bard man. I feel like I can get it. I just need to burst properly. I need to catch the combo out. Alright. I'm too far away, we're cooked. I don't know why I started so far away. I kind of fucked that one up. I won't even lie. That one wasn't even like healing or anything. That was just me being a shithead. Okay, that might have been healing actually. I might have been able to kill the in that spot if he didn't just full heal. I had him tripped and one-hit and then he popped out with an instant full heal. Soon healing will be fixed. I, as a tank, am sitting with no magic gear on whatsoever. At 365.3 healing power. It's more healing power than I have fizz power. But I also can't benefit from it at all because I have nothing that is actually like based on healing power. It's such a sad set of scenarios. Alright, again. I fucked up. Cool. I got the burst off. I just had to get the pressure out. We're good. We're good. I was starting too far away. I think I got a couple extra hits in early, but I got the full burst and we were good. What am I supposed to like kill you? Okay. Happy to help. Oh, wait. Ah! I'm doing a fucking goddamn, like, stalk run here. Everybody's gangbanging my shit. I feel like Bonnie Blue in duels right now. Can't get a single goddamn 1v1 even if I tried. Oh, one heal and he's max! I hate it here. Someday. Someday. Healing fixed, and then we ball. Oh. Big trip. Maybe another stun here. There's just not a world where once he gets heals off, I can keep him down. Funny blue. Well, every time a duel ends, people just start fucking instantly hitting me. I got a transition with no fucking cooldowns. I don't get a refractory period or anything. I'm down horrendous. I had the bard go on me again, and then I went to like I got a trip on them, and I didn't have my fucking pulverize for another 6 seconds. And I'm like, all right, cool. Well, I can't do any damage now. And then his heal comes in and just full heals him from 25%. And I'm like, okay, no, that's realistic. We ball. Anything heals right now is so fucking good. So strong. So beefy. But it's also making me emphasize like clean combos and getting my actual lockdown instead of just throwing a couple things and calling it. Hank, how you doing, my boy? What you up to today? Beethar. What the fuck? Someone's wings just went like Mach 10 across my goddamn screen. Good fucking gravy. Alright, where are the duels that aren't getting third-partied? How many clerics do we have now? Because we could probably get teams. What do we have over here? 2 clerics. Do we have another bard? Because we have at least 1 bard. I think we have 2 bards. One of them's probably dueling right now. We have 2 clerics, 2 bards. Kilimanjaro's a rogue. We can always have the 2 clerics pick teams. Everybody else just like line up and shit. Get selected. I feel like that could be the easiest way. Because clerics right now are just going to be so deterministic. Like, 2 clerics pick teams. They start each picking one of the bards. And then they just pick people from there. Because I feel like we actually have like pretty even classes. Let's see. Who's over here still doing? Who just hit me? The fuck? Is it Blotto? Who the fuck just hit me? Oh, was it you? Did you hit me for a duel? I'm trying to find people to duel, but I can't find people to duel. No. Adapt. Uh-huh. I'm over here. Nice. Is it time? Okay, it's time. All right, we're so up. Oh, toast. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Toast, I just reflected you for 1100, by the way, just for perspective. I just hit Toast for 1100 with a reflected lightning strike. I'm so sorry. That... What percentage of your health was that? Was that like a third of your health? Because that had to fucking hurt. I'm getting better? Oh yeah, much. It's hard to do anything when you get hit for a significant portion of your HP by your own ability. Once a duel guaranteed, because I can just force it out at the end of one of your cast bars. That does not make the matchup easy at all for you, just being completely honest. I can just get away with tanking some of your half. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. That was a lot of fucking damage. I think that crit as well. That was juice. Actual juice. So thank you for that opportunity. I eat the freeze and then I just wait for the lightning to come through, and I usually just reflect it after the freeze because I can just save my CC break that way. All right, wait, in Bard versus Cleric, I guess it would be like who loses their mana first, because neither of them have the burst to kill the other one. And in theory, Bard should have better sustain than a Cleric should. Plotter, did you just intercept me to relocate? Oh. Incognito, I don't know why. I'm trying to fix it. It just keeps happening. I didn't do it. Good fight. You too. I feel like Mage in 1v1, if you were like coming close to winning, then it should probably be considered a win against a tank. Just architecturally, I feel like Mage just like hits itself harder than I hit it. Even there, that reflect was just 400 and it was on one of your autos. Oh, that was a nice cock. That was a big cock. Jesus. Oop. Oh, nothing. I was just really close to Toast, and then he just hit me with a big cock. I just have to be more aware of his cock in the future, because like when he put it out there, it kind of like pushed me back, and it was actually like so big that it got one of my cooldowns, and I have to protect my cooldowns a little bit more from his cock. Yeah, ever since people started using the pushback on cock, it's a nice little interrupt as well, which makes me wonder, by the way. I need to test something real quick. I need somebody with a nice long cast bar. Oh shit. Somebody just jumped the shit out of me. Okay, we're good. Keep it rolling. There's a ranger that just like fucking swanton bombed my shit while I was like in a menu. I respect it, sir, but I must ask for some patience in the next iteration of this combat. It may almost be enough for him to claim the crown, but it will not be enough. Unless... Nope, it was not. He got a big jump on me there, though. I'm gonna respect the cock. I gotta be careful about that cock. It'll catch you off guard. Sometimes it just comes out and you're like, wow. Okay, hold on. I need... Who has the longest cast bar here? I need to see something. Incognito, welcome back, my friend. What are the new weapons? New weapons. You have the one-handed axe, two-handed mace, rapier, so pokey one-hand sword, and then you also have the two-handed spear. So those are your 5 new ones that are in. We're also on Unreal Engine 5.6 over on the private test realm. A lot of cool things happening over on this end of things. So everybody can make their character, level it quite quickly, and just be really just ready to go across the board. So you can get your gear sets. You can get level to 25. You're up tremendous. Now we just see fist weapons. Soon. Soon TM. Iteration over here is so fucking fast. So they dropped a batch of 5 weapons like it was nothing. Now, of course, weapons will continue to get more diverse as well. One thing that was brought up was that a lot of the weapon trees feel pretty similar at this point. And I think that more diversity will probably come as they expand the weapon trees into, like, you know, the latter half of progression with them. We'll continue to get more ramp up to the stamina trees, the weapon trees, pretty much everything. Maybe I should be banned from bug reports. All right, who with a cast bar wants to sacrifice themselves for science? Actually, we can test it here. Toast. Hit me back, and then just cast, like, your longest cast bar ability. I want to test if this interrupts. Whenever you're ready. And then we'll just reset after. I'm just testing if something interrupts. So does whatever has, like, a long cast. Even if it's just, like, a lightning strike, it doesn't even have to be long. I just have to be able to, like, hit you during it. Whenever you're ready. Okay, it does not. Understood. I was looking at the knockback on charge to see if that displacement was enough to cancel casts, but I do not believe that it is based on that interaction. So it is tested. Did Priz? Yeah, that's perfect. GM Jacob. Will he come witness the blood for the blood god, the glint for the glint god? Slash global. Duels. South. Harbor. Psst. We'll summon him over here. Fupo. Fupo's active too over here. My god. Boys, global chat's popping. You stuck? Oh, you're not watching live gameplay. This is a VOD that you're watching the gameplay from. We're playing on the private test realm, but the private test realm's visually NDA'd. So, wait, gonna ask everyone that's willing to spend the next 30 to 40 minutes testing with me. What are we testing? I'm not agreeing to tests until I know what we're testing, because the last time I did that at Boy Scouts, it didn't work out well. Jacob, what are we testing? Chat, hold on. Stop the duels. Stop the violence. Stop the violence. Ceasefire. Jacob needs testers. He said 30 to 40 minutes testing with him. And then we go back to playing. All right, maybe it's 30 to 40 minutes getting baited, seeing how long an entire global chat will keep saying, how can we help? Well, the GM doesn't respond. Maybe it's a 30 to 40 minute test to see people's tolerances. Oh, never mind. It's going to be a light server load stress test, server transfer test, then mass PvP on a server border. Is it dynamic gridding related? That sounds dynamic gridding related. It's going to be a light server load stress test, server transfer test, then mass PvP on a server border. It's a pre-dynamic gridding test confirmed by GMJ. All right, X. Boys, pre-dynamic gridding testing. Hold the fuck up. Okay. Okay, boys, it's happening and we're here for it. We'll do summons. There are 180 of us on, so if I can get 150 of us, that would be nice. Chat, if you guys are not on the private test realm and you haven't downloaded, please hop on. We are doing pre-dynamic gridding testing happening right now. I need to update the fucking stream title. Oh, God. Hold on. Here. Stream manager. I need to mute this. I just need to update my stream title. What do you mean? Oh, creator dashboard. Never mind the other one. Edit stream info. Brrr. Brrr. And then we go over here. And then we go back here. And then we go here. And I'm on my phone so I can use emojis. Pre-dynamic gridding. Emoji. And then I need more space. And then we go UE 5.6. We go pre-dynamic gridding. Test. Save. Boys. Boys. Pre-dynamic gridding test. Oh, baby. I'm so fucking excited. Boys, who's hype right now? Dynamic gridding is quite possibly the largest server infrastructure thing that we'll get. Oh my fucking god, it's industry changing. Oh my god. Boys, dynamic gridding. It's on the way. Pre-dynamic gridding testing is happening. You can do emojis on Windows. Windows plus wait, really? Windows key period will let you do emojis? Huh. Am I the boomer? Get good. Yeah, is it like a me thing? No, that's a boomer thing. Okay, well, I put emojis in my stream title because we're doing pre-dynamic gridding testing. I'm gonna test a server worker, and we're gonna put that server worker to work. So, I wonder what we're doing for pre-testing. Maybe seeing like the load under which a server worker starts to get strained, potentially. But I feel like having 180 people on, kind of crazy that we have 180 people on right now. And there are like 70 people watching stream roughly. That's actually kind of wild to think about. I appreciate you guys showing up. I'm just putting that out there. That's fucking wild to think about. I will say. That's really cool. Now, of course, not everybody that's watching is like playing right now. A lot of people that aren't playing that are watching, but just for like frame of reference, that percentage of people, like they confirmed that there are about 180 people online right now on the PTR. And if there are 70 people in here, man, that's crazy. That's like more than a third. So thank you guys. Try to cook din din. Well, make your way to Jova. Papa Jacob is busy right now. So if we can run over to Jova and make our way there, then we'll start the testing over on that end of things. Boys, I'm so fucking excited. Form raids if you need summons to make summons easier, please. I'm not a GM, but what are we doing? If you have access to the PTR, you're all downloaded. Hop on. We're doing pre-dynamic gridding testing right now. Everybody is making like raid groups right now. We are all going over to Jova, and we're gonna be doing some different forms of like server worker stress testing and then mass PvP on a server worker boundary. This is very exciting. Is he just mass summoning everybody? That'd be nice. I don't know if he had to go through and summon by raid. The last time the summons were going out from GMs, it was by raid. I think. At least out to like the PvP. But that's also him not forcing everybody out there. So, I don't know. I don't know if he'll like force summon everybody out there, but I can log in for that. I think I'm right above Halsey, heading into the drops. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, make your way over to Jova. The more people that we get out there, the better data they can get from it. And that does mean that potentially we could see dynamic gridding tomorrow, if this goes well. Blotto. Message. Blotto. Is it with an I? Blotto-matic for raid invite. Blotto, post in global and say to DM you for raid invite. So that way we can fill this raid up. That would be absolutely wonderful. Or pass me lead, either way. I was in Nuela anyway, so not far. Beautiful. Yeah, the more people that can hop in, the better. Hold on. Slash raid. Blotto pass lead. Word. Legend. We'll get Mo. Get Card Wizard. We'll get there. And then we need MFT. global invite for test raid. All right, cool. DM me in game if you guys want an invite for the raid. We have like a group and a half left. I said the wrong thing. I meant PM for invite, but the music was distracting me. I was trying to figure out where I knew it from. I'm so fucking excited. If anybody wants to join up for the test raid, we have a raid going. We have a little bit of space left. A little bit of space left. Actually, 2.5 groups. We're almost halfway filled. I can't do math. I never claimed to be good at math, but I claim to be okay at video games. And okay at yapping. So, are we just gonna be like moving place to place primarily? Because that seemed to be what it was like, and then he said mass PvP on a server worker boundary. So, probably just trying to like stress things out on that server worker end, and then maybe see like where the point of actual like stress and server worker degradation is. I don't really know though. We'll fucking figure it out. So right now we're running over to Jova. I don't think that he's got summons going out yet, but what's a PTR name? It is Dusty Testes. So I can get invite out for everybody that needs it. Usually a test for boundaries moving between, just follow the commands. I will rebel! Just kidding. Fubo, do you want to join our group for the test? We have room. Not safe out there alone, friend. / invite Raven flight. I got you, Raven. You guys can also just X up in global. If you guys throw an X in global, then I'll know it's for us. Oh, we got Mo too. Beautiful. Is that tongue in? Your tongue in what? Wait, what do you mean your tongue in? Wait a minute. Not without consent, you're not. What am I yapping about in the VOD? Oh, it's like the like what to know before phase 3 in the schedule and shit. I can't believe content's coming out this fast. This shit is unreal to me. Because like I'm new to the PTR as well. So it's not like I'm just accustomed to an insano style amount of content being deployed like around the clock. This shit's wild. Oh, I thought it was like a my tongue in your butthole joke or something. I don't know. I'm apparently just a fucking degenerate and an idiot. Uncultured, degen, dumb, stupid, short, worthless. That's the DustyWhy way. Thank you. If I was short, I really wouldn't have much going. I'm unemployed, addicted to video games. Don't really have anything like, you know, going my way. Playing a game that's not even out yet. Farmed off all the ones that are out. Not allowed. We're almost there, boys. We're like halfway over to Jova. How is Hunter already there? Hunter got the fucking priority pass. Gosh, heckin' darn it. I wish we had like super zoomy flyers. If only. If only. You slow? Brother, not my fault you got fucking priority boarding in this bitch. God damn. I'm just trying to work hard, make my way over. Just an ethical, hardworking content creator. Gingerbeard is riding extremely far off of his mount, but he's still holding onto the reins, and the reins are stretched. I wish I could show you guys this, but he's probably like, I don't know, half of a path wide off of his mount. Just holding onto the reins, getting dragged by his mount. It's kind of fucking hilarious, actually. It looks like he's water skiing, but on his mount right now. Had that bug last night. Dude, you go so far from your mount. Wait, he just keeps going further. Like, he's moving slower than his mount is. Holy shit. That's so cool. Like, what if they just keep that, but you have to balance yourself or you fall over and then your mount runs away and you lose it? I feel like that could be a cool little quality of life thing. Am I bugged? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little. Chili out a few months ago, so it's a bug that came back. Probably just UE 6, 5.6 stuff, if I had to guess. I like the mount animation is better than just snap appearing. Yeah, I do agree. I like that within the interact range for the mount up animation, if you're a little ways away from your mount, you kind of like thug walk up to the mount and then you kind of like hop on it all badass cowboy like. Z for raid invite, that leads to summons. Drop your group before you spam it. Did Jacob do Z for invite for the summons? So it wouldn't get confused with the X? Hold on, Z my shit up. Z me up, dog. Actually, I'm almost to Jova. Yes. Yes, he's a considerate lad. GM Jacob, very considerate lad. Big friend. Big friend. We'll reform raid 1 after summons. We'll get that all set up once people get summoned so they don't have to worry about it. Anybody that's in chat, if you guys want to get in raid when we are there, run to the north side of Jova towards the Ember Spring. Oh, someone asked about enchants previously, by the way. This phase of the PTR, like this testing period, they wiped all previous characters and then took out like the enchanting guy, the consumables. So we don't have consumables, we don't have enchanting. It's a little bit more just on the gear scaling itself in a reasonable manner instead of plus 20ing everything. So no enchanting over on this set of things. But they could always bring that other gear vendor back at any point and just kind of like re-enable the enchanting. We're so up. Poor Jacob's so far behind on invites. He can't keep up with global. I'm honestly like close as well now. I feel slightly bad. Because by the time the summon goes out, I'll probably be like... there. I'm almost in the node cork. Oi! Alright, we got a full raid. What if we just commandeer this raid from Jacob after? Like, summon goes out, he leaves, passes me lead. I use this raid for PvP. We got a whole lot of clerks in this bitch. Whole lot of clerks. Ain't nobody dying. I would very much love that. Wait, Nelly, are you not in this one? Okay, fine. Fine. We'll reform it. How did you not get into this one? Although I guess because you were already here. Meet at the Ember Spring. Because I'm actually almost there right now. I was already on the right. Okay, fair. You should be rewarded for that. Okay, we'll just meet at the Ember Spring. Cold War in game is theorizing that dynamic gridding is already in, and we're not doing a pre-dynamic gridding test, but we're doing a dynamic gridding test that they're just not announcing. Which honestly, like, I agree. Wait, Fupo's our leader. Fupo. GMJ just said you will henceforth be known as Raid 2. Fupo is your leader. Stay within 20 meters of where I summon you and stand by for instructions, please. So I guess we lost our say in where we're meeting up. 07. I'm not in. Fupo not in. You forgot the cat. Pass lead. I'll invite him. Don't worry, Fupo. I got you. I got you. I won't forget the cat. Although, do you need a summon too? Because I can't summon you. If only. You do? Okay, wait. Hold on. Message GMJ. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Message Jacob and have him summon you. So let's whisper GMJ. Turns. Oh, Fupo needs summon as well. Oh, god damn it. Player not found. Fubo needs summon as well. Invite him real quick. Okay. We're assisting. I'm the voice of the cats that can't speak for themselves. You're in, Fubo? Okay, cool. Let me know when you're ready to join this one. And then I shall invite you and pass it over. We all have to stay close. We're doing light load testing. I believe we're saving the large loads for a little bit later. I stole him. You lead raid 2. 07. Alright, slash invite Nelly. Nelly, you're in. And then raid 2 is full. It's an honor. I've got myself marked with a shield. And all I see, speaking of shield, is shields going out on health bars here. Jesus fucking Christ. They have not done any raid UX updates. So I can't drag people around into like full groups and basically hot swap people, so that's unfortunate. I would have to have empty slots, so that's a little diffy. Alright. As a true leader does... Smoking a bowl while he gets all the people out here. What are the settings we're supposed to change? For PvP, I'll show you. Just kidding, no I won't. Options. Combat. PvP. Include untargeted combatants with area of effect abilities that will allow you to hit other purple people, other combatants with AoEs. Otherwise, you'll only be able to hit your, like, your targeted person. Everyone take a bong rip to summon. Good luck for the devs. Yo, Dusty, kick out one person and move the clerics around. You know what? Good idea, Bungus. Where are you? What group are you in? Oh, we got Nakua that left. Okay, cool. Let's see. Wait, is that Richie? Was that fucking Richie?
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, work. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in, my friend. I'll move cleric, cleric. And then we need one more cleric in this group. He moves in there. Now we need one of the bards, so I'm bringing Bungus in my group. Every group should be good at this point. I think, hold on, bards. Need bards. Bard. Cool. Cool. We're good. We're back on top. Alright, who left? Slash invite. Nakua SH. Failed to invite. Alright, one spot in raid 2. If anybody needs an invite. Yo, Toast. What the fuck? I hope everything's good, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, I hope you're good. Like, be safe. Like, no joke, no joke. Hit me up if you need anything. Reinvite Nakua? Yeah, I got you. Failed to invite. Have them DM me. Failed to invite. Yo, work. Servers are down. So, basically, there is the production environment, which you guys are watching, like, right now. And then there is the private test realm environment, which is visually NDA'd. So, we're playing that. But you guys can't, like, see that. I can't share the visuals from that. But the good news is every playtester has access to the private test realm. So while the live server is down right now, the PTR server is up 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST yesterday, today, tomorrow, and Friday. So with that, we'll have downtime on the PTR on Friday, like after Friday, and then live will be up starting on, should be Thursday again. But a lot of people will still probably play on private test realm just because there's more testing going on over here. Right now, we're shaping up for a dynamic gridding test, so absolutely massive. And then from there, on July 14th, the private test realm goes 24/7 through August 3rd, leading up to the August 4th wipe for the start of Phase 3. So, on August 4th, you'll have new servers to play on. If you just started playing and you want to check out the class or the archetype that you're interested in, but like leveled up in more detail with a little bit of gear too, then I would recommend checking out the PTR. That allows you to create the character that you want to, level it, get some gear on it. Right now, we're over on the private test realm, about to do, like I mentioned, a dynamic gridding test. So there are new weapons that are in over here, 5 new weapons, Unreal Engine 5.6, a bunch of new changes. And it's kind of like an early look at a lot of those things. So 2 spots, oh wait, /global, 2 spots, raid 2, X up. Huge 2.7k HP on your mage. Do you need a group? I have 2 spots in this raid. You just have to come over to us and stay where we are, where we're put. Wait. In a group. Agar, leave your group, and then I can invite you. Invite Knock Testy. I got you and Agar. What's capitalization? Bungus just posted a global. I'll post a global again. DM me for invite. And then we need... He's in the other raid. Well, what if he leaves the other raid? Come on tight. We shall. I still haven't got to take my bong rip. But yeah, so to get into the private test realm, make sure that when you're launching your game, before you log in the launcher itself, there will be an environments drop down. So you can switch your environment from the alpha server to the private test realm server, which is visually NDA'd. Once again, don't share any visuals. And then you'll be able to hop on the private test realm and kind of explore things over there. I'll be right back. We're about to do this testing, so I'm taking a good luck bong seat. Right back. It's dynamic grittying. Oh my god. I guess started playing at about time. So, we're back from the good luck Ponksky. Depending on how you want to look at it, you could have either started playing at a bad time or the best possible time. And what I mean by that, I could kind of like elaborate a little. If your goal was to kind of like play on one character and progress through everything, and you know, kind of have that like MMO-like progression, then that's always going to be kind of rough during like the alpha environment. Now, phase 3 will be good for that. But I think as a new player coming in, especially if you have an interest in kind of like knowing what you're doing for the phase 3 launch, you came in at quite possibly the best time, because you can now approach the next month, just under a month, next few weeks, with a mindset of like, okay, I'm going to learn as much as I can before August 4th. And then when the August 4th servers hit, I know what I'm doing. And the advantage of having the private test realm at your disposal is also a very good resource to learn. So with the next few weeks, you can find a community. You can find which archetype you want to play. You can get used to the leveling, the gearing, the abilities, your build, and kind of like figure out like where you want to end up with things, right? So I think for new players, this is actually quite possibly the best time to actually get in. Get my feet wet, then be ready for phase 3. Like, yep. So I've been telling a lot of people, like, instead of it being the worst time, there are always going to be wipes. Even phase 3, even though it's, in my opinion, going to be 1.5 to 2 years for that server duration, that is still going to get wiped eventually, and then the betas will get wiped, and then launch. So, with that, there's always going to be an ongoing wipe. But you're getting in at a really good time to find a community, get all situated, exclamation guild if you do need a community. Oh, Jacob told us to go line up. Getting my Dune Awakening guild still up into AO. If you guys are trying to join up with a community that gives a lot of players access to content, we have a very, 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 like, high focus on PvP and, like, the sweaty end of things, so to say, in our top end guilds. And then we also have casual guilds where we are trying to get every player access to things, because Ashes is all about having everyone doing everything all at once. Like, it's a Zerg in a sense, but you also have to have strength behind your Zerg and, like, good players to kind of, like, try to reinforce it. And we're all learning together. We hopped in a lot later than most of the competitive communities, but a lot of the competitive communities are the ones that we are fighting against and trying to punch up to. So we started playing last phase with phase 2. We've been here for a little over 6 months now. I've followed the game for a few years though, had my access for well over 1.5 years. So been here for a little bit, just following things. We hopped in, made the community from scratch with the goal to just kind of like take in everybody and play with a, like, you know, a 3 to 5 year plan for launch and beyond that, instead of a 3 to 5 month plan. So basically, you guys do exclamation guild, you can hop in there. If you do want to join up, be a part of the community, learn up before P3, see if you want to break off and do a standalone thing, see if you want to join with us, whatever we do. We always add in more players, always recruit. So we have opportunities for literally everyone. How's the dynamic gritting? Did it help with the performance, pop and straw distance? So we do not know necessarily if dynamic gritting is in yet, but we're currently in Jova, and Jacob has all of us in a line, kind of like human centipede style. And we're currently just sitting on this hill. He teleported all of us out here. And I think that we may be... Jacob looks like a fucking executioner with his fit. Jesus Christ. I think we're probably going to be like walking place to place a little bit. Everyone go bananas with skills, PvP off, light it up. All right. Everybody just start using shit. No PvP though. Oh. I think he said PvP off. This was just for visual effects, guys. Uh-oh. I didn't do it, Jacob. Someone killed Jacob! Someone killed Jacob! I just watched him die on my screen. Man goes, okay, everybody use abilities, PvP off. And everybody just starts fucking PvPing and throwing abilities out. Somebody slaughtered Jacob. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Bruh. Maxi, stop. They're not in here, but brother, there's a fighter. It's just get the fuck out of the line. Stop PvPing, you dickhead. I'm gonna kick the shit out of him if he hits anybody else. Bro, I swear to God. Is he still fucking hitting people right now? Brother. Actually, lick my testes. Stop. Jesus Christ. Dude's just like in the fucking line of people standing here swinging. Oh my god. Fucking fighters, man. Typical fighter. That's what I'm fucking saying. It's a tank without a fucking developed brain. I swear to Christ. Fighter literally just looks at the game and sees like the colors on the screen and not even like the figures and the characters or anything. They're literally just watching all of the pixels light up at different times and laughing to themselves. I swear to goodness. They don't have a fully developed brain. It like stopped at 3. Fighters all share 1 brain cell. And that guy wasn't allowed to fucking use it at the moment, apparently. Because he was running on goddamn autopilot. I swear to Christ. Why am I still flagged up for PvP? Donut, hope you're having a good night, dude. What's the best settings right now for the PvP shit? So, I have under mine, let's see. Require force PvP to affect combatants. So that's if you want to have to hold Alt to opt into PvP. So I would recommend checking that so you don't get like PvP baited. And then cuddle time. Include untargeted combatants with area of effect abilities checked. And then beneficial abilities affect non-ally combatants unchecked. Oh, damn. Chill on the things, just huddle. Oh. Somebody's trying to hit the biggest combos of their life right now. Somebody dropped a ranger trap. Oh, no. Oh, no. I just want to say, it is only DPS that are fucking things up. Tanks are not fucking up. Tanks are not messing it up right now. Ow, what the fuck? Oh my god. Somebody just had to get off the stage so much, it scared me. Holy shit. Alright, so we're doing class calls. So all clerics are just dropping mass healing right now. Jesus Christ. All 4 tanks? Tanks fuck right now, Coombs. I'm just saying. Tanks are feeling juicy at this current point in time. I'm loving it. I love my live build. I love my build over here. Like, I think the PTR build's even better than the live build. Brother, tank feels great, and we're able to 1v1 again and actually get kills. I feel sticky. I feel like I have an answer to everything, and I feel like with the damage scaling, like, are you on the PTR? Brother, what's your crit chance? Because mine is 39.1 right now, and on live it was like 9%. Mages, all pump AoEs, all clerics heal. I said all clocks. Oh god. So do you think dynamic gridding is on for this? 38% crit. Yeah, and I'm at 200% crit damage. Like, brother, we are fucking juiced. I'm throwing that out there. I don't really know what happened in the scaling, but what's your FPS? 45 right now. Working up to 50 if I'm not moving, 55. 40 to 55-ish. I may have tested something and went corrupt. I noticed you over there all corrupted and stuff. On a cool 110 on cinematic. Fubo, what the fuck? What the fuck is your system? What do you mean M on God system? How is that possible? What the fuck do you mean 110 on cinematic in that? I'm spread out now at like 90. What in the fuck do you mean? Oh, all mount stack. All right, everybody get on your mount and then go stack on Jacob. Is optimized for gaming. How to optimize for gaming? You don't get 100 plus FPS in that. I'm getting 60 to 70 in this mountain clump. What in the Sam hell? $110 on cinematic? Zobler! Good day, brother. We're dynamic grittying testing. Boys, we're up so tremendous. I hope all the planning streaming was going good, brother. I'll have to peep the VOD and take some notes myself. Or I could probably just ask you and not be lazy, but I figured I'd hype you up a little bit. So, what did we deduce? Who is corrupted? Who in Tarnation? Okay, wait. So, like, how do I optimize the PC for gaming? Do I, like... Do I have to, like, use a special kind of, like, air for the fans or something? What's the difference here? Getting constant 60 plus on Epic. How is Cyborgs getting 60 plus on Epic? What are you freaks on? I mean, I guess I'm actually, for that, I was, like, right now, I'm running around. Okay, I'm over 100 if I just stand still on my settings. But, during the, like, the mount test, I was, like, 70-ish. That was, way smoother than I would think it is. Is this with dynamic grittying active? Do we know? Because if it is, then this is cool. And if it's not, this is still cool. Because keep in mind, this is also day 2 of Unreal Engine 5.6. So I would assume this is probably going to be the best bet of actually, like, getting stress testing in on the environment until they put something out to bring more players in, more population in. But I mean, shit, how many players do we have out here? We had multiple raids full, right? Well over 100. Some people need summons in global because they revived at the wrong area. Oh yeah, make sure you guys get the Ember Spring over here real quick while we're in between tests. If you guys don't already have it, grab the Ember Spring. I think I do, but I'm just like running around anyways and grabbing it. Like 150 or so, maybe more. That's great. When he was putting the initial invites out, he was saying that there were 180 people that were on the playtesting environment at the time. I know for sure we got at least 5 more on. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there. Boys, everybody mount up. We're going place to place with GM Jacob. Oh, he's got the garden. Wait, that's one of my favorite mounts. That's a stoned happy little treant. Oh, what the fuck? It's missing some textures. But he's got stoned happy treant. Nah, no way. Jacob knows the drip. What the fuck? Boys, follow that treant. Oh my god. When he gets his textures, he's gonna be so clean. He's just like a stoned happy little tree. He's just happy to be a mount, man. I love garden. This is so good. I'm at the front of the pack, so I'm kind of chilling. But I'm like 100 FPS in this as we're moving. We're just whipping it right now. This is good. Garden's so fast. He's probably got the no clip on. Make sure your garden doesn't die. I love that we have the elegant music on right now, and it's both applicable to the sailing that's happening, like, that you guys can see, and us on our mounts right now. Yo, Toast. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope, like, you and everyone are, like, okay with everything. If you need anything, feel free to reach out, dog. That is no fun at all. If I could potentially balance it with some Pharaoh-based news. The testing. Good so far. Good so far. So, pass notes along. But right now, we're all on our mounts, just riding behind GM Jacob. He broke out the big garden for us. It is unfinished. Chat, where's Jacob? Is he up here more? I think he might be up this way. Oh. Jacob, is PTR closing? Oh wait, no, Garden got his textures when he died. So it was gray boxy when it was alive, and then when it died, it got its textures. Garden looks so fucking dope. Did you get your normal name again? Or was it Toast? He's dead! It's so tragic. I mean, he was drippy in life and death. I just thought this Weeping Willow was another garden. I'm not gonna lie. Is it Toasty? Toast. I just went to invite you. Oh, you're in a group. Are you in my group? Or did you get picked up? Yep, my raid don't go over there, you dumb fucks. We're raid 2. That garden was so beautiful. Yo, Nelly, how badly do you want to be able to document the move speed on that? Raid 2 to me. Where the fuck is to me? Brother giving me those fucking Call of Duty callouts. Like fly or something. There he goes. Motherfucker hitting the one shot on me type comms. Goddamn. Brother can literally fucking fly. Dismount? Oh shit, sorry. Okay. Everybody's mounts away. Boys, if you can hear me and you're over here, put your mount away. Don't move. Nobody move. Nobody move. Everybody stay here. Everybody just stay still. Try to re-invite I logged. I got you. Invite Toast. I got you. Right now we're north of Jova, like northeast of Jova, in the little like mountain passy area. We are on the southeast side of the mountain pass that if you look at to like the lakes to the north of Jova, you're good. So can I just never toggle FPS on? I have to hold alt the entire time. Wait, what do you mean? The entire time to PvP? Or if you're corrupting? Like, for PvP, if you're not corrupting, once people are flagged up, you don't have to hold alt at all. But the picture alt is like the safety on the gun. Alt takes, wait, you're all on different server workers now. Oh shit. Wait, is this dynamically gridding? Wait, what the fuck? There are 3 raids that are all on different server workers at the moment. What the fuck? Wait, this is sick. Okay, but yeah, so if it's PvP, everyone flag up. You can't flag up. You took out flagging up. Poor Jacob. He goes, everyone flag up, and I go, you can't. All right, everybody shoot everyone, only ranged. Only ranged. And we must all be flagged. Yeah, just set yourself to God mode, Jacob. Let us use a pincushion. Go God mode. Be the raid boss. Because if we focus all of our damage on Jacob, then we should be good, right? We can just like pile up on him when it's all said and done. He can be the target instead of each of the groups. I think this is much better. Because now we have 100+ people focusing a singular target. Wait, this is great. Yeah. Wait, this is huge. We're helping. Everyone move to group 3. Everyone move to Jacob. Keep attacking Jacob while you move. Everyone come over to Jacob. Everyone over here. Oh shit, be careful of AoEs. Oh, it's about to get hairy. Oh, be ready with the heals, boys. Move slow, but keep attacking Jacob. Some dipshit's gonna ruin it for everyone. Keep attacking Jacob. Range only. Alright, follow Jacob. Follow that GM, everyone. He's zooming. Keep the range out. Follow him. Pursue him over the server worker boundaries. Wait, this is so seamless. I get maybe like a teensy weensy baby stutter at times, but I think that could also just be related to how many people are out here. This is nice. Time to hit some movement abilities. Okay. I'm gonna wall off the entire raid. How long does it take a wall to manifest? I don't think the wall manifested. This is sick. This is running so smooth. What the fuck? Chat, who else is in here? Is it smooth for you guys or not? Because I'm even with running around and hitting, I'm 50 to 60 FPS in this massive ass clump. Back to your starting positions. Oh, fuck. We were southeast. Who remembers our starting positions? There are gonna be groups that don't remember that shit. Outside of having to hold alt the entire time. Well, okay, holding alt the entire time here was because Jacob didn't flag up. That's his fault, not ours. If it's consensual PvP, like if I were flagged and you were to hit me, then we would both be flagged up. Is it ending in 10 minutes? I have no idea. What in the Planendorf? Show yourself, you rat. I know you're out there. Oh no, I accidentally slipped and fell into the teleport hole. Oh no, silly me. Good golly, I'm so clumsy. Oh me, oh my. I don't know if they're gonna end it in 10 minutes or if they're gonna keep it up. For what it is we're doing out here, it's running insanely well. Second day on Unreal Engine 5.6. Second day. Everyone must fight within 10 meters, no running. Test the new... Oh, wait. Should we test the new weapons in this big clump? I feel like if we ask everybody to equip the new weapons and then just fucking mosh pit, then we're truly up. I'm gonna throw one on. Five more minutes, Dad. We're testing. Come Jova to test or fake. When the clock hits 54, everyone run to me. Okay, word. Wait, where? Okay, over to Jacob. Chat, when the clock hits 54, everybody runs on top of Jacob. When it hits 55, everybody fights. How many people about with it running smooth? So, second day on Unreal Engine 5.6. Currently doing dynamic gridding testing. Pre-dynamic gridding testing out in Jova. There are 3 full raids and probably some randoms out here as well. So I'd say like 120, 130-ish, just like right off eyeball, but maybe even more than that with people trickling out. But it's a lot of people out here on the screen at one time. Frames are smooth even with, so like right now, we are split up into 3 balls and GM Jacob is in the middle. I have all 3 of the raid groups on my screen, so 100 plus people on my screen in the area, and I am about 100 FPS not moving. All right, it hit 54. Everybody runs on to Jacob, we dogpile, and then once it hits 55, everybody starts fighting. But that fighting may happen earlier. Everybody's supposed to hold. Oh, did we break it? Uh-oh. All right, so the... Uh-oh. What did Roshan do? I think we found the limit. I think we found it. Broken? Yeah, I would get away from that clump for a second if I were you. Maybe find which server workers borked and then get the fuck off of it. I'm playing my life though. I'm going north. Everybody spread. Everybody spread. I see people getting out to the north server worker. Hold on. The question is, am I out in time? Or has the void claimed me already? That was the center of all three workers. Huh. So what do you think happened? It just kind of got confused? Like that was the direct... Oh no! Down goes the game. Down goes the game. Alright, we log back in. Game's frozen. You'll log out and then log back in. It went boom. Going boom is good. Ah. Oh my god, a lot of PvP and the lights are off. Oh my god, it's so dark. Why is it so dark? Oh god. It was so dark. So impossible to see. I logged out. I logged back in instantly, by the way. Now the clump is working well. Although, a lot of people are dead over here. But, you know what they say. Last Dusty standing. I must flag up for the PvP. I'm not saying flagged if I hit people right now. Alright, people are logging back in at this point. So you should be fine to log back in. I'm teleporting around a wee bit. Which is to be expected. I'm still holding like really good frames though. Really solid frames. I had no lag during that. Did you not DC? Wait, did you get to stay on the whole time? Damn. No crash, no DC team. Wait, there were people that stayed in through that? Holy shit. That's insanity. Wow. Okay, so we broke it in portions and it succeeded in other portions. What the fuck? Wait, that's best case scenario that some of it died and that other parts of it just completely stayed up because now they can compare the two and how they kind of like contrasted. What? Wait, I feel like that was best case scenario for the testing, guys. Thank you to everyone that got on specifically to come through for that, by the way. There were 180 people on the PTR when he started recruiting people, and over 120 people turned out for the test. You guys are dope as fuck. Went down to 5 FPS, but that 5 FPS felt smooth. I love that. My frame stayed pretty fucking good, I will say. I was pretty impressed frame-wise, and I logged out and I instantly, I got logged out and I instantly logged back in. So, wasn't bad at all, man, and since logging back in, everything's been great. Actually stayed really smooth. I love that. Wait a second. By the way, I think I might have given you the wrong settings earlier, Knock, in terms of the forced PvP. I feel like maybe the require forced PvP to target combatants was making you hold your alt every attack, because I was just having to do the same thing after turning it on, and I just turned it off and everything feels better. How do the weapon animations feel? I'm going through them all right now. That's a bow. Weighty. Properly weighted. is essentially how I would describe it. From the feel and the sound. So, two-handed mace. Two-handed axe. One-handed axe. Rapier. Also in the VOD, this doesn't have the music track to it, so you guys will be able to hear this as it is. Compare that to the two-handed mace. That shit's weighty. And like the animation itself as well, with like how your character is actually manipulating it side to side is very, very, very weighted. Seems like it's getting more of your like entire character momentum into it. Whereas the two-handed axe is a little bit like more of a, I don't know, your character's still getting into it, but it's more of like a controlled animation because the axe is going to be a little bit lighter weight. I feel like the animations are really, really, really well done. And I think that the sounds are really good with them as well. I feel like if anything, the two-handed mace and the two-handed axe, like the mace has more heft to it. But the two-handed axe almost sounds like a shovel. It sounds like it's almost picking up a little too much air. But this could also just be a smaller axe model too. And it would make sense if we had like a chunkier axe. So that's just a small like nitpick, but that's fun. Dinner time. Thank you for helping test it. Still need to hold it on to do AoE, but maybe a setting also. Oh yeah, so with that one, you want to do include untargeted combatants with area of effect abilities. So I have require force PvP off, include untargeted combatants on, and then beneficial abilities off. So it's off, on, off for the settings under combat and then PvP. I haven't had any issues on my end with it. I haven't done a lot of group stuff though because a lot of the supports in groups have been weird, so a lot of people haven't wanted to do group stuff yet. So hopefully when healing is fixed, people will be down for more like group-based stuff, and we'll be able to test it a little more thoroughly, but... I just put a fucking bard in the blender. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. I just 100-0'd a bard out here. It felt so nice. I love the new scaling. It is phenomenal. Lotto. Chudern. Where you be? Are we taking out clerics together? Oh, you fuck. Lazy. Lazy no peon? Who dis? Lazy what? Could it be? Chat, lazy peon on the PTR. It's just lazy. Almost certainly not, but... that'd be fucking absurd. He's just like playing it completely like covert ops style. Some rogue just put something gross on me. Who can I hit on this end of things? They're doing 2v2s. I don't want to infringe on their fun. Who do we not like? My character finally has her horns. Oh wait, your horns got up, like finally implemented? That's awesome. I'm happy for you. That's so good. Now, does your character still look extremely weird? Like, not weird in a sense of like, oh my god, this is slightly off, but weird as in like, probably shouldn't be allowed within 100 meters of a school? Because that's the easiest way that I can describe the Pyri. Slightly sussy baka, if you will. Excuse me. We're fighting a bard right now? And bard, I might go out on a limb and say, is worse to fight than a cleric right now. I feel like clerics are much easier to actually like get the catch on and the CC on, and it feels like bard has more options. Hello, reveries. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Reveries made the mistake of hitting one of the tanks. When you hit all one of the tanks, you hit all the tanks. The tank union stands strong together. Bruh. Blotto and I are just running around murking people together. Double tank goes crazy. I don't think she looks weird. Hold on, let me see the in-game character model. Where are you? Are you still in or did it go down for you yet? Oh wait, you're here. Okay. Oh no, that actually looks way better than the character creator did the first day. Oh wait, no, that actually looks normal. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I intentionally tried to make like the creepiest looking male pyrite that I could. But yeah, he looks like an old druidic man who would be like, come here. And you wouldn't want to go over there. So apparently there are differences. Yeah, yours looks fine. Yeah, yours honestly looks like a teacher. I customize your face. Yeah, that makes sense. I just kind of took presets on everything and fucked with the character creator a little bit to see what the options were. And a lot of the presets combined were looking very interesting. How did your dynamic FPS / lag feel? Mine wasn't too bad. FPS and lag, not bad. The only time that I had lag was when I would assume the server worker that I was on probably pooped out on the way to that big dog pile at the end. I got kicked once back to login screen and then logged right back in with like no trouble or anything like that. FPS wise, I was fine the entire time. I was holding like 70-ish for most of it. Have you 1v1 mini fighters yet? Yes, plenty. How do they feel now versus live? Pretty similar. I think that everyone on PTR is a little bit squishier because of the continued gearing rework that they threw in. This is the 1 hour 1v1 against Blotto, isn't it? Bruh. I wasn't kidding, by the way. Literal 1 hour 1v1. Anyways, with that being said, I've fought a good amount of fighters. Fighters and everybody else, in my opinion, over on the PTR feels squishier. Now, there's not a ton of like mitigation gear that's out because people haven't farmed up Iron Wing like I just showed on my character screen. A lot of the max HP gear isn't quite out, so like the max HP gear that is out is also like very low comparatively. So I'm at 7936 HP on my tank on live. I'm at 4234 on my tank on PTR. Mitigation is also lower on the PTR, which I'm perfectly fine with. It'll have more of a specialization in mid-base gear, but like the gearing is also more equally distributed. So if we go back to when I had my gear highlighted, looking at it from this standpoint, come on, hover over something, you piece of shit. Don't avoid everything. There's no way that you actually do. I feel like I most definitely hover something, right? You fuck. Oh. Come on. Bruh. How am I literally avoiding all of it? Nah, that's insane. It's like the largest tease. But basically, the gear is distributed much differently. For example, between my one-hander, maybe I can pause it on that frame. But like, on live, nope, I'm cooked. You have a large emphasis on like 1, maybe 2 stats from a piece of gear, even with like the secondary rolls that are on it. So like the fizz power on Dunmore Helm, for instance, being very focused on fizz power. Over on PTR, your spread is a lot more similar. So for instance, my heroic Griffin tunic on PTR is 502 armor, 502 magic resist, 209 con as the primary rolls up top, and then 234 fizz crit power, 268 crit power, and 268 max health. Whereas you had chest pieces that were 750 plus max HP, 1100 plus fizz power rating, stuff like that, right? So the rolls are much more balanced. Armor typically tends to be lower on the like roll quantities, so that's where you get a lot of your mitigation. Weapons are where you get your power scaling. For instance, my steel greatsword over here is a blue steel greatsword, 3041 fizz power rating, 759 fizz attack speed rating, 258 strength, 513 accuracy rating, 55 dex, 513 fizz crit chance rating. My Steel Bloom necklace is 604 power rating, 302 crit power, 302 crit chance, and 151 max health. So very like spread and diverse rolls on each piece of gear, which will in theory build out the base of each build much more evenly, instead of taking it the bucket approach, which I described very frequently for new players as like, I fill my power bucket with everything that's available power wise, and then when my power bucket's done, I go into efficient pieces for my crit bucket, my mitigation bucket, my attack speed bucket, my, you know, whatever bucket you're looking to fill. It's more of a like, I fill this, I fill this, I fill this, I fill this, I'm done. And now it'll very likely be filling multiple things at once and trying to solve a very, very, very diverse puzzle between like, oh, okay, well, why do you use this piece instead of this piece? Oh, well, instead of the crit hit avoidance rate, or the crit avoidance chance, it's got like a little bit of crit chance that you can switch out instead. So if you're looking for an offensive option, like one of your 3 rolls might be slightly different, blah, 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 blah. One for the road. Vethar, I got you. I just saw your message. I'm here. I'm always yapping, but I always got time for a good bit of PvP, brother. I appreciate your kind invitation to this final fracas of sorts. And you can only hope they ended early for you, brother. I love Ashes. Oh, you done fucked up. GG's, brother. This is a good test today. I feel like we had some fun. Tomorrow, if they can get the healing scaling fixed. You're still on point with those reflex. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. If they can get the healing scaling fixed, I personally would love to get some group stuff going. A lot of people are just hesitant to do group stuff with the healing power being the way that it is, because people feel like just don't die. So I feel like a lot of group-based PvP testing is probably going to be facilitated by like that healing power rating scaling fix coming through as a whole. And if that does come through tonight, thoughts and prayers, maybe they're able to, you know, push something that allows us to do some 8v8 content or even larger. They were running group versus group outside of Lionhold, and like as long as you have the equal number of clerics in every group, stuff can die. It's just a matter of, you know, getting people a realistic look at numbers and shit like that, so it doesn't give a false impression of TTK, of what power scaling will actually translate to. And I feel like that's a big part of kind of like where people are slightly hesitant about it, but we continue to get as much data as we possibly can, and I'm excited for that. Ever watch Ugly Americans? Old Little Swim cartoon. There's Old Man Wizard in that show. So I feel the male pyros are coming off at the moment. I didn't watch the show, but Old Man Wizard is a very accurate descriptor. Yes. Yes, absolutely. I will say that just about sums it up in like a 3-word scenario. Yes, Old Man Wizard. Except it's like Old Man Druid. It's like Old Man Nature Wizard. Looks like they're finally taking it down. How's my stam? Yep. It's cooked. She's cooked. She's dead and gone, lads. It's been a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful test. That last bit of PvP was a lot of fun. That test was a lot of fun, man. My hope, like my biggest fucking wish and dream is that they're able to get the healing power scaling fixed. And we're able to get some really, 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 really good testing out of it. That is an ideal set of circumstances. I want to get more group stuff done and have it be like meaningful group content. And if that healing power fix comes through, we're so up. If they keep going this way with gearing, it'll be interesting for sure. Problem we have on PTR is, did anyone actually farm gear, or is it all just set pieces people are using right now? So I think a lot of people are using set pieces, right? But even with that, we mix pieces a lot, but I think overarchingly, even the set pieces previously, like if you take, for instance, the, I don't know, the fucking Carfin set that has like the necrotic mitigation rating, it was so heavily weighted to necrotic mitigation being that one viable attribute on it that like everything else was washed out and didn't matter anyways. So even if the rest of the rolls were S tier rolls, they didn't matter because they were numerically so small. So basically, what I'm trying to say is like even things like Basilisk Skin Tunic, 750 HP, you may see that drop down to 350 HP, still be a very high HP item and the highest HP item, but also have 2 to 3 complementary rolls, maybe depending on the rarity, where you would see those complementary rolls also having more of an impact. So you could have Basilisk Skin Tunic that's just in theory, I don't know what the fuck it is, but max health, fizz power. Yeti, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. So say in theory you could have Basilisk Skin Tunic that instead of being 750 HP and 2 things that don't fucking matter, 350 HP, 250 fizz power, 262 fizz crit power. So through that, you now have a more even spread on things. But say you have enough max HP to where you're feeling tanky, and Dustpaw Warhide is the same max HP, fizz power, fizz crit power, but it's 200 max HP, 340 fizz power rating, and 325 fizz crit power. You'll have similar things that now give you a micro adjustment to your build that still have the same decision making, but it'll be like, oh, why are you using, you know, this over this, even though they're very similar? Oh, well, I prefer the extra 70 HP. Oh, I have enough HP because I go this piece instead that I farmed up this so I could have this little bit more crit power and fizz power rating. I think it's really good because even named items should follow this general attribute, like basically attribute distribution, where it's no longer like one huge emphasized roll and then many small, like a couple smaller rolls, and all of the rolls will basically be like an equal share of the power scaling. I think it's good. I think it's real good. So sets or named items aside, oh my god, this is when Dunehold pulled up. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. I forgot about this. All of Dunehold pulled up and we spun up for that. It was impressive. The only thing that actually tanked it was the free-for-all. And the free-for-all didn't even cook it for everyone. The free-for-all only cooked it for a certain amount of people. The disengage here is legendary, by the way. Absolutely legendary. The great Dunehold pull-up of 2025. This spot looks very familiar, by the way. I won't lie. Certain Rangers may know. There's been a lot going down in this stable chat. So what do we think is going to come in for tomorrow? Do we think they try to fully throw in dynamic gridding? Hi, Kiko. I was getting my ankles collected at many points during the duels. Like, genuinely, I thought that I heard an audio cue. I turned and there was nothing there. I was seeing fucking ghosts out there. I'm glad my gameplay wasn't visible. I couldn't see shit. No more updates to Shoal. Well, no, but Shoal is up tomorrow, but PTR is also up tomorrow. So we'll be playing PTR from 1 to 9, and then we'll switch to Shoal and we'll play Shoal. So the PTR this week is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then next week it goes 24/7 starting on the 14th all the way through to August 3rd. Then phase 3 starts on August 4th. So Shoal will be up tomorrow, but I think Shoal will very likely be not as active. Personally, I will probably not be on Shoal until PTR ends. So they're giving us more and more PTR accessibility as it goes. So I think that Shoal will be dead. Yes, I don't think anybody will be on Shoal. I'll be on Shoal after the PTR ends, but I'll be on the PTR for the entire duration of the PTR, testing whatever we can over there. Because there's a potential for dynamic gridding. I saw a summoner ability today. A GM used that. So, in terms of like what's possible, we can see anything. I'm not getting a Shoal. Yeah, I'm also probably not getting on Shoal. Everything on Shoal is invalid at this point. Just to put it bluntly. The movement system being the way that it is, the attribute scaling being the way that it is, everything over there being already deterministically an outdated form of scaling means that it is, in my opinion, like not even a valid spend of time. And I'll go over there to fuck around and so I can get some gameplay out and like some VOD that's not NDA'd, right? But I think overwhelmingly having access to the PTR, everything that's on Shoal right now is kind of like invalidated in the time up to P3. The Shoal skippers were right. I mean, so hear me out. The people that skipped Shoal for whatever reason, whether it was to not burn out or whatever it may be, that come back in P3, absolutely were right. The people that played through P2.5 were also right. There was a ton of information, a ton of experience, a ton of knowledge that was gained during P2.5 that will absolutely make the learning curve way less for the start of phase 3, especially if you're PTR testing and seeing all these changes come in. So I think that both sides are absolutely right. I don't think there's really a wrong side unless somebody's forcing themselves to play the game with the thought of like winning a phase when they're not having fun with it anymore. I think that's the only like incorrect approach, so to say. So I just hope that no matter how like, you know, how competitive people want to be, they're taking the approach through playtesting where they're able to have the largest enjoyment of the playtesting itself. Whether they're like, you know, just taking a break, whether they're playing casually for a phase, whether they are completely just, you know, taking it off until betas or whatever it may be, but keeping their access. Whatever results in people having the most fun. I caught Baron at such a bad time. He just swapped somebody. I'm just making a joke. Well, honestly, like, the joke is valid, though. Like, I know that it's like a haha, but, like, honestly, it is valid because a lot of people were worried about taking breaks. A lot of people were also kind of, like, at a certain point trying to force themselves through when they weren't having fun. And I think it's important to really, like, because so many people will hear Steven be like, oh, if it's not for you right now, then just play something else. And they're like, well, Steven doesn't want us to play the goddamn game. What? And I feel like people just misinterpret that. So more of like just a talking point. But I feel like the big emphasis is if you're burnt out, if you're not having fun, like it's not a bad thing to take a break and come back to a playtest when it's more, you know, more fun. You're more refreshed on it. And even from my standpoint, shit, there's a reason why I'm not going to be on Shoal. Like, I could be showing gameplay on Shoal and like not having just an out of sync VOD playing in the background. But unfortunately, the PTR is more fun. So I'm going to be over on the PTR. Our guild had a lot of people not play 2.5 to come into P3 fresh. Super normal for these in between phases. Yeah, absolutely. And I think like there were some guilds that will probably have gone on the like, oh, we have a lot of people on break that don't get a lot of their people back and then get absorbed by larger communities that have been like actively recruiting and stuff. There'll be some guilds whose leadership took breaks and just don't come back or can't re-solidify or whatever it may be. There'll be so much movement in between phases, but I think overwhelmingly a lot of the communities that are even like, you know, still active, still recruiting, still putting in the work, everyone has seen population atrophy to a certain extent. And really it is all about just trying to bring as many people back as you can while also recruiting new players in. So that way, each big influx of players, each return of players, the same way you want to have a population cycle in a game. Every big return of players, you want it to outweigh the previous peak while also having your kind of like valley be less of a valley each time. My biggest worry about P3 is having split servers. I think is a mistake. So, I mean, I'm sure they'll want to test the stability of their EU server as well. And I do also think that phase 3 player like count is going to grow exponentially versus what we have right now. We have to remember that we had 180 playtesters on the PTR tonight, and like 70-ish people were in stream at most points during the PTR actually being up, sometimes more than that. So that was like when we started the dynamic rating testing right around peak time at 8 p.m. server time. So that caught the end of EU, that caught, you know, peak NA testers. So it's not like it's an entirely populated game. Now, the production environment almost surely had more than 180 peak players, probably not by much though. With that being said, population is down. There are no massive streamers that are bringing thousands of people in every single stream. If there is a single content creator, keep in mind, many large content creators from Asmongold to SumSum to a ton of people have already checked out the game and enjoyed it and will bring with them more players than we have to ourselves. And any one person doing that over the course of P3 is a massive stimulus for the entire player base that also increases the capacity of testing, like the rate at which things get tested, the amount of feedback. And we have to remember that this is a full like exponential curve of things. As playtesting capabilities improve, more playtesters exist, more people are playtesting, more people know what they're looking for. That means things get troubleshot faster. That means more people find things more quickly, and essentially like the actual implementation of content goes quicker, gets solved faster, and kind of like ramps everything up as a result. And it becomes a matter of like, can you deploy the content as fast as we can troubleshoot it? Yes or no? And I think Intrepid would be able to. So I think that P3 is going to be constant growth. In terms of the, like, once people hit level 25 and get gear, what else is there to do? Honestly, that's where a lot of the future systems and community-based user-generated content comes in. Because they're very communicative that a lot of what you're doing in Ashes is indeed user-generated content. Like, it is something where PvP is going to be a large kind of, like, shaper of the world in the long term, especially post-max level. And we also have to remember that the endgame loop right now is far from what it will be on launch. Level 25 cap right now, level 50 on launch. It's just like a simple point in leveling. The endgame loop will be way more thorough as systems continue to get added, from family systems to religion systems to long-term node maintenance to the node citizen loop. Keep in mind, a lot of people didn't even get to craft anything journeyman at this point 2+ months into the server because too many people abandoned the node citizen loop and did not engage in that at all. We had people who won an election with, I mean, Zombie won fucking Squall's End with 16 votes. Someone won the Winstead election with 6 votes. So it's not like too many people are being actively engaged in the node development loops at this point. And that's an entire gameplay loop of Ashes that will be kind of like primarily the communities that are active in those, you know, nodes, but also your casual players. Your mass player base is typically your casual players. And realistically, I think that there are so many things that, even in their current state, if you want to build and develop a node, you want to try to help your area level, you want to support the area that, you know, you leveled in originally that brought you there. For me, when I first started playing, I was a citizen of Winstead just because that was where I did most of my leveling. And I wanted to complete some buy orders and help out there simply so I could help the node grow because I was, you know, leveling there. So a lot of casual players, when they first come in, will have kind of a like-minded mentality once they understand how they can become a citizen and help a node grow. I think there is a lot of retention possibility, but a lot of it is also people have to remember. It's not necessarily something that is a... It's not necessarily something that is a, like, linear handed to you, like, spoon-fed loop of, like, you go here, you do this. And people do have to a certain extent, create their own content and create their community content. At least it's going to be rough when people are 40 plus trying to farm / level and we only have apprentice stations because they don't have the right prio. Yeah, so Sam, one thing I was talking about earlier because someone had asked about our leveling groups and got me on that. We should consider, if we plan to go Kaltorum, considering Kaltorum is very likely going to be like just south of the starting area. They added on PTR like a blank node where that mountain in the direct north of the anvils is, where I think the actual starting area in Divine Gate's going to be where people spawn in. So Kaltorum and then the two to the right of us will be the immediate offshoots. So I almost think that having everybody planning to just like gangbust Kaltorum and try to level that ASAP and get buy orders and shit up, like, you know, once everything gets all situated there, would probably be a route to consider, even if it slows leveling Prague, like a Kaltorum through into the Trops loop or even into Dunehold if Dunehold is able to support higher level. It'll be interesting. It's tough to plan that because we're still waiting for more info on node vassaling. We're waiting for node vassaling. We're waiting for node node existing. Cal can get locked in vassal by node. So I don't think they'll have default node vassals, right? Because won't vassaling be something that's selected, or are they all preset? I thought the vassaling would be something where you like selected your vassals. Or is it the system where it's in the PTR right now where you have kind of like a preset? I thought that the ones that were vassaled were kind of like selected by the T3 nodes maybe like prior to or something. We don't know. Yeah, we don't know anything for sure. either way, I do think one thing that'll also help in terms of like where we can actually plan out and go is absolutely the node progression. Has to do with adjacent nodes. Yeah. Adjacent node lockouts for tiers and all of that hubbub and hullabaloo. Yeah, we've done the wiki dive a lot and everything's changed on the wiki too. Because now all vassals are adjacent. Yeah, one thing that makes me question that is they've discussed the portal, and on the wiki with a scientific metropolis, you get a one-way portal to your vassal nodes, right? And that discusses specifically from Steven how a vassal portal will be able to take you across continents. So, unless it's a harbor node and the adjacent node is literally another harbor node across the continent, that would lead us to believe that vassaling could be like an opt-in thing where you basically like work with another node wherever it may be. And that could be really cool as well based on kind of like your distribution of that. Because the way that vassaling was described that I kind of took it was when they talked about it, they said, I believe with the new vassaling, a T5 would have a T4, would have a T3. So that seems kind of predicated on like when the node evolves at that time, maybe it like selects a vassal. Like if a node hits T3, it selects a T2. If a node hits T4, it selects a T3, blah, 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 blah. But that would make kind of like the evolution scale be a little weird. Since related with the map size, there are only 5 T6s. Yeah. If vassaling was optional, everyone would be solo. I mean, there are supposed to be benefits to vassaling as well. It's supposed to be like a parent node, child node situation. And there are supposed to be like benefits and implications with vassaling where even vassal nodes could potentially see like node decay, node destruction type shit. I think vassaling is meant to be more of an opt-in like community. We confirmed 6 slots for villages on PTR. I love that, by the way. So you'll also have more independence in what your node can craft. So in theory, you could do, 3 different buildings to start, or you could do the triple wood shop for the entire loop where you have the carpentry, you have the lumberjacking, you have the lumber milling, and you have the carpentry all together. That is actually really, really, really intriguing. We discussed that. Yeah, I have to catch up with you guys. I think if everyone's down, since the PTR is also the next few days, or even like next week on PTR testing during one of the downtime days, like Tuesday, Wednesday, a little bit closer, so maybe we can see the anvils and shit like that and have some stuff to discuss. I would say Tuesday, Wednesday next week, we should plan another meeting, maybe like after downtime. So maybe like, I don't know, 10 p.m., 10:30 EST. And then I'll be able to hop into that one too, since I won't be like testing at the time. And then we can discuss kind of like what the plan is there. Some people like that, others don't. It would be an interesting push early, because the thing about it is if we can put up one building very quickly for something that's going to be extremely popular and bankroll node funds, then it'll pay off. But if you're tripling down early, you're going to hit a point where it's like, okay, these 3 buildings are all redundant. So it's a weird kind of like chance that you take. One thing we talked about was how the Riverlands didn't have a textile mill at all and 3 smithies back to back to back. So I think one thing that could also take in mind is the like adaptability, like you said. One thing too is it's always a rush. So say the Divine Gate is to the north, and then Kaltorum is where we end up just hypothetically. If we're able to just boost Kaltorum to the point where it's the first village like on the map, we're able to stand the first 2 buildings. We can kind of just be like, this is what we're putting, you guys adapt to it. Especially with 3 buildings as the end game. Because we could also go the route of having, I don't know, just a few different end game crafts. We could always have all of our refines be the focus. Carpentry or animal husbandry? Carpentry, animal husbandry. I also feel like cooking, low-key. Good fuck. Animal / scribe or the last prio? Why last prio for animal husbandry? I mean, I guess that it's like a predicate on hunting being up. But I feel like as long as hunting's up, like an apprentice ag building goes fucking crazy. Especially if it's the first one. Everybody always wants mounts. But if it's the first one, everybody always wants everything. Gatherings first, animal. Are you talking like past apprentice? Or are you talking just as the first buildings to stand, like as an ag supply or as a specific animal husbandry? Because the general ag supply gives you all three. Like an early ag supply is fucking Boku bucks. But yeah, in terms of like, if you're pushing an animal husbandry station that's like outpacing the hunting bow, then that's absolutely going to be a throw. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But like an ag supply as a whole kind of fucks chicks. Stoneworks wood shop are more important than cookhouse than ag supply. Yeah, a lot of things available, but in terms of like what you stand, there's not really a downside to that. Ag supply, as soon as we got it up, even out in Shorefoot, was such a big generator of node funds. And if they fix like the tax laundering, which good luck, but if they do fix that and make node funds a little more organic, it'll be interesting to see. But honestly, like gathering buildings always first if you're the first to get to them. I don't think an ag supply later on is anything there, but the issue with the building is they have the support buildings first. Wait, where? Because Shorefoot was naked when we took it. Or are you talking on like the current server? They want to like trade bureau up before the stoneworks, but in reality it would be reverse. Yeah, you want to put your building up. In my opinion, honestly, you could stand both of your base buildings for functionality and then put your support buildings up for the expansion points and whatever buffs those give. Unless you're doing something like an SOC that gives the increased XP. So like, I feel like if you're going building SOC, building second support, then into your evolutions, then that's good as well. Like something like an SOC is massively impactful. But I feel like a farm that generates basic resources probably can be put off. I feel like they're kind of prios to the trade buildings, or the support buildings. But they did also talk about how there will be trees coming in for support buildings that will also make them different. People are definitely thinking it the right way. Good, good, good. Yeah, it'll be good now that we're like settled back in and stuff. Like I'm back on the normal stream schedule. Things are less chaotic. We're getting all established here. It'll be good for me to be able to like catch up and fucking actually be involved again. I'm excited. Get all caught up to speed on what the plans are, get everybody back on the same page and get momentum rolling, man. Everybody's been working so hard to keep it going and it's been a little scattered even since I've been back, but finally being able to link up, especially with the info that we have on the PTR, is going to feel so fucking beautiful. So beautiful. So we'll have to see. Once we get more information about Vassling, some more information about the anvils as well, I think that'll be huge. Because we also have to keep in mind, if the anvils comes in pre-leveled, then that may not give us a true feel of what the nodes in the anvils will be based on, you know, their progression, simply because they'll very likely be, you know, upscaled mobs. We could also see rescaling to the tropics. Anything. So we're gonna be fucking testing for a while, man. We're gonna have to do a bunch of quest loops. We're gonna have to do a whole lot of shit. Whole lot of shit. But boys, I'm gonna go get ready for the testing tomorrow. I almost made it at 1 today. Tomorrow I will make it at 1. I promise. I promise. We'll do it. Leveling runs on PTR are gonna go crazy. Dude, I can't fucking wait. We're gonna try to hopefully get as many people as we can out doing different leveling routes. Just kind of like sourcing what quests are like, sourcing where the mob grinds are. It's not even gonna be about efficiency at first. It's just like documenting everything, you know? I could go on another 10-minute rant about this. Jesus fucking Christ. Isn't it normal stuff tomorrow? So the Shoal server is up tomorrow, but PTR is also up. This week, PTR was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. So Shoal will come up, but the PTR will also concurrently go up for a test. With that, there will probably be more people on the PTR, especially if they hype it up as like dynamic gridding testing. I'll try to spread the word about it too. And then after the PTR ends at 9 p.m., we'll do a little bit of Shoal time. But Shoal is going to be very, 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 very dead. It's got a movement system that's not mattering anymore, gearing system that's not mattering anymore. engine that's not mattering anymore. I mean, not that anything like mattered over there in the first place, but with how many Ford things we're testing, like testing the new movement system means testing on the current movement system may be completely not worthwhile whatsoever. Testing on the current time to kill system means testing on the current time to kill, testing on the PTR time to kill system means testing on the current time to kill system means nothing. So like, it's intriguing to have the Ford perspective on things. Not that it instantly invalidates like the previous state of testing, but there is also the element of like, with it going 24/7 next week, might as well just get all of the PTR testing that we can already. And then this weekend we'll hop back over to Shoal. And then it goes on the 14th, it goes up for the PTR again. And then it doesn't come down until August 3rd. So we'll have a little bit of opportunity to kind of like hop back on Shoal, do some final days over there, some community stuff. But everyone has access to the PTR anyways, and you can just download the PTR through the client. It is another copy of the game, but everyone can download it. You just have to switch the environment. And I think that getting everyone over on the PTR, experimenting with the new changes and being ahead of the curve with the new changes, new time to kill, new gearing, new leveling, new movement, new everything over there is probably for the best. I don't think we like completely de-incentivize people playing on Shoal, like, oh, make sure you're playing on PTR or don't fucking play. But I really think Shoal, at least 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. is going to be pretty cooked, if I had to wager a gander. Now, there were, when we started the dynamic gridding tests, there were, I believe, 180 players roughly that were on the testing environment. And we had 100... I think the neighbors just threw their kid off the floor. We had 120 plus out at the actual testing. So that was great. I don't necessarily know what the Shoal server has been peaking at, but it can't be more than a few hundred. Like, it's a pretty dead server right now anyways. So, I don't know, honestly, I kind of like posted in the officer chat about the potential of like, maybe running an event on the PTR, like pre-phase 3 to get people back in on leveled accounts and stuff like that. And trying to do like a PTR Cats PvP tourney where the winners would receive something in P3, either like guild or like an item voucher or something that could be reclaimed with one of the crafters. So like just, I don't know, some cool like that to kind of get some people into the PTR, be like, oh, show up, we'll draft teams day of. Make sure you hit the sign up so we know what we have pulling up. And it's like Cats only people. You're in your ticket. You're in the Discord. You got your roles. You got the ticket. Something like that. But we can talk more about that. I don't know if you heard, Carla, but I was telling Zombie we should have another officer meetup like Tuesday or Wednesday after probably like Wednesday night after PTR goes down. Oh wait, it won't go down. But probably like Wednesday night around like maybe, I don't know, 11ish, like 10:30, 11, sometime after when people are normally hopping off. Because PTR will be 24/7 next week. But sometime in that like later nighttime, have another like officer yap about what's new on the PTR and what we're seeing over there. Because we'll keep getting more. But say the Anvils comes in and we learn more about what the nodes will be like. You know, more about the implications of vassaling, how vassal nodes are selected, shit like that. I think that'll be very, 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 very good to touch base on. It just kind of like update the plan as we go. Treat it more of like a living document type thing. So, if you had heard that, then great. You've heard it twice now. If you haven't heard it, then you've heard it now. If you have any questions about the screenshots and DMs, by the way, let me know. Happy albums bunch again. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I'm excited to fuck around with that build planner a little bit too. Now, part of the intriguing thing about the build planner, if you enter your numbers that you're trying to hit and it sources the gear, you've kind of got to have the baseline of what numbers are good in the first place. So I feel like you'll go through a couple sources where it's like, a couple waves of sourcing where you kind of have to like source the numbers that you want to hit in the first place and where your DRs are and where you want your power to be. And then from there, source the gear on top of that. So it's almost like there's a precursor level of information that you need before you can use that build planner. But once you have the references where it's like, okay, we're pushing up to like 240 fizz power, 102% attack speed, 196% crit power, then, you know, you're set. But We still have to find out what's going to be this. It's just an extra level of being a sweaty people. Listen, I'm glad that we finally have people on our side that are like bought in on the community side as well. Pre-phase 2.5, I was sitting here with Codex tabs open, like looking through every single piece of gear on Codex, seeing what would be the most seeing what would be the most efficient, like making different gear sets as I went, refining them, I put out like multiple different tiers of gear sets based on the gearing that was available. I'm so excited that we finally have a community that's also like getting excited about that, and finally being here for like the pre-phase 3 hype, seeing it start to cycle up, and it's just gonna continue to kick up, right? So I'm fucking pumped, man. Like, I wasn't here for the pre-phase 2 stuff, right? I was playing New World at that time. So with the pre-phase 2 hype, I kind of like got hit from the outside in on that hype, and that's what brought me into Ashes. Now, phase 2.5 hype, it was hype, but I don't think anywhere near phase 3. Phase 3 hype is going to hit, and it's going to hit very fucking quickly. And I'm excited as word spreads. I have hiccups. To see kind of like who ends up getting into it. I only started playing at the start of 2.5 because TNL died for you. TNL sucks. TNL's doo-doo butt cheeks. Oh, okay. I have 19.7 fizz crit chance, not 9.7. So my crit chance went up about 20% from live to PTR, by the way. I was right around 39% crit chance on the PTR. I'm okay with that because we're significantly lower than a lot of other classes are. I'm here for that. I support that shit, baby. You ain't got to sell me on it. I'm already sold. Same as my Secret Sauce Ranger build before they changed all the gear. Yeah. Yep. I put so much time into not only putting this gear set together, but also farming the pieces for it. I had so many pieces that evaded me for so long, but that's also part of the fun. You finally get the carrot on the stick, and then the carrot gets taken away from you again, or there's another carrot. Like, there's a more appetizing carrot, a juicier, oranger carrot. Dude, I fucking love it. I'm so hooked already. And I know a lot of people, Pirate Software, would probably be pissed if their gear set got changed again. Me over here, like, I'm just so fucking excited that we have more content to look forward to, more gearing. Like, so Hawkbow, for instance, by the way, say it retains this same stat distribution. I could first thing first see it being right around 2700 fizz power with the current scaling. And then you'd have your fizz pen, your strength, and then instead of 2237, 12437, you'd probably have like 240 and then maybe like 220 power rating and like 195 fizz attack speed rating. And so you'd have like a more balanced Hawkbow. You wouldn't have such an emphasis on the crit power from it. That is the emphasis of like the gearing that I really like, because it can just build out your base gear set so much more. It's really exciting. It's really fucking exciting. I think if the gear stays the same as it is now in P3, Ranger will use Hawkbow and 1 Blood Hoop Earring. Yeah, just in terms of the optimization that you get from the slots. Now, do you need the attack speed to the point where like you can't use Lumadon Earring? Because I feel like Lumadon Earrings are just juicers. If my dad was here because he was a game dev for Blizz, this would never happen. See, Pirate Software's dad wouldn't be able to get in because Pirate Software's dad did cinematics, and Intrepid doesn't believe in cinematics. There will be some cinematics, like very limited, but they want the world building to be like actually in the world and not done through a movie, which I fucking love. If I wanted to watch a movie, I'd go see a movie. Carla and I went to see the Formula 1 movie, and that shit was fucking phenomenal. If I want to play a video game, I'll play a video game. We get to test a new crafting / gear system. If that brings me back up to killing tanks without hitting every combo / dodge perfectly, I'm all for it. Hey, wait, whoa. 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 What do you mean? So here we go. I don't really think tanks should die in 1v1. Like, to a DPS, unless the tank misplays. Like, a really dope DPS player, like an S tier DPS player, sure, should shit on most players anyways. S tier player in any archetype, it comes down to like S tier versus anything else, right? Best players will always win. Like in terms of, you know, just certain matchups. Even if you put S tier players in, you still have the dice, like not the dice roll, but kind of like the rock, paper, scissors to some impact. But a lot of, you know, S tier versus A tier, B tier, whatever. The S tier player can come up with a pretty big kind of like gap close to the class difference, right? So, say you were fighting on a mage against a bad tank, even with the changes being like as they are on the PTR right now, I still feel like you'd be able to cook a lot of tanks. It's just you're fighting tanks who are specifically showing up for the PvP, not like the open world tank that's just like, oh, what's going on here? And they like flag up and they hit you back and you're like, brother, do you know what positioning is? Do you know what anything is? And I don't necessarily think that like tanks should get cooked in 1v1s unless they are completely oblivious. Just because like we do have a very good 1v1 kit. We've got trips, we've got stuns, we've got damage, we've got pull, we've got snares, we've got walls, we've got self-sustain, we've got mitigation. We've got a lot for 1v1s. Now the thing about tank is, in an ideal world, if multiple people turn to focus a tank and they get too tanky, and we're like up in the front line trying to, not too tanky in the sense of like power scaling, but too tanky in the sense of like, I'm too far forward, I'm trying to frontline too much. In this meta that you're watching right now, I'm just too much to focus. You could dump everything on me for 10 seconds and I'd just get healed through it. I'd block through it, whatever. PTR, if I'm too far forward, I'm too far out of position, I can die as a tank to a group. And I think that, with multiple DPS focusing me, is kind of like that point where a tank should die. Because it feels like we can frontline, we can get in to have some actual kind of like impact with our abilities. But if we overextend and we fuck up, that's where the punishment comes in. Food for thought. Food for thought. Boys, the VOD ended. Oh, God. Okay. As the VOD ends, I'm going to go get myself some food. I'm going to watch something with Corla tonight. Maybe see if we can hack into some Netflix and actually watch a show instead of watching hours of YouTube. But either way, I'm going to grab some grub. We're going to clean up some more leftovers, and I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST. Big testing day, PTR testing, 8 hours into some shoal time. Boys, oh, what's happening? Oh, it's me. Okay. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Great testing today. Good everything today. Toast. Love you, buddy. Hope everything's going good for you. Hit me up if you need anything. Guys, I will catch you tomorrow. Big stream day. Bring your friends. Tell everybody. Spread the hype. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Alternate ending number 2. Peace.